Can you beat Final Fantasy VII using a class system? Short answer, yes. Of course you can. People have beaten this game using attack only, items only, one character only, so I am not claiming that this is a particularly hard challenge run, but long-term viewers of my channel know that these challenge run series are all about the journey and finding a new way to play the game that makes it feel fresh and also rediscovering what makes this game so special. Final Fantasy VII is one of the most beloved in the series, and I hope through my videos you get to rediscover what makes this game so special, as I'll be critiquing the story and poking a bit of fun at some of the silliness that this game has, but is mostly a love letter to Final Fantasy. I hope you stick around and enjoy the ride because this game is crazy and I had a lot of fun playing this game. Before we get started though, I want to give a quick shout out to a YouTuber under the name of Nechrol. He initially coined this idea in a video I will post on screen and in a link in the description. I took his idea as inspiration and have adapted some of the classes he presents into my own. Go subscribe to Nechrol, check out his videos, they're all very well made and he deserves a lot more recognition than he has at the moment. Now that that's out of the way, I'm going to go through each character and show you guys how I have come up with each class and what I have named them. So starting with our main character, Cloud. So I've chosen to keep the name the same that Nechrol chose for Cloud in calling him a Mystic Knight. And what this basically means for my challenge is it is a strength based character that also specializes in black magic and mainly the elemental materia. So the green materia that Cloud can equip is fire, ice and lightning, as well as contain, which gives him some late game magical potential. Throughout the story you can pick up 3 elemental materia and Cloud can equip all 3 of them, meaning he can protect against fire, ice and lightning, as well as equip it to his sword, so he can also deal physical elemental damage, which is pretty cool. Each character is going to have 2 red materia each, that is 2 summon materia. The 2 I've chosen for Cloud is Alexander and Neo Bahamut. Alexander actually has the holy element attached to him, so when equipped with the elemental materia, he can either deal holy damage or protect against it, and Neo Bahamut just because it's a pretty cool summon that feels very fitting for Cloud. He has absolutely no yellow materia, and the only purple materia he can equip are things like Chocobo Lure, Enemy Lure and Enemy Away, as he will always be in your party, so it makes sense that he can equip these. He also has the added Cut materia, which is just a bit of extra utility to give him a bit more fighting power. Cloud will obviously be used throughout the entire journey, apart from a small section without him, so it's important that he doesn't feel too overpowered, but I've given him a few late game stuff such as the added Cut and Contain materia so that he still feels fresh in the later portions of the game. As you can see there, he specializes in high strength and high magic. Those are going to be his standout stats, and he was very fun to use, I will say that. Moving on to our next character, and it is none other than Cloud's big boyfriend Barret, and I have named his class the Defender, and he specializes in high vitality and high HP, so he's all about defense, and this shows through his materia as well, as he can equip the barrier, shield and heal materia. Barrier and shield provide our allies with higher magic defense and defense, so are pretty self-explanatory, and then heal can just remove any debuffs from us, sort of like a synergist from Final Fantasy XIII, all about trying to buff our stats and keep us well protected. He also has the all materia so that he can cast his shields on everybody, as well as the counter materia for just a bit of extra utility. But his purple materia is really what defines him, and it's the cover materia in particular that makes him a defender, as this allows him to jump in the way of his allies and protect them from any damage, and the HP plus materia also means that he can survive more hits and be more of a tank. And then yellow materia, he gets the slash all materia, which is really good late game utility, allowing him to defeat multiple foes at once, as well as the W item materia, which allows him to use 2 items at once, so that he can heal people more effectively, bring them back to life, or cure their status ailments. His 2 summons are Titan and Bahamut. Titan just feels the most fitting for Barret as he is a big strong Titan, and Barret himself is a big strong dude too, and then Bahamut is also just another big powerful character, much like Barret himself. So yeah, Barret is all about utility, it's all about protecting people, and he is usually the last person alive on the field. Very handy character to have around if you are being dealt a lot of damage by the enemy, so really enjoyed Barret this run. Next up is Yagao Tifa, and I've gone with the Monk class as she uses her fists in battle, and I wanted to try incorporate some of the classic Final Fantasy jobs in this run, and Monk is obviously the most fitting for Tifa, and as you can see there, she specialises in high strength and high HP, much like the traditional Monk would, and also has the Restore materia. This is something that the older Final Fantasy games did a lot. You could also heal yourself as a monk, but it doesn't stop there. She also gets the HP Absorb materia, which is very, very handy as it allows her to steal HP from the enemies, making her quite a tough enemy to kill. She also has the HP Plus and the EXP Plus materia. I don't even think I end up finding the EXP Plus materia through this run. It was more just there because I wanted to make sure that if we did have it, it would be given to one character, and it just felt the most fitting for Tifa for some reason. I think because she doesn't really have many other materia, so I just wanted to fill it out a bit more. Yellow materia, she gets Sense, which is kind of useless. It allows you to look at the details of each enemy, and it's not too hard to know what they are and are not weak against, so I don't even think I use Sense, but it felt like a monk ability, so it's there. And then the Death Blow ability, which when linked to the HP Absorb materia is a very, very powerful bit of tech that makes her a super, super powerful late game character. Tifa also has access to weapons with perfect accuracy, meaning that coupled with the Death Blow HP Absorb materia combination never misses, which is incredible. It's very, very powerful. In terms of summons, I've given her Shiva. This is like the sexy goddess summon, and Tifa herself is a bit of a sexy goddess, so felt fitting. And then Phoenix just feels like a monk summon to me. And it also has the added utility that it can revive your party members, which just gives her a little bit extra oomph and gives her more that she can do. So yeah, very, very powerful. Really, really, really enjoyed Tifa this run. I feel like I'm going to say that about most characters, but Tifa in particular was one of the most fun for me. Aerith's class was another easy one. She is of course going to be a white mage, specializing in magic and spirit. She can equip all of the healing green materia such as Restore, Revive, Heal, Barrier, Shield, and is the only character that can gain full cure. Yeah, she also gets access to the All materia as well as MP Plus and Magic Plus, but she has no yellow materia and no red materia because something very, very unfortunate happens to her. And yeah, we don't really use Aerith very much in this run. She's just there because she happens to be a character, but we're just going to pretend she doesn't really exist. But when she does exist, these are the materia that she can equip, okay? And of course, Red 13 had to be our Red Mage this run. And he has a lot of materia that he can equip and specializes in very high MP and magic. So the green materia that he can use is Restore, Revive, Heal, Fire, Ice, Lightning, and Earth, which is very good early game as it means he can heal and dish out a lot of damage. But his late game utility goes down drastically as he doesn't have access to a lot of the powerful late game spells, so his usefulness kind of peters off around halfway through the game. But he is still a very powerful character because of his ability to heal and deal damage. So Red is actually the only character that has access to 2 all materia, which is great because it means he can restore HP to all of our party members as well as deal magical damage to all of our enemies. He also has access to magic counter and MP absorb. MP in this game is kind of crazy. A lot of the magic spells end up costing lots and lots of MP, so being able to recover it just means that he can do a bit more. I felt like giving him Magic Plus would just make him a little bit too overpowered, and we also only gain access to 1 throughout the game, so I wanted to give it to a different character. So MP Plus, still very powerful, means he can use more spells, but his magic stat won't be mega high. Ifrit is an obvious summon for Red as he has a fiery tail and is all about being fiery and red, and Ifrit is the fire summon, so makes a lot of sense, right? And then Kajata also makes a lot of sense for Red as it deals a lot of elemental damage, which is something that the Red Mage is used to doing. It's also a beast and Red is a beast, so Red is a great character in the early game, but he does definitely peter off in the late game, but still a very handy all-round damaging and healing character. He can do everything, jack of all trades, master of none. We all know the Red Mage, we all love him, he's great. Moving on to our next character, which is Yuffie, and Yuffie has access to a lot of different materia, and of course she is a thief slash ninja slash time mage type character, specializing in high dexterity. she is all about speed. And the two green materia that she can equip is Escape and Time. Time obviously feels quite ninja-y because it is all about speed, adjusting the speed of the enemies as well as increasing her own. She also gains access to all, added effect, sneak attack and steal as well. Steal as well means that she can equip it to one of her summons and steal from multiple enemies, which is very handy. Sneak attack is fairly useless, we don't really utilise it very much, but added effect is very powerful when coupled with the Choco Mog materia, which is kind of a bit cheeky and cheesy as a summon, and I feel like Yuffie is a bit cheeky and a bit cheesy, so it all made sense, and that's just like a very cool combo, because added effect with Choco Mog basically means that you can inflict stop on any of our enemies when we just attack, which is very, very handy, and a good bit of tech that just makes her stand out amongst some of these other characters. Purple materia she's got a lot, she gets Speed Plus, Gil Plus, Counter Attack and Preemptive. These are all fairly obvious, they are all speed related, thief related. Counter Attack in particular is very, very powerful. Of course, yellow materia she has to have Steal and Throw. These are classic thief ninja abilities, so they had to make their way onto Yuffie. And I've already mentioned Choco Mog as one of her summon materias, and the other one is Leviathan, as it is one of the summons that you gain in Wutai, which is like her homeland and has a lot of ties to her backstory, so felt very fitting for Yuffie. A very useful character to have, but not the strongest to use in just your standard fight. She'll mostly be put into our party when there are powerful items that we want to steal from our enemies, but that's Yuffie. Nearly there now guys, there are a lot of characters in this game, and our next one is Cait Sith, who is a sort of blue mage slash status mage. Think Waka from Final Fantasy X mixed with someone like Quina or Keatsitz from Final Fantasy VIII and IX. Basically they specialise in dealing status effects to the enemy, but their key materia is the enemy skill materia, which is where the blue mage comes into it. They learn lots of techniques from the enemies that they can then use for themselves, and it's a very, very powerful materia, and they're the only one who gains it. So without enemy skill, Cait Sith would be kind of useless. He specialises in high luck and high spirit. I thought that was quite an interesting direction to take Cait Sith. And the green materia that he gets is Seal, Mystify, Poison and Transform. Honestly, Poison is the only one that is actually very effective and useful. The rest of them, they're there just because we need to equip it to someone, but I don't really find much use out of it, to be honest. The only blue materia that Cait Sith can use is the added effect, and he does share this with Yuffie. I thought about just using one added effect materia, but I kind of wanted two characters to gain access to it because I wanted the added effect plus Hades summon, which is a very powerful combination which allows you to inflict multiple status ailments on the enemy just by attacking, which is very, very handy, and he needs it. Purple materia, he gains luck plus and MP plus. Enemy skills cost a lot of MP to use, so we need that MP plus to ensure that he can actually use them. And then luck plus again feels fitting because his limit break is all about using slots, which needs a lot of luck, and I don't know, luck just feels like a stat that would bide well for Cait Sith. And then the other yellow materia that he can have is Manipulate, Mime and Morph. Manipulate in particular is very, very handy as it means that we can use that on the enemies and force them to teach us techniques for our enemy skill materia. Very, very cool stuff. And then I also gave him the Knights of the Round summon materia. I don't know if we will even bother getting the Knights of the Round because it takes a very long time to get that summon, but I just thought it'd be quite funny if our little boy Cait Sith managed to have the most powerful summon in the game. I kind of writ him off as just like a bit of a gimmicky character, but he comes in very handy in this run, and I was very, very impressed with him and use him way more than I ever do in any of my other playthroughs, because let's be honest, whoever wants to play with Cait Sith, he's not a very good character, but he is in this run, so that's fun, right? Next up is Vincent, and I've decided to make up my own class for this guy, and I've called it the Dark Mage. And do not confuse it with the Black Mage because it is quite a bit different, and he specializes in having very, very high magic, the highest in the game. And the green materia that he can equip is Comet, Destruct, Gravity and Ultima. So these are all very, very powerful black magic spells, but they are not elemental magic. It just feels like darkness, you know, it's all of the big, scary, evil magic that he can use. And that's very fitting for his character and look and personality and stats. Blue materia, he gets MP Turbo and MP Absorb. He does share the MP Absorb materia with red, but you kind of need it for those characters just because of how much MP is used when you are using using these techniques. So yeah, MP absorb was a must. And then purple materia, he doesn't get the MP plus materia, but he does get magic plus, so he can just do a lot of damage with his magic. And then yellow materia, he gets the W magic, which allows him to cast 2 spells at once. He gets Ramu, which feels kind of fitting to Vincent, as it's like a powerful wizard, and Vincent is a powerful wizard himself. And then Odin feels very fitting because it's all about darkness and evil, and the special ability that is attached to Odin is Death, something that Vincent specializes in with this setup. When we first get Vincent, he's kind of useless because we don't really have any of these things. I think all we have really is Ramu. But once we get into the late stages of the game, he is again one of the most powerful ones just because of the powerful spells that he can use. He ends up being like the best damage dealer that we have, in terms of magic anyway. So really love Vincent. Really love the idea of a dark mage instead of a black mage. It's very cool, very fun. We love it. Let's move on to our final character now, which is Cid. And I'll be honest, I was kind of running out of materia at this point. So I've said that Cid is a kind of dragoon summoner, specializing in high strength, and he gets access to no green materia at all. He is not a magic-based character. He gets final attack, which means when he dies, he can use one of his powerful summons. He gets the long range materia, which is very good. It means he can sit in the back row and deal damage, and also gets access to double cut, which is very strong. It means he can attack enemies multiple times and just deal a lot of physical damage, and also W summon. So he has like 2 of the more powerful summons in the game, Bahamut Zero and Typhoon, so he can dish out a lot of his damage using these. Yeah, not really much to say about Cid. You can put him in your party when you just want to deal a lot of damage reliably, and having that long range materia just means that he won't die very often, and then even when he does die, the final attack means he can at least dish out a big attack before he goes. So not the most useful, but definitely a very strong character indeed. So that is everybody, and we will be swapping between these characters throughout the journey so that we aren't just using a set party of 3. We will keep mixing it up and moving them around so that everybody gets use. And I will be referring back to these charts as we go forward so that you can see the progress of each character and show you their stats and how they're developing and what they can do, so you will get a very clear indication of how these characters are doing. That's all the boring stuff out the way. This is Jamsack's Final Fantasy VII Challenge Run video. Let's go! Wow, what a way to open up a game. Seriously, the opening sequence to this game gets me so incredibly hyped. The way it seamlessly transitions from FMV to the in-game graphics is chef's kiss. For 1997, this game is truly groundbreaking, and I'm so excited to play it here on my channel, and I hope you guys are going to enjoy this one because I had a lot of fun revisiting this game. But here we are. This is our first ever battle with our good buddy Cloud, also known as Ex-Soldier, and luckily he already has Ice and Bolt equipped to him, so here I am just testing out the abilities to see how much damage they do. And it's pretty powerful. Also, for the first half an hour or so of this video, the game audio is not going to match up with what's happening on screen. I basically lost all of the audio for the footage and had to re-record the run with audio this time. So I've tried to match it up as best as I can. Some sound effects won't match at all, but just bear with, it does correct itself towards the end of the video, so don't worry. And here we meet our main protagonist Cloud, who has teamed up with a radical group named as Avalanche, who are going to blow up a reactor that is sucking all of the energy out of the planet and destroying it. And I honestly forgot about how much of an asshole he was at the beginning of the game. I don't care what your names are, once this job's over, I'm out of here. Like, geez, what is your problem, Cloud? He does definitely develop a lot as this game goes forward, but yeah, at the beginning he's definitely a major asshole. After picking up Barret, we then receive the Restore materia, but of course we cannot equip this materia yet, as the 2 characters we have cannot equip these as it does not fit their class. So we continue forward and go ahead and place the bomb, but not before Cloud has a little freak out, and the game does this a lot. You get moments where you get to dive into Cloud's psyche, and it's a very dark and mysterious place, and it brings you out of the world and into a sort of horror fantasy, and I love that this game does this. It really adds to the overall aesthetic and vibe of this game, which they haven't done in a Final Fantasy game in a while, and I love that they do this. This game is actually kind of terrifying at times, but yeah, we've now placed the bomb and it is time for our first boss battle against the Guard Scorpion. Obviously, with this being the first boss of the game, it's not going to be too difficult, and Barret at the moment has no materia as there is nothing that he can equip himself with, so he is just an attacking machine that could use items, but luckily Cloud has Bolt, and it turns out this guy is weak against Bolt, and a lot of enemies in this game are weak against Bolt, so the fact that we always have Bolt, Ice and Fire on our main character is very handy. It just means we can consistently do good damage. And I really like how they balance the magic spells in this game. The black magic spells in this game will increase over time as you gain AP, and then you can get Bolt 2 and Bolt 3, which cost more MP but deal a lot more damage, so your materia never gets old. You never have to get rid of it for stronger spells, as these spells that you have will increase over time and become stronger. It's also a lot more powerful than using your regular attack, so there's actually a reason to use magic in this game, and also coupled with the all materia means that you can target all enemies, so the balancing of magic in this game, pretty good. Some of the best in the series, I would say. Now, what's cool about this fight is that it actually has a secondary stance, and you're about to see in a minute. So when this enemy lifts its tail up in the air, it is about to counterattack. So if you go and attack him while he's in this stance, it will counterattack for massive damage. So you kind of just want to sit there and do nothing, but this is the perfect time to use some potions. And we love Barret so much, and even though he doesn't need the health, we give it to him anyway, because we love him. I'm pretty sure him and Cloud are an item. I just get that vibe straight away. Maybe not in a regular playthrough of this game, but in my playthrough of this game, I feel like these two definitely have the hots for each other. Let's just say that. And now the Guard Scorpion's tail is down, we can just continue to use Bolt and attack with Barret until eventually it dies. It only has 800 HP. This is, of course, like a tutorial boss, just teaching you that, hey, there are bosses in this game and they will do some different stuff to you. I don't really know what this search scope attack does. I feel like that's just him saying, hey, I'm gonna target you next, which is very nice. Most other enemies don't do that, they'll just attack you, so at least this guy's friendly enough to tell you that he's going to hurt you. And here comes his scorpion tail, which is going for Cloud obviously because he locked on him, but now it is time to use our limit break. And to make this game more challenging, I would have had no limit breaks, but you can't really avoid using limit breaks in this game because they stop you from attacking, so you're kind of forced into using them, but that's okay because they're all very cool anyway. And obviously we didn't actually get off the limit break, which is quite sad, but we will do soon. Mission successful, we blow up the reactor and we barely escape with our lives intact and head onto this train to surprise our boyfriend. And here he is patiently waiting for us on the train, and it's time to come in and give him a big surprise. Everyone is just so happy that I'm here. And I'm happy too, because I get to be with the man I love. Looks like I'm a little late. Cloud is definitely a bit cheeky and a bit annoying at this part of the game, I will be honest. But Barret doesn't seem to mind. He's very kind to us, you know? When he calls you open bracket asterisk up arrow percentage exclamation point.
Well, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
Honestly, get you a guy who talks to you the way Barret talks to Cloud, because it's very, very sweet. And he loves to use punctuation. He also loves math because he's got percentage in there. So he's just a clever, clever, kind boy. And I'm so happy that we get to experience this journey with him. Hearing Tifa's theme after all of these years is so nostalgic to me. I think I first played this game when I was around 10 years old, and everybody talks about Aerith's theme and how iconic that is, but for me Tifa's theme really does it. And it's such a hard feeling to describe, that feeling you get with nostalgia, but honestly it just fills me with so much joy and happiness to be playing this game again, and I'm just so ready for the journey that we have ahead. So we've picked up this flower from Aerith, and it gives us an option to give it to Tifa or Barret's daughter Marlene. Oh god, what do I choose? What do I choose? We're gonna give it to Marlene. We are trying to f her daddy, so it makes sense to make him as happy as possible. So you better appreciate this kind gesture, Barret. I'm really gonna break my back out in this game to make you happy. Even though you do weird shit like this. Damn, I wish I was that punching bag. Good morning, Cloud. Did you sleep well? Yeah, Barret's snoring kept me up. If you know what I mean.
It's just malicious, just gay f***ry that I just was not thinking we were going to run into here.
Now that Tifa has joined our party, we can go ahead and purchase the fire materia that we can equip to Cloud, giving him all 3 of the magical elements, which is perfect. And we can also equip the restore materia to Tifa, so she can now do some healing. And here's a quick little check on everybody's stats. As you can see, Cloud has some pretty high magic and decent strength to go with it. And then moving on to Tifa, her strength is definitely not the strongest, but that will increase over time, and she has a little bit of magic to support. And then Barret here has got some really decent strength and really decent vitality, so he is slipping into his role quite well. We're about to go blow up the second reactor, but Cloud keeps having these crazy flashbacks. Are you alright, Tofu? Okay, so we got this puzzle here where we all have to press the button at the same time, and I don't mean to flex, but I literally got it on the first try, so what does that say about me? God gamer, I guess. Unfortunately, we were caught by the president of the Shinra company, who is the company responsible for sucking all of the juice out of the planet and destroying it, and they've decided to try and kill us with this giant robot. And there's a lot of giant robots in this game, and this one is called the Airbuster. Luckily, I had Barret's limit break ready on hand, and he gets to use Big Shot while his back is turned, which does huge damage, almost 700, which that's like half of his HP already gone. Whenever he has his back to us, we deal more damage, and we are getting pretty lucky here as he keeps having his back to us. I don't think it seems to work though for magic. It might only be when you attack them, but either way, Bolt is our best bet still, and you can see there 144 damage from Tofu.
Nope.
I mean, Tifa, why'd I say Tofu? That's definitely not her name.
I don't know what was that, guys, and I didn't do that.
But now Tifa has her limit break, and it's probably my favourite in the entire game. As you level up and gain more limit breaks, it adds to her collection. So instead of having to equip only a few limit breaks, she gets to use all of hers at once. And you have like a slot machine. I usually just mash the X button and hope for the best. And you get to unleash a bunch of powerful attacks on the enemy. And it's very, very cool. Very fitting for the monk class as well. It's very similar to Zell's from Final Fantasy VIII. But somehow even more cool. I don't know, I just really like collecting all of her limit breaks and being able to unload them all at once. Especially as her strength stat increases, this becomes a super powerful limit break. And now Cloud has his limit break, so you're getting to see everybody here. Not quite sure why Cloud isn't doing very much damage, even though the back was turned, and Bolt didn't do very much either. Either way, that was a very easy fight, but nice to show off some of our limit breaks, and you get to see where our levels are at. Tifa is obviously still the weakest, but Cloud and Barret are up there at level 9. Oh god, the Airbuster blew up and has left Cloud hanging by a thread. How is he going to get out of this mess? It is up to Barret now to keep Tifa safe, and there is nothing that can be done. And Tifa still has so much she wants to say to Cloud. He can't die here, but unfortunately the reactor blows up and Cloud falls to his death, ending the game. Thank you guys so much for watching. My name's been Jamsack. This has been my Final Fantasy VII Challenge Run video. See you guys next time. Just kidding. We do actually land at the bottom of this hole and hear a very mysterious voice calling out to us.
Hello, hello, hello. 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 Hi.
Unfortunately, it is not RuPaul at the bottom of this hole. It is none other than this random ass flower girl, and she opts to join our party as she is under attack from Shinra. So we go ahead and give her the restore and all materia, and the only way we can escape is by jumping over this platform here. And Cloud does it with ease, but now it is Aerith's turn. But instead of jumping, she decides to do a lovely little pencil roll down the hill, which is not very helpful at all. Steve! Cloud, help me! Don't you worry, Steve, I've got this! Oh. This game's funny. This game is very, very funny and silly at times, and I do very much appreciate it. But here's Steve in battle, and Steve is one of our weaker characters. Of course, she is our white mage, so it makes sense that she wouldn't be very strong, but luckily the enemies here are not too tough, and we can just whack them with our big old stick. And now that we have got Steve back in our party, we can jump out of the church and transform ourselves into giants. Yes, look at that. Look at the size of us here. The perspective in this game is kind of ridiculous sometimes, but they're using pre-rendered backgrounds. They're just like paintings that they've digitally put characters onto. So yeah, it just adds to the vibe for me. Some people may find it distracting and it's very of its time, but I think it's very, very charming. So now it's time to escort Steve back home, but unfortunately this guy had been done R-sick, but now he just is sick. So that's okay. I guess he was R-sick, but now he just is sick, and that's fine. We can deal with that. That's fine. Okay, it's fine. It's great. We make sure to pick up the cover materia, so now Barret can actually be a defender before dropping Steve back in her home. Is Sector 7 far from here? I want to go to Tofu's bar. I mean, that does sound delicious. I would also like to go to a tofu bar, to be honest. Is tofu a girl? Obviously not, Steve. It's a delicious meat replacement made of soy. You big dum-dum? Well, I don't know. Getting help from a girl? I mean, geez, Cloud, did you not see her beat up those guys with her stick? Sexist much? I know it's 1997, but come on. Okay, now we've got a very iconic monster in this game. It's the Hellbomber house thing, and Midgar is crazy, and the enemy designs in this game are absolutely insane. The most wild in the whole series. You've got a really weird hybrid of like machines and animals and technology, and it's definitely unique. I don't know any other game like it. And I'm going to talk more about Midgar later, as I think it's just a very, very iconic city. It took this sort of post-apocalyptic, you know, steampunk-esque city and twists that motif into something very unique, and this place just feels so drab, so dark and gloomy and scary, but also very vibrant and alive at the same time, and it's very, very special. I have a lot of great feelings about Midgar. It just brings me back so many happy memories, and this Hellbomber character enemy thing is kind of a perfect example of just the twisted reality that this game creates, and we do manage to kill it. It's very powerful, but we get the job done fairly easily. So we finally reach the stage in the game where Cloud has to dress up in drag to get into this sleazy mansion and save Tifa. And now I think it is the perfect time to talk about why this game is so important and why it was so revolutionary at the time. I think I've come to the conclusion that this game feels like a love letter towards alternative culture. Every single character feels like they fit on the fringes of society, and instead of our heroes being noble knights that have come from, you know, glory and are there to save their country, we have these group of misfits. Alternative cultures and people that go against the regular binaries of living is referenced throughout this entire game. You've got Cloud dressing up here in drag. You've also got someone like Vincent who feels very goth or emo aesthetic. You've got somebody like Barret who actually has a disability as he is missing an arm, and because this world is so corrupt and scary, he has decided to have a gun installed instead. You've got Red 13 who is obviously a furry. It's definitely just a guy dressed up in a fursuit, we all know it. And then Cait as well could also be considered furry. So doing a lot for the drag, furry and disability community, I suppose, is where I'm going with this. I don't know. Tifa has definitely had some enhancements done, let's just say that. And even Aerith, somebody who is supposed to be the classic white mage, she is dressed a little bit more edgy, you know? She's got some cool, crazy hair, and she doesn't look as soft and delicate as the other white mages. And I think that's why this game is just so impactful, is because every character in this game feels a little bit strange. And by strange, I don't mean like a bad way, I mean more so they're just not regular folk. Midgar itself is a massive representation of that. Everybody you meet in Midgar is kind of sleazy, drunk or on drugs, or is just like a bit grimy and gross. There is a lot of references to sex, as well as sex work and homosexuality. So I feel like this game just really dared to go outside of the box and talk about issues and reference things that aren't typically referenced in popular culture. And that's why I think this game is so successful and so appealing even to this day. So while Cloud spies on this old couple who have accidentally rented a room out in a brothel, I'm going to ask you guys to please like, comment and subscribe. It really helps the algorithm and incentivizes me to keep going on this journey. I really love making these series and I want to make sure they are bigger and better every time I make them, so all the love that you guys can give me would be very, very much appreciated. And if you can afford it, you can also leave a tip on YouTube using the thanks button. And if you are really, really, really enjoying my content, then you can actually become a member, where you can gain access to exclusive behind the scenes content, early access to my videos, as well as priority replies to all comments, and a shout out at the end of every video. Now all the boring YouTube stuff is out the way, and this old couple has discovered where they are, maybe? Let's continue on with the run. Cloud is really getting into character before he gets in drag and decides to relieve this guy of his pressure, and this game basically suggests that Cloud passes out and then has intercourse with this large gentleman, which is kind of creepy actually, and Cloud's reaction to this happening while he's passed out is just a little shrug. Oh, no. And he just continues the journey. So let's get out of this place. Honestly, this section of the game is very bizarre. Okay, the time has come. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, put your hands together for the one, the only Miss Cloud. Wow, isn't she beautiful?
Hi, ladies.
Do you trust me? Yes, thanks, Miss Steve. Now that we have both Steve and Tifa in our party, it's time to fiddle around with their equipment and give them all the materia that they deserve, so everybody is fitting into their roles quite nicely. You can see Tifa's strength is getting a bit better, and you can also see that although Steve is a lot lower level than the other two characters, her magic stat is still very high. But now the time has come for Don Corneo to pick his bride-to-be, and oh god, the suspense is killing me. Who's it gonna be? Will he go for Steve, Tifa, or the ever-beautiful Miss Cloud? And of course, there is no competition, because Miss Cloud is the most stunning queen to have ever existed in all of Midgar, so of course he chooses her, which is fabulous. If you go around the back of Don Corneo's bed, you can pick up a hyper, which I guess is supposed to be like Viagra. It's very, very funny. Like, this game has a very subtle sense of humor to it, and I do find it quite hilarious. It's equal parts creepy, epic, and funny, all at the same time, and it's just a very unique experience, let's just say that. But now it's time for the big reveal.
Pause for the big reveal.
I'm a man.
Now that the jig is up, it's time to squeeze some information out of Corneo, and we do so by threatening to chop off his, or even rip it off. And yeah, this is a very strange game. I can't tell if he's into this or not. Either way, he does give up some information and reveals that Shinra is actually planning to ambush Avalanche and destroy their base and everybody who lives in that sector of the slums. So we need to get back to Barret and warn everybody. But unfortunately, Corneo traps us and sends us all the way down into the sewers. And just when we think the worst is over, we start to hear this very strange noise, and it turns out that we are about to be ambushed by a big scary dude named Apps. And Apps is one of the tougher enemies in the early portions of the game. He has 1800 HP, which is a sizable amount compared to the other bosses we fought thus far. And he also has this attack here, Tsunami, which I thought did more damage than it does, but it barely does anything to us, and we have Healing Wind from Steve to get our HP back up, and also Tsunami attacks Apps himself, so that was the big attack that I was scared of, and now that it's happened I'm like, okay, I'm not scared at all. You can see there Tifa is barely doing any damage to Apps. 39 was pretty weak, but she will get very strong soon, I promise. She just starts off with very low HP, but we give her a massive boost throughout the game to make sure that she feels much more like a monk does. But Cloud is definitely the MVP at the moment. He's got a super high MP stat, very high magic, high strength. He just does everything, you know? It's a shame that our girls are just not, you know, very strong at the moment. Steve in particular is very weak, but Steve's role is simply to heal us, so we don't need her to be too strong, and Tifa needs a lot of work to get to where we want her, but once she gets there, she will become a very, very powerful lady indeed, and I can't wait for you guys to see it because her growth is incredible for this great game. I will say that. Fire seems to be the most damaging spell at the moment, so we are just spamming that with Cloud, and it's a shame we don't have Elemental yet so that we could attach it to our weapon. And then Tsunami comes out from the other side this time, and that deals more damage to us. But luckily we are just whacking out these limit breaks like it is nobody's business and dealing tons of damage. Braver, you can see there, is barely doing as much damage as Fire does, which is kind of crazy. And we actually happen to get a yeah on Beat Rush, which is really good, and it does about 100 damage, which, you know, it's not bad. It's all extra damage to this guy's massive HP pool, and we do get him down without much trouble at all, and that was a pretty cool fight. You got to see everybody's limit break, which is nice. And Steve here is on a very awkward amount of experience there. He had 1 point left, so luckily we get him over that barrier into the next level, and I'm thinking, oh, maybe we can get him to level up twice, and no, we're actually 2 points off, which is fine. We then pick up the Steel Materia, which again we cannot equip yet until we have Yuffie, so it is just sat in our inventory until we get her. Now here we are in the train graveyard, and I just wanted to show you what a random battle looks like. We're all feeling pretty darn strong, and it's mostly due to Cloud's magic abilities. Fire is just dealing a ton of damage. I believe these ghosts are weak against it. So I'm using Cloud to get rid of the ghost with fire, and then the girls are simply there to attack this flying dude. And then Cure coming out from Steve, you can see, is doing a good amount of healing damage. There is no threat of us dying, let's just say that. And yeah, that is what a typical fight looks like. We're rather strong at the moment and feeling pretty good about our adventure. We finally made it back to save Barret and his gang, and he's so happy to see us, and now we can finally equip him with the cover materia. So Barret has finally fit into his defender role and can start defending us in battle, which is perfect. And looking at his stats here, he's easily the strongest physical damaging dealing character we have, and also has a super high vitality stat, which is incredible. He's definitely already in his role very quickly. So now it is time to defeat Reno, and this is not a particularly hard fight. He only has 1000 HP, which compared to Apps with its 1800 should be a cakewalk, right? He does this pyramid attack, which traps one of your party members, stopping them from performing any moves. But luckily all you need to do is punch the pyramid until it breaks, and you can start attacking again. So it's really not that big of an issue. I imagine if it's your first time playing this game, the pyramid might have got you stumped and you'd be like, oh my god, now my characters are useless, what do I do? And I guess this is the game's way of showing you that actually you can attack your own party members, and that might be useful in certain battles. So I feel like the Midgar stage of this game is all about preparing you for the rest of the game and slowly introducing mechanics without actually explicitly telling you what to do. And it just feels like second nature to me. It just feels obvious that you would attack the pyramid, but maybe it wasn't obvious the first time you would play this game. So I don't know, this game is very cool. It does a lot with the very limited hardware that it was made on, and I just think that it's incredible. I've been singing this game's praises the entire time. I'm just shocked at how fun it was, because I remember liking this game as a kid, but I didn't realize it was this good, and I keep going back to when it was made and just how impactful it was. I will say, as much as I love Final Fantasy X, it is definitely my favorite just because of the how much it means to me and how much I used to play it as a kid. But if I am being objective, I will probably say that Final Fantasy VII is the best Final Fantasy game. There's a reason it is so popular, and it's just the characters and the story are so compelling. The battle system is easy enough but still has some complexity to it. The limit break system is awesome. The world that is created is phenomenal. It really stood the test of time and kind of blurred the lines between like cinema and video game, and just did a lot for video games as a whole. And it's just a very important piece of history, so I'm glad I get to play it again for you guys here. That was the fight with Reno. Sorry I didn't talk about it too much, but like, what did you want to know? You know, we attacked him until he died, and now we can move on with the story. Barret's telling me to shut my hole, but I know he's just playing hard to get. My hole will always be open for you, Barret, don't you worry.
Disgusting!
So Steve has been captured by Shinra and is being transported to their headquarters, so the only option we have now is to straddle our boyfriend and fly away as the pillar behind us explodes, destroying Sector 7 and everybody in it. What follows is a very emotional scene where Barret realizes that everybody in his team is now dead, including his daughter Marlene. Or so he thinks. Turns out Steve has actually saved Marlene and taken her back to her parents' house, but even still, this is a very big moment where we get to see the repercussions of Barret's actions. Everything he has worked towards, everything he knows and loves has now been destroyed because of Shinra. It's a way of establishing power in this game. We now know that Shinra are not going to go down lightly. They are something to be feared, and this is not going to be an easy job to save the planet. For most people, this would be a sign to just stop and throw in the towel, as it is clear that we are dealing with too big an enemy, but for Barret this only pushes him to go further in his journey and avenge the deaths of his friends. And I really love Barret's character. He's a very strong character who stands up for what he believes in and fights for the cause no matter what. We also pick up the sense materia here, which is kind of useless, but hey, it's cool we got it. And we can immediately equip that to Tifa since she is in our party, and she's now starting to get a bit more monkish, which is lovely. So I guess it's time to break the bad news to Steve's mother about Steve being captured by Shinra, and we learn here that Steve's mother is not actually her real mother, and the reason Shinra are so interested in Steve and keep following her around and capturing her is because she happens to be the last of a race of people known as the Ancients that hold the secrets to the Promised Land, something that is a big secret amongst humans that we cannot yet understand. So she holds a lot of knowledge and power, and Shinra want to obviously control and harness that, hence why she is such an important character in this world. Okay, that was a lot of story stuff, so let's get on with some gameplay here. Apologies this episode is so long. I want to make sure we get out of Midgar by the end of this episode, so that is why the long runtime, and I don't want to skip over too much. I want to make sure I'm showing you enough story stuff, making it a little bit entertaining, and also showing you some strategy and gameplay stuff, because that's what you're here for, right? You're here to see how these characters develop and grow. This is one of the tougher fights in this area, mainly because there are just a lot of enemies on screen, and we don't have a character that can equip the all materia yet. Usually you would just equip fire to an all materia and burn all these enemies at once, but we can't do that, so we have to defeat them all individually, and they don't die in one hit either, so it's a little bit challenging, but hey, that makes it a bit more fun. As you can see there, Barret is doing his job in protecting people. He can also sit in the back row, which means he takes less damage in general, so he is just like the perfect tank character really. There is nobody who does it quite like Barret. Really nice little fight there, showing off some of our power and how everybody is fitting into our roles. And we've also gained Cross Slash, which is Cloud's second limit break, which is awesome. Now, I'm aware that we're about to get Red in our party, so I need to buy the necessary materia for him, but we need to buy quite a lot, and Gil is becoming an issue. Usually in this game, you would just buy one of each materia, or maybe 3, and you can just swap it out as you swap your party out. But in this version of the game, each character is keeping the materia that they have, we're not swapping them out. So I want to make sure Red has his own set of magic materia and doesn't have to borrow from anybody else. We need to sneak into the Shinra building, but how do we do this discreetly without drawing attention to ourselves? Well, that went well, I think. You can actually choose to climb the stairs and avoid all of this, but it's way more fun to just burst through the front doors, and you also get some special items and puzzles and fun things like that, so it's much better to just break in than it is to take the boring route and climb these stairs. So that's what we're doing. We're just going straight head first into the middle of the action and making a statement, ready to come and save Steve. Our first challenge is to tackle this mini game where we have to cross these guards. Every time they are walking, we can run to the next station and avoid being captured. And this seems simple enough, but you have to do this for every single character. And turns out I'm really bad at this mini game. This game has a lot of mini games and they're all pretty fun, to be honest. Even this, as bad as I was at it, I'm not mad at it because it is quite fun. As you can see here on my first attempt, I do get caught, and you have this pretty difficult fight where you are fought from both sides, and it's rather challenging, and as soon as you finish that fight, you're escorted back to this door and you get to try again. And as you can see here on my second attempt, I get caught. So third attempt now, feeling pretty good, and nope, we get caught. But finally on my fourth attempt, we make it through the minigame. I'm terrible at that. But I'm not terrible at this minigame. You have to work out this password by finding the book that doesn't belong in the library, and the internet won't actually tell you the answer because it's different for every game. But hey, I get mine on the first try, which is awesome, and also means that we receive the elemental materia. So it was very, very vital that I got this right, as there are only 3 elemental materia throughout the whole game, and this is one of them. And now we can equip it to Cloud, and he can start doing the Mystic Knight things.
What the f is that? I know I ain't crazy.
Here we go again with the creepy stuff. Now this game is really starting to ramp up on the horror aspect, and this really terrified me as a kid. Seeing this alien body with no head was like, what the hell is that? But we now receive the poison materia, which of course none of us can equip yet until we have Cait Sith. So now it's time to save Steve! Steve. Oh, is that her name? Yeah, her name's Steve, and what, you never met a girl called Steve before? We managed to release Red and Steve from their prison, and I'm entrusting my boyfriend to look after Steve while we defeat Hojo, so now it is time to finally use our Red Mage. But of course, we cannot equip him with the materia just yet, so this battle he does have the sense materia, which he's not allowed to use, but after that we will be equipping him with the appropriate materia. Hojo isn't too difficult, or I guess it's not Hojo, it's like his weird specimen that has come to kill us. And it's not too difficult a fight, it only has 1000 HP, but it is made a little bit more difficult with the fact that it can poison us, and also that it has these little minions, and you could waste your time trying to kill all the minions, but they will just respawn again, as I soon find out. This guy is also weak to poison, which is why it gave us the poison materia beforehand. But of course we cannot use it yet because we don't have Cait Sith. And yeah, you can see there, Red already comes equipped with fire and all materia, which is the first time we've been able to use all this run, which is really nice. Great to use that on all of the enemies, but it is kind of useless because the little dude just gets respawned again. So pretend they're not even there, the little dudes don't exist, we just need to focus all of our damage on Mr. Man in the back. And we're using fire from both Cloud and Red to get the job done. And then Tifa is just there to heal us up and punch them whenever she needs to. And luckily Cloud, I think he has the star pendant on, so he cannot be poisoned at the moment, which is great. I tried to give all of the accessories that increase our stats to our other characters and give Cloud the more status protection accessories. Since he's in our party the whole time, I want to make sure that the properly strength focused and magic focused characters are getting the accessories that boost their strength and magic. And since Cloud is always going to be a few levels above everyone else because we can't switch him out, I don't want to bombard him with added stats that he doesn't really need because he's already strong enough, you know, let's be real. This fight is one of the more challenging ones, simply just due to how many there are on screen. I could have used some antidotes to get rid of the poison, but I didn't think it was necessary. I knew I could survive, and it just wastes a turn. So yeah, eventually the specimen does go down, and we get some lovely EXP points, and we now have Red in our party. And Red is a very cool character, one of my favorites. He's just super cute. Oh, and we also learned Somersault, which is great. We now have a level 2 limit break for Tifa. Now it's time to sort out Red's materia, and we've got a lot we need to give him. He needs to get Restore, Lightning, Ice, Fire, and all. And luckily we just about have enough materia slots to give him everything that he needs, and he can now start becoming our Red Mage. And as you can see, he definitely has the highest magic of anyone. 34 is absolutely insane at this point, but it has of course come at a cost of reducing his HP and strength, so he can't do very good in the physical department, but that's okay. He's mainly just going to be dealing magic damage, and he's even surpassed Cloud, which is awesome. We then pick up what I think is the best materia in the game, the enemy skill materia, but we have to wait till we have Cait Sith till we can use that. And then we get caught by the Turks and thrown into a jail cell where we have a mini freakout while Barret and Red are having a deep and meaningful chat about the planet and why they fight and who they are, and Cloud is just sat there going, let me out. Genova's body has been removed from the Shinra headquarters, and all that remains is a trail of blood that coats the entire building. We have been freed from our prison, but we cannot celebrate yet, as there is clearly something very spooky happening. Everybody around us appears to be dead, including the president of Shinra himself, and all that is left on his corpse is a giant sword sticking out of his back, which belongs to none other than... At this point, we know very little of who Sephiroth is, other than that he used to be a first-class soldier. As if we didn't have enough problems with Shinra, we now have an even bigger enemy on our hands. And I hope you guys are ready for what is potentially the most iconic villain in all of video game history. And they've set it up perfectly in this game. It's very, very clear that this guy is a huge threat.
I'm scared.
There's a new president now of Shinra, and we gotta introduce ourselves. We got Claude, the ex-soldier, first class. Bart from Avalanche. We also got Tofu, who is me too.
Me too!
Steve, the flower girl, and none other than Green, our research specimen. What a crew indeed, that is correct. So our party splits up into two, and we have this fight here with Steve, Bart and Green.
Because if it ain't green, I'm not interested, okay?
Against this machine in an elevator. And what's cool about this fight is that we cannot use any close range attacks, simply because our enemy is of course on the other side of the elevator shaft. So again, it is introducing us to another new mechanic. Every single boss battle we've had thus far has added some different sort of element to it that makes it a little bit more challenging than the regular fights, other than just having a higher HP pool than the regular fights. You know what I mean? There's something that differentiates it and forces you to use the game mechanics in a different way. So luckily Bart can do long range damage with his Gatling gun, which is always very handy. Red cannot do physical attacks, but luckily he is a mage anyway and his magic power is super duper strong. Steve on the other hand cannot do much of anything, so I'm just defending with her until I need to heal. And I'm finally addressing that I've given everybody ridiculous names. I did it with Steve, but I was pretending that Tifa, Cloud and Barret were still called Tifa, Cloud and Barret, but they're not. It's Tofu, Claude and Bart, and now Green is here too. And I kind of just gave everyone the first sort of name that came to mind. I didn't really think too hard about it, but I like doing that. It now makes this journey feel a bit more personal, you know? We've got to put our own little stamp on it, and we get to develop the characters how we want to in our run, right? Because we've given them new personalities with this name. Because that's how that works. Anyway, this fight actually is kind of tough. It's got a lot of HP, 1600 is very large, and it doesn't stop there because there is another boss battle immediately after this. So I always remember this fight. It's one of the cooler ones at the beginning of the game, and we are nearing the end of the Midgar section, which means we're nearing the end of this video. But the Midgar section is very, very monumental in this game. And I love as soon as you leave Midgar, the game just like opens up and becomes an entirely new game. Very, very cool, and probably one of the best introductions in a Final Fantasy game that I can think of, in terms of just like the world that is created, how big the city feels, and then how you then start to realize that the world you're in is even bigger than this big city you're in. It's tremendous work. We have now destroyed the first of the crazy robots, and we're like, okay, cool, sweet, we did that. But nope, here comes flying robot number 2. How long is this elevator? It feels like the background isn't moving at all, but we are, so either it's really slow or this building just goes on forever, who knows. It's also really weird that they are just like off kilter. You'd think if they're both going the same speeds, they would both be at the same level, but like why do they keep going up and down all the time? Who cares? I'm looking way too much into this, like it really does not matter. You just saw Green's limit break, Sled Fang. It's okay, Green doesn't get the best limit breaks, and neither does Bart either, to be honest. There is one that Green has where he can recover his MP, which comes in very handy later on. But for now, Sledhammer is a bit meh, you know? Same with Big Shot from Bart. And Mind Blow is also kind of useless. There's a few fights where Mind Blow comes in handy, but aside from that, it's just like, why would you waste your limit break just destroying the enemy's MP when there's so much more you can do, you know? But yeah, this guy is definitely a bit easier than the other guy. Well, I say that. He can cause these horrible status effects, but luckily Bart should have heal, I believe. Actually no, I don't think we have heal yet. So I removed the sleep just by attacking him, and I could use an antidote, but again, it doesn't really feel like poison does all that much damage, so I'm not too bothered. And at least Steve now has something to do. She can just constantly hit Bart whenever he falls asleep. And yeah, I take back what I said. This is probably harder than the first battle just due to the status ailments he can inflict on us. But luckily Steve now has her limit break, Bart has his limit break. They charge up very quickly at this early portion of the game because we are still quite low leveled and things do a lot more damage to us. But I feel like later on in the game it becomes much more difficult to build up your limit breaks, which is probably a good thing. It means you can't spam them as much. In these early portions you get to spam away, which is always very, very fun. I do appreciate that because some of the more fun parts of the game is just watching the big flashy limit breaks happen. There's some very, very cool ones, I will say that. And yeah, that is the spinny whirly helicopter boy down, and we're finally getting towards the end of this section. We then catch up with Claude, who has destroyed Rufus. I say destroy, he just had a little battle with him and he flies away on his helicopter. Didn't want to show you all of that fight, nothing much really happens and we gotta get through to the end here. Oh yeah, the gang is back together and it's time to escape the Shinra building. But how are we gonna do that? On none other than Claude's big ass motorbike. Where did he get this motorbike from? I don't know. Why is there a car there? Also don't know. But is it really cool and epic and awesome and one of the most bestest cutscenes you may have ever seen in your entire life with the worst graphics in the world, but it's still pretty iconic? Yes, god damn it, yes it is. And I love this. What a hype scene this is. Everybody looks so cool. And what follows is a really cool mini game actually, where you're on a motorbike and you have to remove the Shinra soldiers by attacking them with your sword. We get a chance to swap our party around, and I'm going with Red, Bart and Claude, as these seem to be the most powerful. Tifa isn't ready yet, Steve is fine, but Red just does what Steve does as well as having black magic. And also Bart can defend us and has really high vitality, so will come in super handy. But yeah, here's the minigame. It's pretty difficult, but it's quite cool. If you get hit too much, then when you're in the next boss battle, you will lose the amount of HP that you lost in this minigame, if that makes sense. I suck at it, but we managed to not lose that much HP, which is pretty good. And now it's time for the final boss of this episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. I know this has been a really long one, but we are nearly at the finish line. And this boss has 2600 HP, so it really is a cut above the rest of the enemies that we've fought thus far. And I know that it always starts with a back attack, so I came prepared. I put Bart in the front row and then Green and Claude in the back row, so that when they're back attacked, they get swapped around and they're in their normal positions again. Pretty clever, right? If you were playing this game blind, you wouldn't know that, but I know all the secrets of this game. I am no stranger to this game. I know all the ins and the outs, and I'm also using a walkthrough, which is telling me a lot of handy information, but I don't rely on it too much. It's just to point me in the right direction and make sure that I don't miss any items, because I would hate to miss something important like a summon that we can no longer use, or any piece of material that could be key to developing our characters. So yeah, I do actually look at a walkthrough through most of this, and it just gives me a nice insight on what to expect. This guy's pretty tough. He's got this twin burner attack which you are seeing on screen, and it does a decent chunk of damage to all of us, but I do believe Green has Cure All, which is very nice, or Restore and All materia equipped, which is very good. And like most machines in this game, they are weak to Bolt. So you can see there, Bart's normal attacks are doing around 50 damage, whereas Bolt from Claude and Green are doing over 200. So it's a no-brainer really. We do have Elemental attached to Claude's weapon with Bolt, but it seems like Bolt itself is just doing enough damage as it is, so no point in attacking. Let's just keep on spamming Bolt until he goes down. I do feel like the elemental materia is much better equipped on your armor pieces, mainly because if you are doing physical magic damage to something, you might as well just cast the spell unless you've run out of MP, which very rarely happens for Claude because the only magic spells he has are these black magic spells. He doesn't have any healing, but I guess once we get summons, it will come in more handy to have the elementals attached to our weapons. But yeah, I didn't really talk too much about this fight because we won fairly easily. We didn't even need any limit breaks or anything like that. And yeah, that is the Midgar section, everyone. As the sun sets over the horizon, Claude, Bart, Tofu, Steve and Green ponder the adventure they're about to have as they ask themselves, what is Sephiroth's true intentions? What is to become of Shinra? And who is Steve and her ancestors? Will we ever find out the secrets of the Promised Land? And will Jamsack hurry up and read out his members so we can get this video done with? And welcome back to the second part in this series where I see if I can beat Final Fantasy VII using a class system. On the last episode we had just narrowly escaped Midgar with our lives intact, and we are ready to explore the open world of Final Fantasy VII and truly get this adventure going. So, time to pick our party, and I've gone with Bart, Green and Cloud, as these three seem to be the strongest at the moment, and you can see that by their stats. Cloud obviously we have to use all the time, and he's got great strength, great magic, really important character, and then Bart just has super high vitality. I also want to level up his cover materia so he can defend our teammates more often, and I'm also in love with him, so obviously I want to use him as much as possible. And then we have Green here, who has the highest magic stat and can deal AoE magic damage, which is very important. But do not fear, we will still be using Tofu and Steve whenever we see possible. I just want to start off with these guys because I'm enjoying using them, and Red is new. Nope. Who's Red? Not Red, Green. Green is new. So I want to test out what he can do, and Bart is my boyfriend, you know. I'm madly in love with him, and I feel like the more he protects me, the more fond he grows towards me. So you can see there he just like jumped in front of the way, and he didn't do that for Green, so he clearly has some sort of fondness towards Claude. And I think that's very sweet. Oh yeah, we had a guard source stolen, and I was like, not today. You are not taking any of my items, Mr. Bandit.
Not on my watch. Not on my watch.
Yeah, I think I've got the all materia on Cure instead for Green at the moment, but when we have two all materias for Green, we can put one on black magic and one on white magic and just feel a lot more powerful. So yeah, there is a little battle to just show you where we're at, as it's been a while. And here we are in Calm. It's time to buy the all important Earth materia, which we can only equip to Green at the moment, but that's very handy. And also Heal, which we can use for Bart and Steve. And I thought about buying two, but I was like, Steve is eventually not going to be with us because of reasons. There's some reasons why Steve might not be with us, so I'm not going to bother buying two because eventually Steve won't be able to use their magic anymore. Anyway, after buying some all-important weapons and armor, it's time to learn a little bit more about Sephiroth. And it turns out Claude used to be a soldier with Sephiroth, and the two of them were even friends, or teacher and student, one might say. And we've got some very iconic scenes to come in this next section, and this is where the game truly begins for me. And this is also where Final Fantasy VII Rebirth begins, which is quite funny because this game has just come out from the recording of this video. And I'm going to use this time to talk about it a bit because I haven't played it, but I have been watching gameplay footage of it, and it's very, very entertaining. But I will say, I feel like the magic of this scene is kind of lost in the remake. And I'm going to explain why. I know this is going a little bit off tangent, but I need somewhere to talk about it, and I feel like this is the best place. When looking at the Nibelheim incident in the original game, you cannot really see the characters' emotions due to the blocky graphics, and you cannot hear their voices due to the limitations of the PS1 and having to have text boxes. This means that the player has to form their own interpretation of how these characters would feel and speak and react to everything that's happening on screen. And when we get to the actual incident in a second, I will go over why I feel like Rebirth kind of failed, and it's mostly due to the characterization of Sephiroth, but we will get there. Before we do that, here is a little fight against a dragon, and this is a perfect example of, once again, the game showing us how powerful Sephiroth is and why we should be afraid of him. And so far, all that we have seen of Sephiroth is that he murdered the president of Shinra and killed a lot of people in the Shinra building, hence all the blood and the craziness, and now we're seeing him one-hit kill this crazy dragon that Cloud can barely even scratch. So, the story goes that Claude and Sephiroth were put on a mission to climb this mountain and figure out what was going wrong with this Mako reactor that was hidden deep in Mount Nibel. And I love these little cutscenes. There's something about this era of games in the PS1 era where everything was just so dark and gloomy, and it reminds me a lot of a game I used to play called Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey, which was also on the PS1, and it uses the same dark blue and green and grey tones that was just so vindictive representative of the time. Is that the right word? I don't know, I've said it now. But it was just very reminiscent of the time. Let's say that instead. And it's also, again, very steampunk, very post-apocalyptic-esque. And again, I do feel like that's something that's missing in the remake. When we go to Mount Nibble at the beginning of the game, it just doesn't have that same effect, you know? The mountains aren't jutting out in weird, crazy ways. The sky isn't as dark and menacing. And I understand that it's supposed to be like a rebirth. It's supposed to be a retelling of the story that is different and modern. But I just feel like they could have kept some of the same grittiness that the original had. And I don't know. I've not played it. I've just been watching footage. But like what I have seen thus far, as incredible as it looks and how exciting it is just missing what makes this game what it is. And I think it's the horror element that is really missing. But I'm getting way ahead of myself. Let's stick to the PS1 version. So Claude and Sephiroth are in the reactor, and then suddenly Sephiroth starts going crazy and slashing everything and is like, was I created this way too? And he's having a bit of a hissy fit because he's learning that he is not human and believes he is now a monster, and it's like, whoa! So then he decides to burn down the town of Nibelheim, and this is Claude's hometown, and he's like, oh my god, scary, scary, don't know what's going on here, don't like it. And then there's fire, and you get this moment. Look at this. This is crazy. There's fire everywhere. Sephiroth's like, bro, you cannot touch me, I am the baddest of baddies. And then he walks into the fire without even getting burned, and it's like, damn, this guy's scary. So he heads back to the reactor in the mountains again for reasons of wanting to take Jenova, who is Sephiroth's mother. I'm not explaining this well, I know, I'm just trying to get through it. But yeah, Tifa's dad dies because Sephiroth kills him, and then Tofu's all like, oh no, Sephiroth, I'm gonna hurt you. And Sephiroth's like, no, you're literally a child who's dressed as a cowgirl, so I'm gonna slice you in half and you're gonna fall down the stairs and somehow not die from this. But that's okay. Claude is here and is like, OMG, can't believe you just did that, that's crazy. And then Claude's like, Sephiroth, you are too crazy, you've been too naughty, and I don't like you. And then we get this iconic moment. Oh god, I love this. This is where I'm going to talk about how the remake failed. Sephiroth is a very monotone character, right? We get that, like the rebirth does that, but I feel like there's a shift in his personality here where he goes from being super monotone to going absolutely batshit mental, and I don't feel like they got the batshit mental element correct. He still is very monotone even when he's going crazy, and there's not really a big build up to see his personality change. I wanted to see him go from calm and collected to absolutely off the walls, and I feel like this cutscene does that, you know? We see his facial expressions going quite demented and twisted, and there's a real sense that something has changed and snapped in him, and I feel like the rebirth just didn't quite capture that, or at least how I had interpreted it. And that is just the unfortunate thing of my interpretation of this game being quite different to what the game developer's interpretation of the game is. And I also feel like Final Fantasy has always been known to create really iconic and memorable scenes that sort of push the limitations of the hardware that they are on, and I think they've lost that. Watching Rebirth, it just feels worse than most other AAA titles in terms of graphic and storytelling, and it's just all the things that Final Fantasy was known for and groundbreaking for no longer exists, so everything just feels kind of empty and a little bit sad in my opinion. I don't know, I recognise of course that this is all coming from a place of nostalgia. When something takes something that's precious to you and morphs it into something new, you're automatically going to be on edge about it and feel a little bit disheartened by it, and it's never going to be perfect. It's never going to speak to exactly what you want it to be, and I accept that, but I'm still going to express my opinions and thoughts about it. And I'm very curious. I want to hear what everybody else has to say about this. So please in the comments, if you've played Rebirth, if you've watched the Nibelheim incident on YouTube or whatever, please, please, please let me know what you guys think about it in the comments below. I want to know if I'm alone in these thoughts, and let's keep it cute though. Let's not argue, let's not fight, let's not tell each other that we're wrong. We're all entitled to feel the way we want to feel, and I just want to hear from you guys, so let me know. Apologies for the tangent, it is over now. Let's get back to the video. We've learned all this terrible, horrible, dark stuff, so let's just sit back and watch these lovely chocobos do a little dance for us so we can get back into the silly mood again. Yay, look at that. Oh my god, it's shaking its little booty. Go on, chocobo, woo! Oh, yeah. Oh, and it can kick as well. Well done. Yay, I'm so happy. We've received the Choco Monk materia, which we actually can't equip yet, as that belongs to Yuffie, and we do not have her yet. But it's good to have it, and then we go ahead and buy the Chocobo lore materia. Except we actually can't, because we've run out of Gil, and Gil is just a massive problem at the moment because we are using every single character. It means we have to buy equipment for every single character and materia for every single character, as we don't swap their materia around. And that's quite frustrating, and it does actually balance itself out towards the end of the game. It's just at these beginning portions that Gil is a massive problem. But don't worry, it isn't a problem for too long, so we just beat up these birds and somersault kick them in the face and steal all of their money until we have enough to buy the Chocobo lore materia. And this doesn't take too long. We only needed 2,000 Gil, and we get that fairly easily and equip the materia onto Clod. And now we are ready to capture our first and only ever Chocobo in this run, because riding Chocobos is kind of pointless, but it's a cool little gimmick. And here we have this battle against this little Cid and this Chocobo, and I'm like, yo, little Cid, I'm gonna feed your brother to this Chocobo, and you're gonna watch it, and you're gonna watch him eat it, and then you're gonna be scared. But yeah, while the bird is walking, we're gonna kill the other bird, because we don't want to ride that one, we want to ride the cute one. And then we kill the little Cid while the Chocobo is eating the other Cid. And then that's it, we've caught our Chocobo, and we can finally get past the Midgarzolum, I believe it's called, this giant snake. And Bart finally learns his level 2 Limit Break Mind Blow, which is incredible. We're getting stronger, and here we are on our little Chocobo friend, and the snake is very quick, and we just about escape him without too much of a problem, and we can finally head into the cave. But then, what's that? Oh my gosh. Once again, we just had a very silly segment of capturing Chocobos and being all cute and funny, and then bam, this game hits you again with don't forget that Sephiroth is a scary ass. The game is just constantly flip-flopping between these two vibes, but we're in the cave now and we pick up the long-range materia, which we cannot equip yet because we don't have Cid. And now we need to run around the forest several times in order to gain our next party member, and there's like a 10% chance that she appears, and I thought it would take a relatively quick amount of time, and it didn't. It took forever, but eventually we do get Yuffie to appear, and we have to beat her in battle. So Clod slices her in half, and we all cheer as we have defeated this poor young girl who is lost in the forest. And now it's time for everybody to meet Goofy. Yes, this is Goofy, not to be confused with Donald or anyone else of that franchise, but Goofy is a goofy ass queen, and she will be our thief/ninja, so we are just giving her the appropriate material such as Chocomog, Steel and Throw. And then you can see her stats here. She's fairly weak, but she has a good weapon on her. She has some pretty good damage and magic, and also has some high dexterity. So yeah, we're going to use her for a little bit and get used to her playstyle, and having her in the party is very handy simply because she has the steal technique, and the only reason we ever really throw her in our party is so that we can steal stuff. Here you can see we have this battle against these flying dudes. I fought a lot of these in the forest while trying to unlock Goofy, so I'm accustomed to them. They're pretty powerful, they do some good damage, but they also have a very powerful weapon that we can use for Goofy, so I'm making sure to steal one. I'm going to kill every single one of them bar one to make sure that we get the item, and you can see the damage there racks up very quickly, especially when there's 3 of them. But you also get a chance here to see cross slash in action, very powerful limit break, which also paralyzes the enemy. And I'm not sure what the statistics are for steal, but I feel like every time we steal in this game, it fails quite a lot. So yeah, after we have defeated all of them, I'm making sure to keep one alive so that we can steal their weapon. And it's just not happening. So I'm just making sure everybody is alive. These flying monsters are really good for building up our limit gauges because of how much damage they deal at this early stage. And that's pretty nice. We get this Grand Cross attack, which deals damage to everybody. Super powerful stuff. And now Goofy has her limit break, and we've stolen the boomerang, which is the weapon that we wanted for Goofy. It's much stronger than everyone else's weapon at this stage in the game, so very glad we got that. And also perfect timing is we get a limit break for Goofy, so we can see the
Greased lightning!
Yeah, pretty cool attack, and it's dead. Goofy has a boomerang, and they all lived happily ever after. Apart from these flying birds, they did die. They did not live happily ever after. But check out Boomerang. Oh my goodness, 30 attack, which means she's like one of our strongest characters. Moving on with the story now, and we're here in Junon, where Shinra is up to some sneaky stuff, and before we can get to the proper Junon area, we have to save this little girl from a giant sea monster, because Final Fantasy, that's why. And this is a pretty cool fight because we cannot deal close-up damage to him, which means we have to rely on someone like Goofy or Bart, and I decided to use Goofy over Bart simply because we've used Bart quite a lot, and I want to experience some Goofy action. And we have everybody's limit break, which is quite nice, and here you can see the power of Choco Mog. It can cause stop on the enemy, which is super handy, but it doesn't work on this guy. And we have Green in the party instead of Bart, because Green can use black magic, and Green can also use white magic, and we need at least one person that can heal us on the team, and Green just does the most. We use Green quite a lot in this early part of the game, because he just does it all, you know, he is a jack of all trades, such as the Red Mage nature. And while I'm talking about the Red Mage, I will let you know that I have actually changed over the W magic skill, which can now be used on Green, as most of you in the comments said that using dual cast or double cast is a inherently Red Mage technique. So Vincent is no longer our W magic holder, it now belongs to Green and our Red Mage, so that's that sorted, and it will give Green a bit more late game potential, which he does actually lack. So yeah, very, very cool. And this fight, I'm using Bolt a lot. I don't know if it's weak against Bolt. It doesn't seem to be, but I was like, it's in the ocean, so it should be weak against lightning, but it's not. This is not a Pokemon. We don't go off of, you know, water being weak to electricity in this game. And he uses this bubble technique, which is very similar to the prism that we saw from Reno. But we've already dealt with it. We know how to deal with it. We just have to attack it with some magic, and then they are freed. And you can see Goofy does some pretty good damage thanks to that boomerang. 105 is really nice. Not as good as our black magic spells, but of course it is free, so it's just free good damage. Goofy is, you know, Goofy is poo-poo.com. That's what Goofy is. Goofy's kind of poo. A really, really terrible character to have in your party because she has like no ties to the story at all. And if you're going through the entire game with Goofy in your party, she adds absolutely nothing to the dialogue. She's just there being like, I'm confused. What's going on? Why am I here? I just want to steal materia. So I tend not to use her very often because of that, but she's quite strong at this stage in the game, and you know, it's handy being able to steal stuff, and it's also handy being in the back row and taking less damage, and being able to do damage from a distance is always nice. But what's nicer is winning the fight against the sea monster, and we did that, which is great. So here you can see our levels. Everybody is at 17, which is quite nice. And yeah, happy days. We've killed the sea monster, and we've also got the power wrist, which is a very, very handy item as it gives us plus 10 strength. And here we have this mini game where we have to like give this little girl the kiss of life. There's a lot of mini games in this game, and this is one of the worst ones in my opinion. You literally just have to wait until this bar fills up and then press square to like breathe into her mouth, and then eventually she's like and she's alive, and it's like, yay, well done Claude, you're so good. Yeah, this old man's gonna carry her back to safety, while the rest of the party reconsiders putting Claude on the sex offender list. But she has something special to give us, and it just so happens to be the Shiva materia, which we can equip to Tofu when we have access to her. But now it's time to jump up with this lovely dolphin, who puts us on this really, really dangerous bit of scaffolding, and we are ready to get into the main city of Junon. And this is quite an iconic moment. It's where we first see the Highwind, which is an airship we will be using later. And I really do love Junon as a place. It feels a lot more bright and vibrant in comparison to Midgar, but most of the towns and cities do have a similar vibe in the sense that you can tell that everywhere is completely run by Shinra. Of course, Midgar has the giant Shinra headquarters sticking out the center, and Junon has this humongous cannon jutting out the side of it. So you can really see that Shinra controls absolutely everything in this world. Yeah, this is like the second example of that, and we're going to see many more throughout the game. There just so happens to be a parade happening here in Junon, and Claude has dressed up as a soldier and is trying to sneak onto a ship in order to gain more information about what is happening with Shinra and what their plans are. And as you can see with this minigame, I'm supposed to stay in line with these other soldiers, and I do absolutely terribly, gaining myself the worst possible prize for this minigame, which is just like a grenade, which is very, very useless. So we also have this other minigame here where we need to impress Rufus, the president of Shinra, and I actually want to do terribly in this one because of the second place prize that is available is much more desirable to me in this run than the first place prize. So I'm just doing things absolutely terribly wrong. Okay, who's ready for the big finish? Here we go, it's time to impress him. Everybody do your special. Yes, give us nothing, Claude. I mean, this guy seemed to find it funny. And hey, Rufus says he's very entertained, so clearly we did a good enough job, and we get our special prize, the HP Plus materia, which is very, very nice. We can give that to either Bart or Tofu, and here we are on the boat, and it appears that there just so happens to be an intruder, so we're like, oh gosh, we've been caught. But we get all of the gang together and realise that everybody is here, so if we're not the intruder, then who could it be?
I don't know, Jeff.
We're all pondering over who it could possibly be, and the only answer that we can concur is that it is none other than... And that's very, very scary. We're about to have our first encounter with him. So we go ahead and form a party of Claude, Tofu, and Green. Green is obviously going to be our white mage, and then I use Tofu simply because we have some really good equipment to give her. A new glove and the power wrist increases her strength exponentially, and we can also give her the HP Plus and Shiva materia. So Tofu's looking really strong now. She's got 34 strength, 65 attack. When you compare this to somebody like Green and Claude, you can see that she now has the highest strength of all of our characters, which is exactly where the monk should be. We remember to grab the ore materia before heading into the engine room where this happens. Okay, work.
Okay, work.
Anyway, here's Sephiroth. He has emerged from under the ground, and Claude's like, how dare you? We were friends. And then Sephiroth's like, I don't know who the f you are.
What's your profanity?
Sorry about it. And he runs away and leaves behind a piece of Jenova, which we are going to fight. And this is the first of many Jenova fights. Sephiroth, instead of actually fighting him, whenever we see him, he's like, nope, just fight a bit of my alien mother instead. Like, I don't know why he's leaving behind pieces of her for us to defeat, but it's a thing. And here you can see we are now using Shiva, which is one of the most iconic summons in the series, doing her cool little ice attack. It does about 300 damage, which is nothing crazy, but still cool that we have it. And you can see Quake here from Green does about 150, so we're looking relatively strong, I suppose. Stop comes out, which is quite a huge hindrance to our party, but luckily it misses, so we don't have to worry about that for now. And we're just going to use our most powerful spells from Green and Claude and just punch them with Tifa. No, Tofu. Sorry, I will get used to that. It's Tofu, Green, and Claude. Alright, we're using Tofu to murder this alien queen. And if you look at the damage from Green there, he clearly is a lot weaker than the rest of us. So he really does have to rely on magic to do anything at this stage. And I did put him in the back row simply because that felt more mage-like, but maybe if I moved him forward we could have done a bit more damage. But it's nice to have him in the back so that he can survive a bit longer and heal us up, because if Green dies we do feel a little bit, you know, empty. And as you can see now, Tofu has her limit break, which is incredible, one of my favourites in the game. I did try to get a yeah, but I didn't, so we're just going to see the regular attacks from her. But it's cool, you just basically get to use 2 attacks in one, which is always very, very nice. Can anybody explain to me why Sephiroth leaves behind pieces of his mum for us to defeat? I've never quite understood why he does that, or why he has these pieces of Jenova. And also we've seen what Jenova looks like, it's just like an alien lady. So like, what is this that we're fighting? This is like Genova Rebirth or something crazy like that. And I'm just like, what actually is it? Is it just like an experiment that Sephiroth has been playing with that has Genova cells in it? I don't really know, but it's definitely some of the cooler enemy designs in this game. Like every single Genova fight is like this grotesque monster that has like, you know, giant crooked limbs and like creepy, gory looking textures on it. And I do kind of love it. It's one of the more memorable things about this game is just all the Genova fights. And we're getting to see a lot of limit breaks here, which is always fun. And I feel like the limit breaks start to slow down towards the end of the game, simply because the damaging scaling in this game just does not add up. It feels like towards the beginning of the game, you're taking loads of damage and everything feels balanced. And I don't grind very much for levels, but towards the end of the game, nothing does very much damage to me. Like everything seems to just stay at a very, very low number, and the fights definitely become a lot easier as time goes on. So that is definitely one of the shortcomings of this game, is that the balancing is just like not quite there. They started off really well, and then it just kind of gets too easy. In my opinion anyway. Some people may struggle with it, but I personally did not. And Claude even got stopped and couldn't move, but that was not enough to prevent us from winning the battle, thanks to Green and his lovely black magic techniques. And here you can see our levels. Tofu is a little bit far behind because we haven't been using her very much, but that's okay, we're going to use her a bit more now. And we pick up the Ifrit materia, which we can immediately give to Green, and as you can see, his materia slots are all full. He uses a lot of materia at the moment, but finally we've arrived at the Costa del Sol, where we can have a very well-deserved break from all the crazy drama, and we get this cute little scene of our party bonding, and Steve is really trying it with our boyfriend and saying that he looks cute in his sailor outfit, and it's like, whoa, hold up a minute, Steve, you keep in your lane, alright? Bart is mine, not yours. And Tofu decides to get involved and say that he should keep it as pajamas, and we get an option here that says, I guess, or keep your mind on Sephiroth, but all I really want to say is keep your hands to yourself, you pieces of shit.
Watch your profanity.
Bart is mine, and he only wears that sailor outfit for me and nobody else. So yeah, sorry, I got a little bit heated there, but it's time to continue on the quest as we head to Mount Corral to figure out more about what Shinra is up to and find out where Sephiroth is and all that lovely good stuff. So we have this little fight here where I just want to show you where our power is at. We are still using Green and Tofu because I just like these guys at the moment. They feel pretty strong in comparison to our other party members. And these guys do a lot of damage. 200 each, and they seem to be bullying Claude at the moment. And I'm like, okay, surely all four of them won't go for Claude. But I guess it's called Spiky Hell, and Claude has spiky hair. So they were like, get that spiky hair out of here. And they do that. And we have our first KO of the game. Like, Claude is just dead, but luckily we have life from Green, and that's pretty good. We can use Revive, and Tofu also has her limit break, so hopefully that will do some damage, but I did not expect for somebody to die in that moment, and I don't really know what we could have done to prevent that, to be honest, because they all just decided to bully him. But fear not, Tofu is here to kick some ass, and kick some ass she does. And now there's only one fish left, and we can just hurry up and murder it. But of course we're going to use Green to heal us all back up. And yeah, that's pretty much where we're at with everybody's strength. Feeling pretty good, but we can't get too comfortable because things like that can happen, and we could get very overwhelmed easily given the wrong battle, so we must keep our wits about us. While venturing through Mount Corral, we learn Blade Beam for Claude, and we also level up Fire for Green. So now we have some level 2 black magic skills. We're feeling pretty comfortable, and there's apparently an item here, and I'm just looking for it, and then this happens. Excuse me, ma'am. Can I get through, please? Oh, are you okay, sir? I'd just like to get the item that's in your fridge. Could you move? Could you move, please? Please, thank you. Oh my god. And now Claude is stuck. I'm actually moving the joystick and nothing's happening, and I'm like, oh my god, have I just broken the game? But eventually it just fixes itself. But yeah, this is it's an old game, that's for sure. And now it is time to venture to the Gold Saucer, but not before we learn a little bit of a backstory about Bart. And this is the emotional breakthrough I've been waiting for. I need to know more about the man I'm going to marry, and he tells us a bit about his troublesome past. And it's something to do with him living in a tiny little mining town with his ex-boyfriend dying, and then it's like, whoa, okay, why are we bringing up your ex? Clearly you're not over him, but I'm gonna brush it aside. I'm sure we won't be seeing much of him anytime soon. And then like his village burns down or whatever, and I'm like, oh my god, so sad, that must have been so hard for you, blah blah blah, more trauma. And then wow, look at the pretty lights, oh my god, we're at the Gold Saucer, everything is so nice and happy and I'm having a great time. So you can tell me about your traumatic past a bit later, Bart, but for now I want to go have some fun at the Gold Saucer. And I freaking love this place. Like, look at this FMV. Like, imagine if a place like this actually existed. It's like Las Vegas on steroids. Everyone lives on these giant mushrooms and there's just lights and crazy fun entertainment everywhere. And it is just pretty spectacular. So once we arrive into Gold Saucer, we are greeted by this fortune teller named Cait, or other people pronounce it as Cait she, but that's too hard for me. I don't really know what it's called, so I'm just going to call him Caitlin because that is just much easier to say. So Caitlin just decides to follow us and join our party. He's weird, Claude. Don't let him come. I'm coming with you no matter what you say. Please don't walk inside me. Please don't walk inside me. No! Okay, so he's now part of our party, but that's cool. We now have our status mage and we can finally equip poison and enemy skill onto this guy, and that's really good. Enemy skill is incredibly powerful, and you can see by his stats here, he's got some good HP and MP, but the rest of his stats are kind of mediocre. But enemy skill kind of puts Caitlin above a lot of our other characters just because there's so many very good enemy skill techniques for us to learn. And we now are at the battle arena where everybody has been shot dead. Can we not catch a break? Why does everyone need to die whenever we are around? And of course we are getting the blame for it, and we try to run away, but we eventually do get captured and thrown into this underground desert prison, which kinda sucks because apparently all the people that died in Gold Saucer were murdered by a man with a gun arm. So it's time to confront our boyfriend and hear what he has to say, because I don't think Bart would do something like this. And of course when we find him, he tells us more backstory about him and his ex-boyfriend, as if I even really care. But we do actually learn about how he loses his arm, and this cutscene's actually quite cool, you know? Considering it's using the blocky graphics, they still managed to get some really nice cinematic moments in, and luckily his boyfriend died, so we don't have to worry about him being an issue anymore. But apparently rumours are he's still alive, so we're gonna go find him, and I'm gonna go with Bart to make sure no funny business happens. And now we have a party of Green, Claude and Bart. I will be using Caitlin a bit more later, but at the moment she's kinda useless, so until we gain some of the important enemy skill materials, we won't be using Caitlin, but that's fine. We've got our really powerful boys here, and Fire 2, you can see there, is dealing a ton of damage. It uses a lot of MP, but that is definitely the best damaging move we have at the moment, and the fact that it hits everyone is just kind of crazy. And hey, Ice just leveled up, which is pretty cool. Okay, so Dine is still alive, but he is currently shooting my boyfriend in the face, so I'm not really too worried, and I feel like we should try and help fight him. And I'm like, Bart, don't worry, I'll protect you. And he's like, don't worry, Claude, this is my problem, I'll get rid of him myself. Because he's just a kind and considerate lover like that. I do really have a lot of feelings towards Bart, and I'm glad he has respected my wishes and murdered his ex-boyfriend, because then that way, you know, it means he will never ever come back and we can just live happily ever after. So thankfully Bart is doing a very good job at shooting him in the face. The two of them are just shooting each other back and forward, but we're clearly doing way more damage than he is. How are either one of them still alive after being shot this amount of times? I don't know. Bart got shot in the hand once and then had it removed, and now he just gets shot in the face several times and it's fine. And we even use Big Shot on him and explode his torso, but that's not enough to kill him either. So, you know, that's fun. He's now resorted to throwing mines at us, which is like, dude, come on. Like, we were lovers at one point. How have we got to this stage? But Claude is loving this. He's watching from the sidelines like, yes, do it. Kill him. You know, like the Emperor from Star Wars telling Anakin to murder Count Dooku. Do it. You know, it's very that energy for me. And the less people that can go for Bart, the better, because he's apparently very well sought after, you know. Steve and Tofu have had a flirt with him. His ex-boyfriend is kind of crazy, but I can tell there's still a bit of love there, so we're slowly getting rid of them one at a time. Maybe we'll have to get rid of Steve next. I wonder how we'll dismiss of Steve. You know, I feel like she's my next target. Maybe someone could help us out in getting rid of her. I don't know, I'm saying too much, but Dine is now defeated, but he's not actually dead yet. He's still alive, he's just been defeated in battle. But now we get this scene about Marlene, who just so happens to be Dine's child, and Bart has been looking after her ever since, and now Bart is saying there's a reason to live. You have a daughter, she's still alive and she wants to see you, but Dine is too far gone. He's done too much troublesome stuff in his life. And this scene is actually incredibly heartfelt. Like, all joking aside, the backstory of Bart is really powerful, and you see someone who is just unbelievably forgiving, unbelievably selfless, and really tries to do good for everyone. But no matter how hard he tries, he cannot save Dine anymore. Dine is too far gone. He's too far into the depths of his depression, and it kind of escalates to this moment here, where Dine decides to finally take his life, leaving his best friend Bart behind, and his 4-year-old daughter Marlene, and the world itself. Wow, look, clouds on a chocobo, that's so cool. Look, we're riding around through the trees and on the rainbow road. This is so pretty. Oh my god, I love this game. It's just so happy and jolly and wonderful. Look at that, we're underwater now. Who'd have thought we're underwater? And then, whoa, psychedelic cave alert. Oh my god, now we're on the bridge going through into space. Oh my god, chocobos in space. What on earth is happening? Yes, we won, and we can now be free from prison because we rode a bird. And we also pick up the Ramu materia, which is quite nice, but that'll be for Vincent later on. And now we can go ahead and form our party of Caitlin, Bart and Claude, as it is time to learn some enemy skills. So, first one we have here is against this little tentacle monster. So we use Manipulate in order to cast Big Guard onto Caitlin. This is honestly the most broken piece of magic in this entire game. It comes in very handy. It basically gives us Protect, Shell and Haste. It costs a lot of MP, but you cast it once in a boss battle and you're good to go. We also learn Aqualung from this guy, and then head on over to this giant bird where we can learn White Wind, which means that we have another character that can deal healing magic to us, which is incredible. We don't have to rely so heavily on green anymore, as we have Caitlin to do that for us, which is very nice. White Wind again is a little bit expensive, but it's still a very powerful healing spell. During the process of this, we level up Lightning and Fire for Claude, which is incredible. He now has the level 2 black magic spells, and I just want to show you where we're at in terms of power level. So here is Caitlin, and I'm going to test out one of her E skills, which is Aqualung, and I'm like, okay, it deals damage to all enemies, but I'm not quite sure how powerful it is. So these guys are just like random little tiny monsters. Like they're nothing too crazy. They do have like an instant death attack, which can be quite troublesome. Aside from that, like they're just designed to be like whatever enemies. So here's Aqualung. It's a water-based attack that deals damage to everyone, and it does 800 apiece to each character. Like that is absolutely insane. Caitlin is beyond broken at this stage in the game. So I'm going to try not to use her too often, but in boss battles especially, Caitlin will be the one. So let's head on over now to Gongaga, where we have this fight against Reno and Rude. And I'm very excited to see what Caitlin can do to these guys. They both have 2000 HP each, so they're nothing too crazy. And whenever you have Caitlin in your party, you want to make sure you start off the battle by using Big Guard. It just ensures that there is almost no way that you will die. It costs like 64 MP, which is insane, but obviously we're only going to be using it for boss battles. Most random battles, you know, you won't be needing something like Big Guard. You can just attack them until they die. And now that we have Big Guard on us, we can kind of just chill out. And I go ahead and use Bio to get poison on them. And that's very cool. Caitlin is doing everything that she is set out to do. She's using really cool techniques, poisoning the enemies, and just making our lives a whole lot easier. So I really do love Caitlin. And that says a lot, because usually when I play this game, Cait Sith does not end up in my party at all. Simply because he's just the worst character in the game. He's kind of a traitor. He's kind of just like a weird thing. Like, what is he? He's like a stuffed toy that rides another big stuffed toy. And it's quite confusing why he's in your party even in the first place. He just kind of follows you around. And yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but he does have some good moments later on in the story, but especially at this period in the game. If you're playing this for the first time, you'd be like, why is he even here? But hey, he's a mega powerful boy at the moment, so we're just using his basic attacks at the moment, and he obviously is not dealing too much damage at all because he's not a physical attacker, but we get the victory very soon. You only have to kill one of them in order to win the battle, hence why I didn't use Aqualung, as I felt like it would just be a bit of a waste, and I wanted to save his MP for White Wind, but we didn't even need it in the end. So that's that fight over, and we head on over here and pick up the Titan materia, which is a very cool Earth summon, which we will be giving to Bart later on. And then we also pick up the Death Blow materia, which we can immediately give to Tofu, and Death Blow is incredibly powerful. Not quite at this moment yet, but later on in the game when we get a very important piece of weaponry for Tofu, it becomes like a super powerful kit in her kit. What? Technique in her kit. That's what I meant to say, not kit in her kit. It's a technique in her kit. So here we have this battle against a giant grasshopper looking dude, and he can actually inflict stop on us, which is a little bit scary, but like I'm super powerful at this point, so I'm not feeling too scared. Claude has actually run out of MP, which is happens a lot now that he has the level 2 black magic spells. His MP gets drained quite quickly. And as you can see here, Stop has now been cast on Tofu as well, so it is down to Steve to finish this battle off, and Steve can't really do very much damage, so yeah, then the Stop Web comes out on Steve, and we're all just sat here like, and then Claude comes out of the stop. Luckily it doesn't last forever, otherwise that would have been a game over, and Tofu finishes the fight with a death blow. So looking pretty cool, but once again things can come out to surprise us, and we buy the time materia, which we give to Goofy, so now she can start doing more thief stuff, and then we obviously give Titan to Bart. We're ready to move on now, but oh no, our car has broken down.
Oh, I feel so bad for you. Are you okay?
And it's time to stop off at Cosmo Canyon before we get it fixed, and this just so happens to be Green's hometown, and one of the most iconic places in the entire game. I love the vibes of this place, the music, the little huts, the sort of like Grand Canyon-esque scenery. Very cool. And here we meet Bugenhagen, who just so happens to be Green's sort of grandfather, and as far as I'm aware, Bugenhagen is just like a human, but he can just fly for some reason. He just floats around and has no legs, so that's cool. But here we are, and we're showing off some of the lovely graphics here to Bart, trying to impress him and show him how, you know, adventuring with me and being my boyfriend allows you to see all of this beautiful stuff. So it's all working towards getting Bart to love us, which is great. And then Bugenhagen decides to inform us about the life stream, and essentially in this game, when someone dies, their life energy gets transfused into something else and creates new life. Maybe you come back as a tree, and it's a very interesting concept. It's one that a lot of people believe in our world, sort of like the idea of reincarnation, being reborn into something new. You know, your energy never dies, it just gets transferred into something new, and the cycle of life continues. And it's very interesting how spiritual this game is, and basically the reason why Shinra are such a terrible group of people is because they are sucking the life stream out and using it as energy. So eventually there will be no life energy left, and plants will stop growing, people will stop being born, and we're already seeing the effects of that in the world. You know, every place we visited thus far feels a bit desolate and dead and dying, and that is all due to Shinra. But if they continue to do it, the world will crumble and end. So we now understand the world a bit better, we understand our intentions and Shinra's intentions, and I will say the world building in this game is absolutely phenomenal. And you start to understand the intentions of all of the parties that are involved in the story of this game. Shinra is simply trying to capitalize off of the resources that the planet has. Very similar to what we do in the real world with oil. And I think that's why this story is so important and necessary even to this day, because there are just so many parallels you can make with the real world, and I love it. I think the story in this game is absolutely incredible. Moving on to the Cave of Gi, and we pick up the added effect materia, and then we have this mini boss battle against this giant spider, and we're basically in this cave that is hidden within Cosmo Canyon to learn a bit more about Green's backstory, because he believes his father was a coward who left him as a child, But we are soon to learn that that was not the case, and green is actually an ancient sort of species and the last of his kind, much like Aerith.
Nope.
Steve. Much like Steve is the last of her race, Green is also the last of his. These names are really throwing me off. I'm finding it very difficult to remember what they're called, even though it is literally on the screen and I spent the entire game looking at them. But that's okay. This spider here does gravity damage to us, which basically puts us down to like 10% HP, which is kind of wild. But luckily his attacks aren't too strong, so we don't have to worry too much. But I say that, green does actually faint. So yeah, a little bit of a difficult battle here, and it happens towards the end of this cave after you've used up most of your potions and things. And you can see that I accidentally used a Phoenix down on Claude instead of green because, I don't know, I'm kind of stupid I guess. This game isn't hard enough, so I just decided to make an extra challenge and waste some of our items and be a bit silly. So that was that fight I guess. We end up using Blade Beam and it does over 700 damage, which is pretty darn crazy, and we win the battle. But our MP is looking rather low and we still have another boss battle to come. But before we get there, we do actually level up some lightning, ice and chocobo lore materia, which is really nice. And then we have this terrifying monster, like, oh, what on earth is that? It's like a wall that has a face on it, but then when we go into the boss battle, it's actually this guy, and this guy is actually incredibly difficult. One of the hardest boss battles in the game in my opinion. It's got 5500 HP. And I thought we might get game over here because we're running really low on MP. And honestly, I was very scared at this point. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to defeat this. It takes us a very, very long
death to all of them.
Oh, okay. He dies. You just throw a Phoenix down at him and he dies. Anyway, we pick up the gravity materia before heading over to the end of the cave, where we learn a little bit more about Green, whose real name is actually Nanaki. And we find out that his father was actually a fearsome warrior who died trying to protect his village. So Green had this thought in his mind that his father was this terrible, terrible man, or dog, I suppose, that ran away from him and decided to leave him all alone, when in reality he is the reason that Green is still alive to this day. And we get the tears that fall down as if the ghost of Seto can sense that Green is nearby, and then he howls at him, and it's all very lovely and romantic. And it's nice that we get this bit of backstory from Green because we don't really see or hear too much from him throughout the game. He's kind of a sub-character, so it's nice we get a bit of plot revolving him. But I think we're going to end the episode here. But we have accomplished a lot this episode. We've gained a new party member, Goofy, travelled to a new continent, learned some more things about our good friend Green, and most importantly, we have developed our love for Bart, and we are ready to see how this romance will flourish. Because, hey, let's be real, that's the real question on everybody's mind. We all know the story of Final Fantasy VII, but do you know the story of Claude and Bart's relationship? Because we're going to fabricate it, so look forward to that in the next episode. Welcome back to the third part in this series where I see if I can beat Final Fantasy VII using a class system. Last time we caught up with our heroes, they were here in Cosmo Canyon, where we learnt a little bit about Green and his daddy issues, as well as learning some very important things about the world that we live in and the live stream and all of that lovely good stuff. So now it is time for us to do a little bit of grinding for Gil, because I want to buy some more HP plus and MP plus materia, and you can get that here in Cosmo Canyon. So here I am outside Cosmo Canyon with my lovely boyfriend and tag and we're just beating up these turtles, trying to get some money together so that we can feel a bit more powerful. Obviously those turtles did not stand a chance, we are way too powerful for them, and Bart even leveled up his cover materia, which is fab. So we go ahead, buy the HP plus materia so we can give that to Bart. So now he is just better equipped to protecting me, and then it's time for Claude to return to his hometown of Nibelheim. And what's going on? Everything looks the same, the buildings aren't burnt down, everything feels rather normal. It's almost as if Claude has been gaslighting us this entire time, but surely he wouldn't do that. Claude knows who he is, he knows what's going on, and we're starting to feel a little bit more wary of him, or at least I am, but let's see how this turns out.
I can't wait to see how this turns out. Oh.
So I believe the best place to start looking is the Shinra Mansion, as this is where Sephiroth spent some of his darkest days, so it makes sense if we found him here. And the enemies in this area are definitely on the stranger side. I mean, this game in general has some of the most wildest enemy designs in any of the Final Fantasy games, and this guy has to be a personal favourite of mine. There's just something kind of camp about it. It's like Mermaid Man, not the SpongeBob Mermaid Man, but like more like Aquaman, on a hanging axe from the ceiling. Interesting. Why would this be in a house? I don't know. But it's definitely something. It's very, very camp. I do love the drama of it all. And I do think, as bizarre as these enemy designs are, I think it really fits Final Fantasy VII to a T, because it is just such a weird game. And the game is all about delusions and reality not being quite what you expect it to be. And I think the enemy designs are kind of like a reflection of that. But you just saw there, that was my super duper powerful team. We are killing it as it goes. And would you bloody believe it, here he is in the basement of the Shinra Mansion, in the library where we left him all those years ago. Okay, well, that was rude. I was just trying to explain what's going on. Oh, okay, you're gonna fly away. That's great. I'm just gonna pick up this thing that you threw at me, and he throws the destruct materia, which we cannot actually use yet as we do not have Vincent, but fear not, he will be coming very, very shortly. But before that, we have this boss battle against the Lost Number. And the Lost Number is a pretty tough boss battle, simply because he can transform between two different states, depending on whether you use magic or physical attacks. And we want to use magic against this guy. We want the weaker version, which just so happens to be the magic version. So I'm using a party of Green and Caitlyn. Caitlyn casts Big Guard straight away, and then we are using Green and Claude to cast spells on him. This is like a pretty powerful setup. This is like the most magic heavy it can be at this stage in the game, and it's very, very powerful. The spells are definitely quite overpowered at this moment in time, but I haven't been leveling up my materia as much as I would like to. So Green is missing a lot of the level 2 spells, which is a little bit sad, but that's okay because Claude does a lot of damage with his spells, as he has been in our party the entire time. And honestly, Big Guard kind of means that we don't really have to worry too much. And I decided to sort of use Green more as a white mage, simply because his damage is just not quite as good as Claude's, and we don't really need as much healing stuff, so that's what he's doing. And then Caitlyn is just there doing bio. I think this guy is not immune to poison, so that is why I'm using it so often, and it's also just like a non-elemental magical attack. I would love to have bio too, but I have not been using Caitlyn as much as I should have, and she doesn't have it yet. And I'm saying she as if she is a she. I'm aware that it's a man pretending to be a toy. This game is bizarre. I know I was just saying it, but it's just reminded me again, like, what is Cait Sith? Why is this a thing? why is this the direction that they decided to go in? I guess this is just like a cultural thing that I will never understand. I know that like Japan loves cute like mascots, but I thought, you know, Green could have been that. But I guess they wanted something like cheeky and silly to be in this game, and this game is quite silly. But it's just so left field, and everything this game does is just very left field and just unexpected and weird. And I think that's why I love it so much. I don't love this guy very much. He has a lot of HP, and he's not going down as easy as I would like. But I'm not feeling too scared, to be honest. I get my limit break Clim Hazard, so you can see that. I always thought it was called Climb Hazard, but I guess it is called Clim Hazard because there's no B. And like, what is that? What is a Clim Hazard? Also, what is a Climb Hazard? I thought it was like, because he stabs his sword in the enemy and then flies up in the air, it's like he's climbing him with his sword, and it's a bit of a hazard because his sword is very sharp and will kill you, so it's a climb hazard. He is the climb hazard, you know, but it's called Clim Hazard. And we all just like accept that that's what it's called. No one really ever questions it, or I haven't anyway until now. But why is it called Clim Hazard? Let me know in the comments. If you know why it's called Clim Hazard, let me know. Finally, he's poisoned, and he's gone into his magic state, which is what we wanted. We wanted him to turn red, and turn red he did. And the reason we wanted him to turn red was because this is just his weaker form. The other form is his physical form, and it's just like a lot stronger than this. It just deals a lot more damage, and we probably would have been fine with Big Guard, but why take the risk, right? If there's an option for an easy option, I'm gonna take the easy option. As you can see there, we are using Bloodfang, which is one of my favorite limit breaks, and it just so happens to be on one of our mages, which is perfect, and it just allows Green to recover his MP, which is great. You do also absorb HP, which is also nice, but way better is the absorption of the magic points. So lost number goes down and we pick up the Odin materia, but we cannot equip it yet until we get this guy. And this guy is pretty weird. Meet Vincent. He's like a vampire who lives in a coffin and has some ties to Sephiroth and decides to join us for that. But until then, he's gonna do a somersault in the air for reasons, you know. A lot of people just fly in this game and nobody really questions it. That's okay. They're allowed to fly. So we explain to him how we know Sephiroth because he also happens to know Sephiroth, and he gives us this long backstory about how Sephiroth was created, and it's a nice bit of lore that you would have missed out on if you had not got this character, because Vincent is actually another optional character, much like Yuffie, but he offers a bit more than her. He has some ties to the actual story, and he's got a very cool design. I do really respond well to this emo vampire aesthetic, but he is also a very dull and bland and boring character at the same time. But that's him. He's gone back to sleep, and we appropriately name him something lovely and magical because he is a lovely magical boy. There's no time to sleep though, as Sparkle D must find out what has happened to Sephiroth, as he used to date his birth mother, which isn't Genova, but just another woman called Lucretia, and we'll find out more about that later. But here is Sparkle D, and if you can remember, he is our Dark Mage, which we kind of made up, and it's basically a mage that just specializes in all of the dark arts. Things like Ultima, Comet, Death. Think like Severus Snape, but in Final Fantasy. That's sort of how I'm viewing Sparkle D, and that's why he is the Dark Mage, you know? It makes sense in my head, and maybe it makes sense to you, but maybe it doesn't, and that's okay. We don't need to understand anything, really. And he stereotypically in this game is not very powerful, and it's for this reason. His limit break is kind of useless. He can transform himself into 4 different beasts, and they're all quite strong, but you lose control of using Sparkle D for the rest of the battle, and that's a problem because you want to be able to use his spells, you want to be able to use items if you need to, and that power is taken away from you. It's just much more useful to do one solid big chunk of damage and then go back to normal than it is to transform. But here we are inside this cave and we pick up another all materia, which is fabulous. So there's an enemy in this area that we are interested in, and it's this big dragon, and the reason we are interested in him is because he has an ability we can learn with Caitlyn, which you are seeing on screen now. It is the flamethrower skill, and this just deals high leveled fire damage to a single enemy. It's good at this stage in the game, it doesn't last much longer than that, and there is also another ability we can learn soon that is way more powerful than this flamethrower technique, but good to have it, good to have all of the enemy skills whenever we can get our hands on them. And he also has a very cool armor that we would love to steal from him, and it's a golden armor, and this gold armor is much more powerful than any other piece of armor that we have at the moment, so I'm using a party of Goofy and Caitlyn for these reasons. And it takes a while, I believe, so you guys in the comments have told me that the steal mechanics work in terms of your level in comparison to the enemy's level. And I don't use Goofy very often, I only really use her when I need to steal stuff, so her level is quite underpowered, especially compared to Clod's, and that's why it takes so long for us to steal. But that's okay, that's my fault, I should have been using her more, but I want to use everyone a bit equally, and if I don't need to use Goofy, I don't really see the point, because there's just stuff that she does that other people can do better. You know, the main focal point of Goofy is that she can steal things, and haste also comes in handy, but to be honest, this game isn't too hard. Haste isn't really necessary. Your ATB fills up rather quickly anyway, and the boost you get from haste isn't significant enough that it warrants using it. It's definitely handy, but it's not game breaking like it is in Final Fantasy X. Because in Final Fantasy X you just get more turns to do stuff, you know. Whereas with the active time battle system, sometimes the ATB filling up isn't the thing that slows down the fight, but more you selecting what you want to do. Caitlyn as well, I'm trying not to use too much. I do use her for a lot of important battles, but through just like little areas like this where it's getting from A to B, I tend not to use her just because she does a lot of like big powerful spells that just aren't really necessary in your everyday battles. But I will say the everyday battles are definitely ramping up in difficulty. This enemy, for example, has a very, very high defense and HP pool, so it's definitely taking a lot longer than a lot of the previous fights, which is nice. I do think there is a steady enough curve. I think it's more towards the late game where things get really easy. But we got the gold armlet, and then we go ahead and fight 2 more of these dragons so that we have a gold armlet for each of our party members. And then it's time for this mini boss against this giant scorpion spider dude with pincers. Quite creepy, quite disturbing, and we're using a party of Caitlyn and Green this time, and of course Claude. Claude is always there, you know, I don't need to say that. And we're casting Bio with Caitlyn because this guy is weak to poison, and poison is very helpful against boss enemies, against your everyday average enemy. Poison just isn't really important. If you're against an enemy that is a boss battle and happens to not be immune to poison, then you should definitely consider getting poison on him, because it just ensures that the battle won't take as much time, as the damage from poison stacks up very quickly. It's almost like having another party member that automatically attacks for you and can't die. So yeah, it's quite strong. And as you can see, this final bio here actually gets the poison out on him. So I'm feeling a lot safer now, and we have a very strong party member in Green as well. This is probably the climax of Green's strength. From here he does start to dip a bit more, but at the moment he can consistently heal us with Cure, and the only other person that can do this is Caitlyn and Steve is just not worth giving levels to. Let's just say that. I'm saying no more. But Caitlyn can also heal us, but White Wind is just not very consistent. It costs a lot of MP, and it is also dependent on our current HP, and that's just like not very reliable. So Green is just the dog's bollocks. He also has the Blood Fang limit break at the moment, so he can consistently heal his MP back up again. So we can use like big MP draining skills and not feel too bad about it, because we know that we can consistently recover it whenever we take too much damage. Love Green at this very moment in time. He also just does a lot of good physical damage. He got a weapon from his father Seto in that little cutscene that we had in his backstory. So yeah, Green is super strong, but he won't be strong for too long. We're getting towards the peak of his usefulness, but just enjoy Green while we have him, because it's just nice to see a furry get what he wants, you know what I mean? He's put in the work, he's put in the time, and this move here, Trine, this is what we wanted to learn. It's one of the most powerful of the enemy skills in my opinion, because it has a fairly low MP cost and deals damage to all enemies, and it's very good damage too. There's a lot of spells like this, such as Aqualung and Magic Breath, but they all cost a lot more, and Trine just feels to be the best bang for your buck. You get the most worth out of it, you know? And you're also now seeing the repercussions of relying on Caitlyn to do all of your healing for you, because White Wind restores HP to all of your allies based on your current HP. So you can see Caitlyn is at 230 HP, and when she uses White Wind, everybody restores 230 HP. So if Caitlyn is getting bullied like she is in this battle, then it means we cannot consistently heal our other characters when they get bullied. So Caitlyn goes down, but fear not, Green throws a Phoenix down at Caitlyn. Not sure why, could have probably just used life, but hey ho. And then we go ahead and use Cure 2. So that's why Caitlyn, although she is very strong, she's not the best. And Green is showing us why sometimes being simple and just using powerful spells is all you need. Yeah, there's nothing that Green can't do at this moment in time. He is just like MVP, best of the best. He's even so helpful as to give an Aether to Caitlyn so that she can cast White Wind again. I guess what's good about White Wind though is that it will always heal every character, whereas if you're using Cure and all materia, you may only get 1 or 2 uses out of it. So just showing you where our power level is at with our mages. After the fight, we pick up the counterattack materia, which we can immediately equip to Goofy, and then we head off to our next destination, which just so happens to be Rocket Town. And I wonder how it got that name. I can't think of a single reason why they would call this place Rocket Town, but here we are. And of course we head straight for the shops where we purchase the barrier and exit materia for Bart and Goofy. While exploring Rocket Town, we come across this lady named Shira, and she asks us for our names. I'm Claude. I'm Bart of Avalanche.
Name's Goofy.
She instructs us to go find the captain of the ship so that we can potentially borrow it, and find him we do. Cid's theme is just another one of those songs from this game that just hits super hard. It's so impactful and grand and epic for what is quite a mid character, hence why I have named him as such. And Mid is kind of an asshole, like he's just terrible to his wife, he swears at her, he forces her to make his guests tea, and like, I don't know, this dude's got some issues. My boyfriend would never say things like that to me, he only spreads kindness towards me, so I feel very sorry for her. And the game tries to justify his abusive behaviour by sharing with us a cutscene that explains how Shira actually ruined his dreams of going to space, but as you can see from this cutscene, he was an arsehole with her before that even happened. I think he is just like an ass, and he was born abusive, and then she crushed his dreams, and now he's even more abusive to her, and she kind of just sort of accepts that because she made a mistake. And I don't know, I just get bad vibes from him. But the story goes that they were about to go off into space, but Shira was like, nope, I'm just gonna check the oxygen tanks, and it doesn't matter if I die in here because it's about to explode. She's like, I must check the oxygen tanks. And I do kind of get where Mid is coming from. It's like, girl, just get out of there, what are you doing? She's like, I don't mind dying, and it's like, Jesus, obviously he's not gonna let you just die. But yeah, he puts a stop on the rocket going off, and then the rocket can no longer be used, so it is just left sat here in Rocket Town. Kind of makes you wonder what this place was called before Rocket Town, or I guess the town was built after the rocket was there, is what this cutscene is showing us, and it's a very nice cutscene, it's very pretty. So after the failed launch of the rocket, Shinra decided to cut all funding towards the space program, meaning that Mid's dreams of going to space were truly crushed, and Shinra have only ever been taking from Mid ever since, so he's kind of mad at them, and that's just a little bit of his backstory. But back to the main plot now. And we're about to go get the tiny Bronco ship, but Shinra has just arrived and are planning to steal it for themselves, but we ain't having any of it. So we're going to beat up Palmer, who is a recurring character. He works for Shinra and is like one of the higher ups there, and he's very goofy. I mean, Goofy may be in the party, but like this guy is clearly the king of goof. Like, why is he just being very silly, rocking backwards and forwards like a crazy man? And I don't have a dedicated healer in this party. I'm using Goofy and Bart, but I don't really need one because Palmer's just kind of like whatever. Like, if I was going to get a game over from anyone, I don't think it would be from this dancing silly clown.
See, when you do clownery, the clown comes back to bite.
I'm using Goofy simply because there was a nice piece of armor to steal from him, and then we got that. And then he just sort of like proceeds to shoot us with this like zappy cannon. And I'm just like, dude, why are you so happy? We are like slicing you in half, shooting you in the face, and you're still doing your happy dance. You're like that cat meme that jumps up and down. You know the one? That is you, Palmer. You look ridiculous. You're supposed to be, you know, representing a company here, the biggest company in the entire world. You literally run the world, and you're doing a silly happy dance. What is that all about? I guess I'd be pretty happy too if I had as much money as this guy probably has, and I had all the power that he probably has. But I don't know, he's also getting severely beaten up, so I don't understand why he doesn't just run away, because he clearly doesn't stand a chance. The only thing he can do is shoot us, and it's having very little effect on us. So yeah, this is just one of those boss battles that it's not designed to be hard, it's just like there. But I wish like they made him do something cool, like transform into a beast, and then he does this, which I don't know what that is supposed to be. He's like, oh no, the ship's going off, I better catch it. Oh dear, I guess I've been defeated. And he pulls a silly face at us, and instead of shooting him in the back, a lorry just comes and runs him over.
And shove it right up your hairy.
And that's how Regina George died.
With Regina George defeated, our heroes can finally take off on the tiny Bronco and head for the Temple of the Ancients like they had originally planned. So, here we are, flying around the rocket, leaving Rocket Town behind us, and we're like, yay, finally we can explore the skies and be free. The world is about to open up to us once more, but of course things are never that simple in this game, and just as we are about to leave, Rufus is like, don't even think about it, honey, and the guard proceeds to shoot us down, hitting our propeller and causing us to crash. But luckily Mid is there, and he decides to hop on with us and join us on our adventures. So That's really cool. We eventually end up crash landing here in the ocean. But Mid now has a reason to join us and wants to get vengeance on Shinra for crushing his dreams all those years ago. And he now has the opportunity to do that. He has found his window to get his revenge, and Cloud is that window.
Huh?
Claude, sorry, his name is Claude. Claude is the window.
What?
Claude's a window.
Oh. Okay.
So the only materia we can give Mid at this moment in time is the long range materia, so he can't really do much. But as you can see by his stats, he's very, very strong. Stronger than Tofu, but he can't really do anything. He can attack from the back row, and that's about it. As we venture off to the Gold Saucer to pick up the Keystone, I'm going to remind you guys that I actually have a Discord server now that is properly up and running, thanks to my good friend Tantacles, who helped me sort out all of the channels. So come and join at the Discord server, the link is in the description. It's good fun, we have a good laugh in there, and it is the best place to get updates on when I'm going live, as well as when new videos will be coming out. So click the link in the description, join the Discord, and while you're at it, hey, why not become a member of the channel as well, where you can also gain exclusive perks such as behind the scenes footage, early access to my videos, as well as access to the private Discord server and private community posts. Again, a link will be in the description if you want to join. No worries if you don't, I won't take it to heart, just you watching this video is enough for me. But if you can lend an extra hand and give a tip or like or a comment or even subscribe, then that would be very much appreciated. So the Keystone is actually here in the battle arena, and how the player is supposed to know that, I don't know, you're just supposed to run around the entire world until you find it. Entertain me. I don't know, I feel like I'm getting PTSD last time a big dude in Speedos asked me to entertain him. Huh? But turns out Dio doesn't want any of that. He just wants us to fight in the battle arena, and then he will give us the Keystone. And it doesn't matter if you win or lose the battle arena, which is very, very good for us, because our green materia breaks after the second round, and then we get the mini status on us in the third round. So we can't cast any magical spells, and we can't deal physical damage. So this was a complete lost cause, and we go out after the third round. So hey ho, at least we tried. Maybe one day we will come back and revisit the battle arena, but for now we can pick up the Keystone and then head on over to the hotel, where we get a little bit of a refresher on the story, where our heroes are at, what our mission is, and why all the team are with us at this moment in time. It kind of comes at the perfect time because a lot of crazy stuff has happened. We've gained a lot of new characters along the way, and our intentions are starting to be a bit blurry, so this just says to the player, hey, Sephiroth is running around causing trouble, and we don't quite understand what for. We know that he is after the Promised Land, and Steve is the only one who has any sort of knowledge from this and can hear the planet speaking to her. So that is why we are following her lead in going to the Temple of the Ancients. And we have also been hearing rumours of this black materia, which we fear may be used by Sephiroth to cast Meteor and destroy the planet. So that is why the gang is doing this. It is to try and stop the planet from ending, and because we all have our own issues with the way the world is at the moment, and we're constantly searching for answers to things that just feel unexplainable. Who are these men with all the tattoos on them? Why does Red have one? Why is Sephiroth wanting to destroy the planet? And what does Shinra have to do with all of this? So there's so much mystery still, and we're all getting very curious, and it feels like we're about to get somewhere in the story where we have a major breakthrough in understanding what the heck is even going on here. Hey Mid, let's go back to our rooms. Wow, I never saw that coming. Mid and Sparkle semicolon D. You know, I'm kind of jealous, not gonna lie to you. I'm jealous that they get to share a room together. But I guess I'll just be going back to my room alone, as I do every night, wishing for something, but never seems to happen, does it? Yo, Claude, you still up? Is it happening? Is this real? Bart, are you there? What's wrong? I was just thinking of going on a walk. What, just the two of us? What's wrong with that? Don't give me no lip, just come on. Oh my god, he's just so demanding and powerful. Let's go somewhere we can talk in private. Ah! Oh my goodness.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Taking you this long, Bart. Finally, you see the magic that we have for each other. I cannot wait to see how this date turns out. So, do you do this often? Do you? Oh, what's that? Wow, that's quite nice. Oh, look at that. All the lights shining up at the moon. Doesn't the moon look good? Kiss? No. Kiss? No. Kiss? No. Kiss? No. Kiss? No. Why did he invite me on a date and not say anything? I have no idea what's going on. Oh, what's that? Oh, cool, look. Chocobos. Did you see that? That was cool, huh? Kiss? Hey, Spikehead, why do you want to see fireworks with me for? What? You invited me! You invited me on this date, and now you're gaslighting me. You're literally making it seem like this was my idea. You wanted to come here, and now you're not saying anything, making me feel like I'm the crazy person. You should have asked one of them. You asked me! You asked me on this date! And you know what? I kinda wish I was on a date with one of them. It would have been way more entertaining than sitting on this carriage with you all this time. So, what's next? You're now gonna talk about Tofu and Steve and how attractive they are and who you'd rather be with? Do you not think that that might hurt my feelings? Can you not see that my feelings are hurt? And then he asks me who I would go with, and then he assumes I'm gonna go on a date with Marlene, his child daughter. Like, what? What? Where did that come from? I literally didn't say anything. You've just started assuming that I want to go on a date with your daughter. Probably because you know you've messed up and now you're trying to flip it around and switch it on me and make me feel like I've done something wrong. How did it end up like this? I don't want to end the date with Bart saying shut up to me, but I think it might be over. Bart's gonna head back to his room. I'm gonna head back to mine. And I think it's time that we all moved on. Sometimes things don't pan out the way you expect them to, and I'll always have the memories that we shared together in the good times, you know? I want to remember the good times because there were many. But it's time to put this relationship to rest and continue on with our adventure. And then, oh no! Is that Caitlin with the keystone running away? Oh. Okay, Bart, you can't just walk into me anymore. We need to set some boundaries now that this is over. But it turns out Caitlin has stolen our keystone and given it back to Shinra. And then this is where we find out who Caitlin really is. And it's here that it's revealed that Caitlin is actually a toy that is being controlled by a member of the Turks named Reeve. So he's basically a spy who has been with us to try and get information that he can give back to Shinra. And this is like, whoa, crazy, can't believe that's happened. But for some reason, Caitlin is still just in our party until the end of time. And they're explaining themselves that they're envious of our way of life and that they didn't want to do what they had to do. And instead of us just pushing Caitlin off this building and watching them fall to their doom, we decide to keep them around with us. And it's basically because they blackmail us into staying with us. And yeah, Caitlin is like by far the worst character in this game. There's just like no redeeming qualities about them. You know, they're not a pleasant person to be on. They're not with us for genuine, real reasons. They're a liar. You know, they are just simply a liar. And that's why nobody likes them.
You're a liar, and this is why Derek don't like you.
We're now heading to the Temple of the Ancients to see what Shinra are up to. And we've gone with a party of Bart, Claude, and Steve. This is the Temple of the Ancients. No, I think you'll find that's a bridge that you're laying on, not a temple at all. But the temple is just up ahead, and as soon as we enter, we are greeted with one of the craziest screens in the entire game. I mean, look at this. Like, what on earth is going on here? How are we expected to traverse this insane maze? But luckily I have a walkthrough with me and it tells me where to go, so I ain't gotta worry about that. But this is definitely one of the more trippier areas of the game. And Final Fantasy VII is all about being quite strange and bizarre. I mean, look at this enemy here. Like, what? This guy's crotch is a jaguar. What on earth? And why is it in this temple? What has he got to do in here? You know, what does he eat? What does he do for fun? In fact, what do most enemies do in this game? And where do they even come from? They never really explain where the fiends of this game actually come from. They just sort of appear and try to kill us. But like, what do they do in their free time? You know, when they're not killing people? What happens if Cloud's party never decided to come into this temple? Would there just be like tons of these guys everywhere? Would they reproduce for forever? I don't know. But yeah, this party is not the strongest. It's definitely a much more defensive class. But I know there's some very tough battles in this temple. So I wanted to use a defensive party to make sure that we survived it. I'm willing to forgive Bart for his miscommunications during our previous date and give him a second chance in this temple to prove himself. You saw there we also picked up Luck Plus, and then we also get the Morph Materia, which both can be equipped to Caitlyn, but we don't have Caitlyn in our party at the moment. But don't worry, we will give it to her soon enough. And then after a few more puzzles, we pick up the Ribbon accessory, which we immediately give to Claude. Since we don't boost any of Claude's stats with the accessories, we're just going to give him the ribbon. So now he is immune to everything. And then we fall down into this hole on purpose because we want the weapon that's in this chest. But it turns out the battle down here is actually pretty tough. I thought it would just be like a random encounter, but being attacked from both sides is proving to be quite difficult. And these guys deal a lot of damage. You just saw 902 damage dealt to Bart, which is absolute madness. And then he goes ahead and does it again. And yeah, Bart goes down, he gets KO'd. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't slightly amused to see him fall after being so rude to us previously. But I'm being the bigger person. I'm not going to say anything to him. I'm just going to allow Steve to get him back up again. And of course, like the silly, foolish man he is, he goes down again. And I'm like, damn, these guys are like really, really tough. I did not expect this at all. I could have revived him here with Claude, but I was like, you know what? Claude don't want to do that. Claude is not out here reviving Bart. We may be on good speaking terms, but I'm not going to be there to be his helping hand like I used to. You know, he lost that privilege when he did what he did to me, okay? And yes, I am still healing from it. I'm not completely over it. I know I keep talking about it. I will get over it one day, but for now, I just need to recover. But Steve is also almost down. Luckily, she survives on 7 HP, which is crazy. But these guys just deal a lot of damage. And Claude's Climb Hazard, or Climb Hazard, whatever you want to call it, didn't really do all that much to him. And I thought 1600 would be enough to kill him. Turns out it's not. Bart, being the lovely man he is, I feel like he's just trying to make us jealous now. Like, he jumped in front of the wave for Steve and sacrificed himself. And it's like, yeah, okay, I get it. You're over me too, alright? And then we get a lucky crit from Claude, which kills one of these flying little dragonflies. Thank God for that. So now there's only one of them left. Bart is now back up, but Mr. Dragonfly Dude decides to go for the Southern Cross attack, and I'm like, okay, sure, we can survive this. Claude is on full HP, but no, it does 1700 damage, one-shotting Claude at full HP, which is nuts. Like, why are these guys so powerful? We've had more trouble with these dragonflies than we have with most of the bosses in this game. Yeah, did not expect this at all. I was just walking into this thinking it would just be like any other fight, but luckily we do get through it and we survive to live another day. So now we're learning some more stuff about Meteor or whatever, and I'm just like, hang on a minute. That's a plumb bob. Did Final Fantasy VII predict The Sims? Like, there are people praying to a plumb bob. That's crazy. Am I the only one seeing that? Like, let's pause about the world-ending destruction and Sephiroth and all of that madness. I want to talk about this, because this is kind of whack. The Sims came out way after Final Fantasy VII did, so I feel like maybe this was a prediction. Just as our party are about to discover what happens under the covers during Woohoo, we are interrupted by Sephiroth and the ground starts to shake and we're like, oh no, maybe we're going to fight him, but no, it's just a big red dragon. But he does have a very high HP pool, and again we're using our super defensive party, so this may take a little while, and I start off every fight that has Bart in it by using Barrier, so this just shields us from physical attacks. We don't have M Barrier yet, so we cannot protect against any of his magical spells, but that's okay. And now we're just using Claude to do some magical damage to him, and the damage being dealt is rather weak, and the damage being dealt to us is extremely strong, and that was with a barrier up. So without that barrier, Claude would have definitely gone down. Like, not a chance in hell he would have survived that. And he didn't even get his limit break, which is kind of nuts. The limit breaks start to slow down, and I found out why. It's because as you level up your limit breaks, they just become harder to obtain. So if I stayed in his level 1 limit breaks, we probably would have had our limit break by now, but he's on his level 2 or 3 by now. So level 2, he's on his level 2 limit break, so that's why it takes longer to charge up. And Steve is still on her level 1 limit break, so hers charges up really, really quickly, which is nice. We just get a free heal out every time we have Steve's limit break. And when she's got nothing to do, we kind of just sit there and chill, you know? The only magic spells she can cast are healing magic, so if she doesn't need to heal, she can just sit there and look pretty, which she is mighty pretty, I will say that, but You know, Bart seems to think so. He's always protecting her. Oh, look at that. Protects her because he thinks she's pretty. And that's fine. I mean, what does Steve have that I don't, you know? Can Steve's hair defy gravity like mine can? I don't think so. But, I mean, it can sort of defy gravity a little bit. But, like, mine is clearly better than hers. Like, look at this spike, you know? This just happens naturally as well. I wake up like this. No hair gel, nothing. This is just me being me. So back to the fight. We are doing some damage to the dragon. We have our limit breaks, which is lovely. So it's time to use Clim Hazard once more. And we're using the nail bat simply because it is our most damage dealing weapon. But it has no materia slots. But that's fine. We just have an armor that has lots of materia slots in it. So now the red dragon has been defeated. And we get some lovely experience points, putting us all at some lovely high levels. And we also level up the all materia, which is very handy. We receive the Bahamut materia from defeating this enemy, and we can immediately give that to Bart, so he finally has 2 summon materias. And then as we are figuring out how to get out of the temple, our phone rings. How we have reception in this underground pyramid cave system temple thing, I have no idea, but we do, and it just so happens to be Caitlin on the phone, and she instructs us to trust her as she has a way that she can get us out of here. Can we trust Caitlin in this moment? Will we ever get out of this temple alive? And what does the future hold for Claude and Bart? Will their relationship ever be able to mend itself to at least being civil? Welcome back to the 4th part in this series where I see if I can beat Final Fantasy VII using a class system. On the last episode, we had just recovered from a terrible date with Bart, and we find ourselves here in the Temple of the Ancients, where we are about to be attacked by a wall demon. Yes, that is happening right this very moment.
Yes, that's happening.
So I was initially quite worried about this fight, because I remember having a lot of issues with it previously when I've played this game, and he has a massive 10,000 HP, so I was like, okay, I know this guy can deal a lot of damage and takes a while to die. And you're seeing the effects of that right now, because Claude just took over 1,200 damage to that hit right there. And this guy's quite quick and he can pump out quite a lot. But like I said, I went with a very, very defensive grouping this time around, using both Bart and Steve. I mean, we're forced to use Steve, but it's good that we have Steve because it just means we can do some very reliable healing. And you know, I feel like I've been too harsh to Steve in ignoring her for this long, and I feel like after we leave this temple, I'm going to use Steve more often. You know, I feel like I just have neglected her, and I want to use her. It's unfair of me to just assume that she's going to randomly disappear on us, because like, she would never do that to us. I believe she is in love with Claude. And yes, our heart did previously belong to Bart, but it has since been smashed to smithereens. So I think it's time that we gave Steve a shot. Maybe Steve is the one for Claude in the end, and we're gonna use this time that we have right now to make Bart a little bit jealous, because that's just the kind of guy Claude is, or that's what I've decided he is. And you just saw there Bahamut come out, and that's very, very good that we picked up Bahamut and then we just so happened to have Bart in our party, because that dealt a big chunk of damage to him. And now we're seeing Titan. I'm just using everything I have because I don't want this guy to get too many turns in. I just want to destroy him while I can. But yeah, Titan did seem to do that much damage. We were much better off using Bahamut, but we've used our one charge of Bahamut, so we can't use it again. I don't feel too threatened anymore with both M barrier and barrier up, as well as using Steve's limit breaks to heal us back up again. It feels like this fight is not going to be as challenging as I first thought, and that's really handy. And what else is handy is that our limit breaks have charged up extremely quickly, and we can use a big old damaged Clim Hazard here, using the nail bat as well, which doesn't have any materia slots but deals huge amounts of damage. And you can see there, over 2,000 is awesome. That's like a fifth of its HP already gone, and then Big Shot does another extra fifth. So with the limit breaks and the healing and the barriers that we have and the Bahamut that we just picked up being super powerful, turns out I had nothing to be afraid of this whole time, and we defeat it very easily thanks to some very well planned timings and planning on my behalf. Was any of that a coherent sentence? Absolutely not. But we've killed the demon wall, and now it is time for Caitlyn to sacrifice herself. And before she does so, she's going to give us a little bit of a fortune before she goes. And Steve wants to know whether herself and Claude are meant to be an item or not. And this is perfect. Bart has to sit there and listen to this and cry while he sees that actually, yes, me and Steve are meant to be together. And he can do nothing about it. So thank you very much, Caitlyn, for letting us know that. And crushing Bart's heart like he did to us when we had that date previously. She says poor Tofu, as if Tofu's going to care. And I feel like nobody knows about mine and Bart's little thing. And I quite like the mystery of that. Everybody just assumes that Claude and Tofu are the couple to be. But it turns out me and Bart have been slamming each other's meat since the game began. So, you know, there's that. And we have this very traumatic scene where Caitlyn decides to sacrifice themselves for the greater good so that we can have the black materia. But of course, it comes at the cost of our best friend Caitlyn, everybody's favourite character. And you can see here the temple is imploding on itself with Caitlyn trapped inside. And unfortunately, there is just nothing that we can do about that. And Claude is just so distraught about this that he's starting to act out, and he decides to go ahead and give the black materia to our arch nemesis Sephiroth so that he can destroy the world. Because if the world ain't got Caitlyn in it, then it isn't a world that is worth living in, right? And you get this cool trippy sequence here where you can see Claude is running towards Sephiroth, and baby Claude is like, stop it, no, what are you doing, stop, ah! No matter what you do, he will always give the materia to Sephiroth. But I love these trippy little sequences. The game is full of these, and they really break up the normal sequences of the game. Like, look at the crazy filter that's on this screen at the moment. Look at the weird visuals of Cloud running into Sephiroth's body in slow motion while a baby ghost Cloud just like wanders around. It's something that like no game has ever quite captured in the same way that Final Fantasy VII does. And it's just very, very cool. And then once we come out of this sequence, the camera is zoomed way out and you can see reality of what he has just done. And I don't know, the storytelling in this game is just phenomenal, and it's all due to these trippy sequences. The game kind of sets up its own laws of collecting items and things like that, and then proceeds to break the fourth wall, but in a way that isn't just like looking at the camera and talking to the player.
Oh, hello.
But by breaking the rules that the game has set. Whenever you pick up an item, for example, a little text box appears that says you have received this item, and the giving away of the materia coming up as if an item has been collected, but instead you are handing it over to someone else. It's a way of breaking the fourth wall that doesn't feel completely cringy and cheesy, you know?
I know, right?
And here we're seeing how Claude is like starting to get to his breaking point, where he's realizing that like something is very, very wrong with him. Like, why has he done that? And Steve is being nice and saying it's not his fault, but like, it clearly is. If he didn't do that, we would be fine. But then we get some more trippy scenes where, oh, okay, Steve's a statue. And,
hello?
Oh, hi Steve. Nope. Okay, she's gone. Oh, okay, you're gonna fall from the trees now. Oh, and I'm gonna fall from the trees as well. We're here together. Wait, Steve, don't go. I'm coming after you. Why can't I run? Hello, Claude. You're dreaming. Oh. Hey Sephiroth, what's up? We must stop that girl soon. Okay, work. So we wake up from our dream and we're being lectured by our ex-boyfriend and Tofu about how everything is our fault. And it's like, yeah, okay, I get it, Bart. You now officially have a reason to be mad at me. He's just doing this because I was mad at him, and now he has an excuse to be mad at me. So he's just taking it like to the extreme and being very, very mean. And Claude is just going a bit nuts. This is like the breaking point of Claude, where he's just finally admitting that like, I'm just scared. Like, I don't know what is going on with me. I keep doing crazy stuff. And Bart is not really helping. It turns out Steve has gone missing, and instead of looking for her, we're gonna go take a break and go to Wutai and do a little side story, because Steve can wait, you know, Steve loves me. Steve will wait for me while I go and do this important mission.
Sure, Jan.
So here we are with Yuffie and some Shinra soldiers, and we actually get ambushed, and we're like, Yuffie, you better not be behind this. And she's like, I ain't got nothing to do with this. So here we are fighting these lovely little soldier men, and I'm using a party of Tofu and Mid simply because they have the highest strength of all of our characters. And as you can see, all of our materia has gone missing, so strength is really the only thing that matters, and I guess HP and defense and all of that, but we need to be able to kill things quickly without using magic, so Mid and Tofu are just like the obvious go-to people. And yeah, it turns out Goofy has stolen our materia, and luckily we make very good work of these soldiers. They're not very difficult, it's just stab, 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 you're dead. And now it's time to get our materia back and kill Goofy, I guess. Like, Goofy's gotta go. I'm sorry, you can't be stealing from us. We're literally trying to save the world, and my soon-to-be girlfriend has gone missing, and you're out here stealing my materia as if I'm not trying to save the world and all of that. So, Goofy is definitely out of the party forever. There's no way we would ever let her back. Luckily, we got loads of really good items from the Temple of the Ancients that have no materia slots and instead have massive strength boosts. So this is like the perfect time to use it. It's kind of designed for this. It's just a shame that Steve isn't here to enjoy this vacation. Don't worry, Steve will be back. I guarantee it. Steve will be in our party again in no time. She just needs a little bit of a break because I'm stressing her out maybe. I don't know, but Steve will be back. Don't worry. Anyway, back to our stats here, and as you can see, Tofu's strength is at 92, which is far greater than Mid and Clod's strength is, and it's due to the Gigas armlet that she has equipped. It gives her a huge strength boost, but also means that none of her materia can grow, but we obviously don't have any materia at the moment, so that's not an issue. And nowhere does it say that this is what the Gigas armlet does, but I'm happy I found this out and I'm happy that she has it. So here we are in Wutai and we pick up the MP absorb materia, which is very handy. We can give that to Tofu. Okay, never mind, but we do also pick up the Choco Feather from the shop, which we can give to Goofy if she ever joins our party again, and it's not looking very likely, as we finally catch up to Goofy and she gives us a very heartfelt speech about her backstory and about how her hometown of Wutai has just turned into a tourist trap, and she misses what it used to be, and she can't live up to what her father expects her to be, and it's very, very nice that we get this lovely, lovely moment with Goofy. Listen, Goofy, I don't care about the history of Wutai or your feelings. Clod clearly does not care. He's just like, dude, I just want my materia back. I don't care about your hometown. I don't really care about you. Just give me my shit back. Which is brilliant, because realistically that is what you would say in a moment like this. But maybe Clod is being a bit too harsh, and it feels like Goofy has changed over a new leaf.
Because like, if you have a leaf and you turn it, it's the same leaf.
And she tells us to switch the lever on the left to get our materia back. So what reason do I have not to believe her? You know, she's never lied or cheated or stolen from us ever before, so of course she wouldn't... We're just going to pretend that didn't happen, okay? Eventually, we catch up with Goofy again, but this time she's been captured by Shinra. And who could be the mastermind behind all of this? Ho ho. Oh my god, it's Santa Claus!
Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas!
No, of course not. It is none other than Corneo, the sleazy douchebag we met in Midgar who tried to sleep with us, and he's come back for seconds it seems, but he ain't having any of Clod now. Clod has been through a lot, he knows not to trust big men anymore, and I guess we gotta go stop him, because he has Goofy, and we need Goofy. Well, we need her materia, because it's our materia, not hers, but she stole it, so we need to get it back. Did you get it? You get it. This part of the game is kind of sucky, right? But here we are, we're on top of the giant statues of Wutai, the Mount Rushmore of Wutai as it goes, and we need to defeat this very powerful enemy coming up called Raps. And I remember this guy because he uses Aroga and it deals a ton of damage to us. So I've got Mid in the party, and I'm going to try and use his Mind Blow Limit Break, because that way we can remove his MP so that he can't cast Aroga, and we can deal with it a lot easier. This is one of the more challenging fights in the game because you don't have any materia to protect you, but luckily we've already been to the Temple of the Ancients and got some powerful weapons, and we also have Bart's cheesy limit break that literally only ever comes in handy for this one fight. So as you can see, Bart's limit break is already filled up, which is perfect. So when we go into the next battle, we will be super duper prepared. And here we are on top of the statue where Goofy and Elena are chilling out on the eyes, I guess. But then once we get into the fight, you can see that actually Elena and Goofy are not chilling on the eyes. And I think they missed a real opportunity there to have them sitting on the eyes the entire time during this fight. but they don't, and that sucks. But here we go using Mind Blast from Bart, which deals 300 MP damage to Raps, completely eliminating his MP, meaning he cannot cast Eroga on us, and now we are feeling pretty safe. And then we get a boost jump off from mid, and this boss only has 6000 HP, which if we hadn't been to the Temple of the Ancients probably would have been a bit of a problem. But as you can see there, mid just did over 3000 damage with his limit break, and then Clod gets his limit break and does an additional 3000 damage to him, completely destroying him. So yeah, that's usually one of those fights that is really difficult in a regular run, but having already known what this guy can do, and also having already been to the Temple of the Ancients, meant that that fight was kind of a joke. So hey, that's Raps out of the way.
Bye, bitch.
But I think it's time we bid farewell to Corneo. I can't even remember what this guy's intention is, other than just like stealing women and being a bit of a sleazebag. But even Shinra are against him now. So naturally we let him fall off of a cliff and die. Now that we've finally saved Goofy's life, she decides to return the MP absorbed materia back to us, which is perfect. And she also gives us all of the rest of our materia. Hallelujah. But instead of us saying, okay, thanks for the materia, you can piss off now, we decide to let her come back with us. I don't know why she would even want to, or what business she has with us, but she's still here with us. And as you can see here, she has given us our materia back, but it is completely randomized. So nobody is in the job that they're supposed to be. Everyone has been given completely random materia, and I have to spend the next 5 to 10 minutes swapping everyone's materia, looking at the chart to see who had what, putting it in the right place, sorting out everybody's weapons and armor. It takes a while, but eventually we get back to normal and we can finally continue the adventure like planned. Because Steve's missing and I need to find my new girlfriend. Like, we have completely neglected anything to do with Steve. Like, she could be dead for all I know. Obviously she wouldn't be dead because she's powerful as hell and nothing could ever kill her. So that's it. No more messing around. We're going back to the Forgotten City and we're finding Steve, okay? No more detours, no more running around Wutai, climbing up towers, defeating every foe to become the most powerful ninja in all of the land. Okay, we're gonna do just that actually. Okay, so the first match here is against Gorky. And do you remember when I first assigned these classes, I gave Goofy the added effect materia. And I was thinking about these fights in particular, because you can equip the added effect materia onto Choco Mog, and you can also equip it onto the time materia. But as you can see, once you equip it to the Choco Mog materia, you can inflict stop on them by just attacking. So here we are. We've inflicted stop, and this guy does have a barrier up, so we are not doing very much damage to him. But honestly, it kind of makes these fights a bit of a joke. So we get Gorky down, and next up we have Shake, who is like the speed guru, and I'm like, oh gosh, how am I going to outspeed this guy? He's surely going to kill me. I definitely can't just attack him and inflict stop again. Oh, okay, yeah, we do just that. And the same thing happens for the next fight and the next fight after that. And I do love that every time you hit this guy, it's like he gains consciousness for a split second while he's paralyzed. Like, I'm gonna get me down. Haha, finally I'm free. Okay, so now it is time for the final boss of the pagoda. We have climbed each floor, we have very easily defeated every other opponent thus far, and now we are up against Goofy's father. And I'm thinking, okay, this can't be too hard. He does have a lot of HP, like 10,000 HP is the same as the Demon Wall, and we had 3 very strong characters dealing damage to the Demon Wall, and here we only have Goofy, and Goofy can't really do much offensively. You know, she has some good tech, she has steel, she's very fast, but she can't deal damage very well. And turns out this guy is immune to stop. We try attacking, we try using Death Blow, the Choco Mog materia, and it doesn't seem to work. So we have to actually deal with this enemy properly, and we can't cheese the fight like we have for the previous ones. And this is the first time that this challenge run has actually felt like a challenge run, because honestly, Final Fantasy VII is pretty easy, and I haven't really put very heavy restrictions on that, and I addressed that in the first episode. So, you know, we all know this is an easy challenge run. It's not really a challenge run, it's just me being a goofball and, you know, having a bit of fun. But this time it actually feels kind of challenging. I had to do a little bit more, you know, digging around. I had to strategize a little bit more to get through it. And I'm just kind of testing out what this guy can do. Goofy can't heal herself, so we have to rely on high potions, which is a little bit annoying. But she does also have a limit break that heals her up called Clear Tranquil. And as you can see, we are about to use that in a second. And it's quite good because your limit break charges when you take damage. And it means that she can just heal. She can heal when she takes damage because her limit break charges, and then she can heal because she has a limit break that heals her, and it's called Clear Tranquil, and she uses it when her HP is low, which happens when she takes damage from the enemy, and then she can heal it up so that the damage doesn't mean anything anymore, and then she can take more damage, but then she can heal it up again.
Mama, kudos for saying that, for spilling, like seriously.
So that's how fighting works in this game, and in most games that you play. Usually. Sometimes it doesn't, but most of the time it does, you know. So yeah, we have counterattack, which is very handy. Counterattack is very nice. And then Shrine comes out, and this here is a problem. It does about 800 plus damage to us, which is great because it charges our limit break straight away. But we need to make sure we have at least like 900 HP at all times, because he can use Shrine at any time and just destroy us. So definitely a little bit tricky, but nothing we can't handle. We may not be doing too much damage, but our healing is reliable enough, and I'm feeling on it that I feel like this will still be possible. We just have to be cautious. Luckily, having haste on us helps as well. It means that we can consistently get out about 2 turns before he can only get 1 turn out. So yeah, not too bad. It's just going to be a long and slow fight, but I ain't worried. I mean, Goofy's a tough gal. She knows what she's doing. She's got a weird like foreskin thing on her arm. Like, why does she have that? What is that? What is it? Is that practical? Does it do anything? I don't know. But yeah, he casts Mini on us, or Toad, but I pre-prepared for that. I have an item that stops Mini or Toad or whatever the status ailment is. I have an accessory that prevents that from being a thing on me. I can't, you know, I'm immune to it. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm immune to Mini or Toad because I knew he could do that, and now he can't do that. So that's good because we don't want that to happen, because we rely very much on our physical damage. She doesn't have any spells. She has like Choco Mog, but like we run out of that very quickly. And the only thing we can do is use our physical damage. So if we were inflicted with Toad or Mini, that would be a problem. Anyway, he casts Bio 2 on us and actually gets the poison out. And I don't think I had any antidotes at this point. So the damage from poison is definitely going to stack up. And I'm like, crap, okay, this is getting a little bit scary. Luckily, Greased Lightning there does quite a lot of damage. But then this happens. Yeah, he casts Cure 2 on himself, or, you know, just heals himself for about 1200 HP. And I'm like, okay, as long as he doesn't do that too often, we should be fine. And as the fight goes on, as I keep progressing, he just consistently keeps on using this curing spell. And I don't really know why. And I start to get a bit stuck and panicky. And I'm like, oh crap. I just don't really understand how I'm supposed to deal with this. It feels like he does it like every other turn. So eventually, I end up losing. It goes on for a while. And I start to run out of steam. And we die. So this is our first ever game over.
Really? Yeah. Oh, I feel so bad for you. Are you okay?
But it's not really a game over, because if you lose this fight, you don't really get a game over. You just get to try again. But okay, it's time to change the tactics up. I go ahead and equip the Magic Shuriken because it does more damage, but it has less materia slots. But that should be fine because we don't need the added effect materia anymore, because we know that he's immune to stop. So it's okay to not have as much materia equipped. And I remove some other spells just so that her physical damage is a bit higher. And I'm ready to go back into the fight again. And it turns out when this guy gets to around half HP, he will always counterattack with a cure spell. I didn't realize that is what was happening, because it didn't feel like every attack I was doing he was countering. And that's because he cannot counter your counterattacks. So the way to do it is, as soon as he gets to half HP, only ever attack with your counterattack. Do not ever press the attack button, just wait for him to hit you, and then you can strike back and get his HP down. It's quite slow because counterattack doesn't always go off, but luckily you can get in a bit more damage with Greased Lightning, because that does more than 1200 healing. It does around 1400 damage. It's okay to use it because you're chipping away a bit. He can't out heal your damage. So yeah, it's a slow fight. is definitely slow, but we have a reliable way to win now. I cannot see him defeating us any other way because we don't attack as well. We can just stay on the menu and heal ourselves whenever we take too much damage. So feeling good. It feels like this time we're going to conquer it. And we do. We get him down after a very, very long time. But that is a very big, scary boss out of the way. Probably the most challenging one we've fought yet. In fact, it definitely is. It's the only one we've actually died against. So yeah, that is that milestone completed. Okay, Steve, I'm coming for you. Don't worry, just as long as I can get off this beach. Oh. Okay, so once we're in the Forbidden Forest, we pick up the Kujata materia, which we can immediately give to Green. We also collect the Comet materia, which we can give to Vincent. And then finally, we catch up with Steve. And she's sitting here praying. And Claude's got a bit of a headache, but that's not going to stop him from reaching his love. So we're just going to go and approach Steve. I don't really know what she's doing, to be honest. She's just like chilling. It's like, hello, Steve, I'm right here. And then, oh, Claude's pulled out his sword. Claude, what you do? Put your sword away, Claude. That is no way to act around a lady. You do not get your sword out on the first date. And we can't run away. So I guess we're just gonna stand here. Oh, okay, we're gonna pull out the sword. Maybe she needs a poke. Maybe she just needs a little poke. That is not how you poke, Claude. Honestly, like, what is Claude's problem? Maybe he's just used to interacting with men because that's all he's had in his life, and he doesn't know how to treat a lady. But you're doing it all wrong, Claude. Oh, FMV. We got a cutscene. Oh, isn't she beautiful? Wow, Claude is just like, you know, you could smile. At least, Claude, you're staring your love in the eyes. She looks happy to see us. Why is the music gone really ominous all of a sudden? Oh my gosh, Sephiroth, what are you doing here? What is it? What is that? What are you doing? What are you doing, Steve? What are you doing, Steve? No! Steve? Steve? Oh my God. All joking aside, it's really hard to talk about the impact that this scene had on Final Fantasy as a franchise and video games as a whole and their relevance as art forms. I feel like this scene kind of proved that video games were not just toys made for kids. They are true pieces of art with layers, you know, and even more than cinema, you get to interact with these characters. You follow these characters not just for an hour in a film and then they die. We've had about 10 to 20 hours at this point with these characters that we play with and we embody, and then to just see one of them die right before our eyes and there's nothing we can do about it, it was so shocking. It was so impactful and powerful. It's like trying to describe why the Beatles have such an impact. You know, when something has just cemented itself so deeply into popular culture, it's hard to even describe why it is so good and why it deserves to be there. But I think this was a real turning point in video game history where it's like, okay, games are meant to be taken seriously. They are not something that is going anywhere soon. And if this is what we are capable now of doing, just imagine what we can do in the future. And video games have proven that they can continue to make the audience feel something deep and special and create communities from it. Think about this video itself and my channel in general. I can only do this because there is a community of people that have connected so deeply with this game. A game that came out 27 years ago. And that's powerful. It's magic. And bravo to them. I think this is like one of the best scenes in Final Fantasy history. In fact, I think it is the best. You can check out my video here where I talk about all the best cutscenes in Final Fantasy. And I go in a bit more depth about why I like this scene so much. But yeah, it's, you know, it's Seraph stuff. We all know it. We all love it. Well, not love it. Like, we don't love that she's dead, obviously. It's very sad, but we love the scene and what it did and all of that jazz. You get it. Anyway, back to Silly Goofy Fun Time. Well, actually, no, not quite yet. So, Sephiroth disappears off into wherever the hell he's from. I don't know. Flies up to the heavens and then drops a little egg on us. And the egg is another piece of Genova. And what's really cool about this is that the theme just continues playing. And I just think that's like, icing on the cake. Beautiful scene. It would have been weird if they just went into like boss battle music after like one of your party members has just died. So they keep Aerith's theme running, you know? We've just had to witness her die and now we have to fight, you know? We don't even get a moment of peace. No breaks. We just have to continue on. We can't even stop to think about it. Powerful stuff here, guys. Very, very powerful stuff. But yeah, I'm using Vincent now. Not Vincent, sorry. Sparkle ;D. Back to silly mode. I need to snap back into it. This is the problem, you see. I'm still in serious mode. Snapping back into silly. Sparkle ;D is now in the party because we picked up Comet, so he can actually start being useful because he has a very powerful spell now, and you're going to see a lot more of Sparkle D, and you're going to see a lot more of Tofu soon as well. She's also very powerful. Now that we have 3 of her limit breaks, it just means that she deals a really good amount of damage, and the more we learn, the stronger she gets, and she turns out to be like a very key player towards the end of the game. She's also got Death Blow and HP Absorb, which is incredible. It just means she can recover a little bit of HP. She also has Cure 2, so she can heal our allies. We can't heal all of our allies at once with this party setup, but this is definitely a very, very strong combination, you know? You got high magic damage coming from Sparkle, you got high physical damage and a bit of healing coming from Tofu, and then you've got some magical damage and physical damage from Claude. You know, it's hard to argue with this party. I was quite convinced that this was the strongest team I could have, and it probably is at this moment in time, you know? I'm pretty certain that these guys are, you know, the most powerful. I guess Caitlyn would also be considered one of the most powerful, simply because of the enemy skill materia. But yeah, that is the Genova fight down, and then we all get to say our goodbyes to Steve, and Sparkle just kind of like walks up to her. He doesn't really have much of a reaction, but Tofu does. Tofu gives her a little pat on the head and then like runs off crying, and I think it's amazing how much emotion they managed to put into these sprites, and that's another reason why I think this game is so magical, because they were very limited with what they could do with these blocky graphics, but like you can still see the emotion on Tofu's face there when she says her goodbyes to Steve. And then Claude lifts Steve up and wonders what could have been as he carries her into this lake and drowns her dying corpse. And I don't know, I always thought bodies floated. Isn't that a thing? No, bodies sink. Never mind. Yeah, it makes sense. She sinks to the bottom of this lake, and there's no blood, even though Sephiroth stabbed right through her gut. You know, there's no guts, there's no blood. The water doesn't turn red. She just like is dead with no wound. And hey, they needed to make it a little bit PG, right? They couldn't have blood and gore and guts and all of that. But say goodbye to Steve, as this is the last we will see of her.
Bye, bitch!
Okay, that was all very intense, but we cannot become complacent. The adventure must continue, and we have to track down Sephiroth. So, we head through this cave and collect the Magic Plus materia, and then it's time to go snowboarding. Here we go, and I'm really, really good at this minigame. Let's go.
She's dead.
We finally made it to the bottom of the mountain, but it's freezing cold, we're all alone, and we have no idea where to go. How is our party going to get out of this? There's no more Steve, Sephiroth is still out there, Shinra is still doing bad things, and the planet needs saving, damn it. So what are we going to do about it? Back to the 5th part in this series where I see if I can beat Final Fantasy VII using a class system. On the last episode we had just snowboarded our way to success, and we now find ourselves here at the bottom of this wintry tundra where we pick up the added effect materia. And we've got this interesting random encounter here against Shiva's hot sister, and we want to fight this lady because she just so happens to have the circlet accessory, which is very, very handy. So I'm using a party of Goofy, Tofu and Claude, and Goofy is here because I knew that I wanted to steal this accessory, and after a few tries we get it, and she tries to use her sexy powers to make Claude fall in love with her, but Claude's heart is still with Steve at the moment, and he is completely immune to it, so he returns the favour by burning her to a crisp, which is lovely. So the circlet actually gives you plus 30 magic and spirit, which is absolutely insane, but we don't last much longer and Claude actually passes out, and luckily this man finds us and brings us back to this inn, but we are not done yet as we still need to pick up the Alexander materia, so we go ahead and do that. And before we advance, I go ahead and switch around the party to have Caitlyn and Sparkle. There is an enemy skill that we want to learn, so I've got Caitlyn in, and Sparkle D is just very powerful at the moment, so I'm getting my use out of him, as I've not used him very much prior to this because he's been kind of useless, but ever since he's gained the Comet materia, he's actually become quite a powerful character. And his materia is leveling up, which is perfect. He's a bit behind some of the other characters, so it's nice that we have this time with him now to level up some of his materia and get him to become one of the strongest characters in the game. His defenses are quite low, which is a problem, as you can see, but luckily he chills in the back row, and his magic stat is relatively high at this moment in time. So yeah, prepare to see the rise of Sparkle D, because he really is an incredibly powerful character. And as you can see here, I'm manipulating this dude because he has the Magic Breath materia. Not materia, it's a spell. And now that he has casted it on us, he cast it on us, and we've learnt it, so that's great. It's a very powerful attack. It's basically the Kujata summon, but like as a magic spell. It just deals like high level magic damage to the enemy, which is great. We've picked up the Enhanced Sword, which is fairly weak in power level, but it has a lot of materia slots, and it means that we can equip the Elemental and Alexander materia together on his weapon, so he can deal holy damage, and he's also protected against all other magic spells, which is great. You can see there we picked up the Bad Breath enemy skill from the Malbro, and then, oh no, what's that shaking? I sure hope there's no double-headed dragon about to attack us. That would be terrible. Yes, it is a double-headed dragon, and this is actually quite a difficult fight. It's one of the first fights that we go against that has a significantly higher HP pool than the previous enemies we fought, and there just so happens to be 2 of them. These guys alternate between dealing fire and ice magic damage, but luckily Clod here is immune to both of them and also absorbs one of them, I can't remember which, and these guys have a pretty powerful accessory on them which I would love to steal, hence why I have Goofy in the party. But Goofy's level is quite low, which means that it's quite unlikely that we'll be able to steal from them very easily, but I believe in Goofy. You know, she's a strong gal, and I believe that she's got it in her to at least steal an item. You know, that's kind of her only use at this moment in time. And here you can see Alexander doing some massive holy damage, over 5,000 at this stage in the game. Pretty incredible, right?
Groundbreaking.
We also have the added cut materia attached to it, which just means that we deal a little attack afterwards, which is lovely. We go ahead and use White Wind there just to get Caitlyn's HP up. Caitlyn is the only one that can actually heal at the moment in our party, and you know, White Wind is pretty effective, so that's good. And we also have Big Guard on everyone, so feeling like defenses aren't going to be too much of an issue. With that shell up, we're looking pretty good, you know. Caitlyn uses Toy Box, which is an attack that does a thing, which is great. We love things when they happen. And then Goofy is still not managing to steal. You know, I'm starting to lose my patience with her ever so slightly, because it's like, come on, you have one job. The only reason that you are of any use in this entire run is to steal from people, and you can't even do that. The annoying thing about having Big Guard on is that when we absorb damage, as you just saw there, it's at a reduced rate, but like, you know, it's obviously way more worth having the Big Guard on than not. Having Protect, Shell and Haste all at once is incredible. So yeah, Big Guard is by far the most powerful spell in this entire game, and you can get it pretty early on in the game, which is incredible, right?
Groundbreaking.
As you can see, Goofy is still not managing to steal, and then they use like this dual fire ice attack, but Caitlyn absorbs it because she can absorb it. And then of course Goofy isn't stealing again, and it's like, right, Goofy, I swear to God, like these guys are gonna die pretty soon, so you need to hurry up and just like steal the item. It's not that hard. It's a dragon. Like, why can't you steal from a dragon? What's it gonna do to you? Surely it's just wearing the accessory on its wrist. Just take the accessory off, you know? Why is a dragon wearing an accessory anyway? I don't know, but he is, and Goofy could take it. And why does she need to equip some materia in order to steal it? Why can't any of them just run up to this dragon and steal its accessories, you know? Why do you need a specific materia that allows you to take things from others? It makes no sense, and nothing ever does make sense in these games, so you just have to just accept that, like, that's just the way it is. Luckily we do have another form of healing here in Goofy's Limit Break. Forgot about that. It deals 50% of your max HP in healing magic to your HP. So that's great. Toy box comes out again. This time the toy box is a house. Before it was a chicken. This time it's a house. We used a house and we squashed him. You're now seeing the effects of this guy's HP pool. He's taking a very long time to go down, and the magic attacks get a little bit more aggressive towards the end of the fight as he's choosing to use Quake on all of us, which does quite a bit of damage, but luckily the fire and ice breath attacks aren't really doing too much. I probably should have used Big Guard again, but maybe I've forgotten, or maybe I use it again in a second. And you can see here, Meteor Rain. This is Claude's 3rd level limit break. One of the better ones just because it hits multiple times. And as you can see, Goofy is still not stealing anything. Like, I've stolen every single turn that Goofy has had, aside from when she's had her limit break. And even then, nothing. We've killed one of the heads, and now it says there's nothing to steal. So, like, we missed our chance. And I could have just not attacked and waited, but then this fight would have gone on way too long. We'd have lost all of our MP, and yeah, bit of a fail on Goofy's behalf, but hey ho, at least they're down. That is a very annoying enemy defeated. Finally though, we've made it out of the cave and towards the summit of this mountain, where we can see the northern lights, and the crater that lies ahead has a giant swirling vortex of life stream juice coming out of it. And it's like, whoa, it feels like some end game kind of shit. And it is. We are nearing the end of the game, unfortunately, but this is some of the cooler imagery of this game. This game feels very lonely, and I feel like this cutscene here kind of encapsulates that lonely feeling. It feels like all the goofy, silly vibes that this game has had throughout of it have finally come to the end, and the final portions of this game really nail in the dark and gloomy and depressing aspects of this game, and it's very cool. We're starting to see a shift here in the story where it all starts to get a bit dramatic, but we pick up the Neo Bahamut materia, which is very nice. We can give that to Claude, and then we need to run through this vortex. Oh, okay, we got hit by the vortex. We need to run through this vortex, but every time that wave goes past our pathway, it can hit us and send us flying back and force us into a very easy fight. But I try again, and of course I collapse again. It's really hard to see where Claude is in comparison to where the vortex is. Like, the perspective is really skewed, and I just need to keep practicing. I know that if I do it enough times, I will eventually get it, and I feel like I'm getting better. It feels like it's getting easier, right? Nope, maybe this time? Nope, now it appears to be glitched. The wave just like keeps whooshing past, so I exit the screen to see if that fixes it, and luckily it does. And then finally, with the glitch over, we can just glide on past it. So luckily that's out the way, and we don't have to deal with that ever again. We can just continue. Jeez, as if I haven't been through enough, Sephiroth decides to just fly out of nowhere and punch me in the face. Rude. But, you know, that's okay, I forgive him. But I do not forgive Jenova, because this is like the 3rd time we've had to fight this Jenova thing. And it gets kind of tiresome, you know. The first 2 times are pretty cool, and then by this time I'm like, okay, I get it, you know. If there were different designs for the Jenova forms, I'd be like, fair enough. And there is one towards the end that is a bit different. But yeah, it feels like a bit of a cop-out to just use the same design and reskin it. But that's okay, that's, you know, it's saving memory on an already very large game. So I get it, I get why they do it. It just, you know, starts to lose its impact towards the end of the game, right? But now you're seeing the power of Neo Bahamut. Yes, the big, bad, scary Bahamut, but not the biggest, baddest, and scariest. There's actually 3 Bahamuts in this game because, you know, why not? Bahamut's an awesome summon. He's the coolest dragon dude to have ever lived, so I get why he's here. And 4,000 damage is fine. I feel like Alexander just, like, did more. So, yeah, we go ahead and use some echo screens on Vincent. Because he is our damage dealer, we cannot be having him silenced. He relies on his magic spells to do all of the heavy lifting. And 1900 damage from Comet there is pretty tasty, you know? With that MP absorb materia as well, he can use it confidently, knowing that he can just recover his MP back up, making it cost a lot less. So now you're seeing Alexander, and actually it doesn't do as much damage. I was wrong. I just assumed, because in that last fight it did over 5,000, they would do a similar amount in this one, but clearly I was wrong. And you'd think Jenova being like dark and evil and scary would be like super weak to holy damage, but I guess not, you know? If Jenova's not weak to holy, what is? I feel like this is like one of the grossest, darkest, spookiest, ookiest, kookiest monsters out there. So, you know, I'm just going ahead and using all the summons because I'm like, I know we can save the game soon and we can just heal up our MP again. So I might as well use them. That's what they're there for, right? So now you can see Odin come out, and this was like a no-brainer for Vincent. No, Sparkle semicolon D. Obviously he had to have Odin because it's just like the most gothic, evil looking one possible. And yes, Claude has now mastered all of the elements, just like the Avatar himself, except with cooler hair, because the Avatar has no hair, and Claude does have hair. It's very spiky, cool hair. And now that he's mastered all 3 elements, he can deal a lot more damage than he could with his sword. So that's nice. And that's what's cool about Claude, is that you can kind of just like use all of his MP at once, and then when it's all gone, you're not useless because his attack power is very strong too. So Claude is just like a damage dealing machine in this run. And the fact that he never really comes out of your party apart from like this one little moment, which is coming up in a minute. It just means that he is just like super duper over leveled, so much better than all of our other characters, but you know, he is the main character, so it makes sense, right? You can see Tofu's strength has gotten really good recently. She's got loads of HP, more than Claude, and more strength than Claude. So she is like another just damage dealing master. And she's going to gain a weapon soon that really changes the way we play Tofu and allows us to utilize her to her fullest potential. And you're going to see towards the end of this run how incredibly powerful Tofu is. And Sparkle semicolon D. I will say this is probably our strongest party setup for the rest of the game now. So now I need to give the black materia to somebody else because I don't quite trust that I'm going to do the right thing. So I'm trusting Bart instead. He may have broken my heart once, but this is his chance to redeem himself. So here you go, Bart, take the most powerful materia in the world while I pick up this MP turbo materia, and then we can head up to this next screen where...
Oh Lord. Again. Again. Nothing new, nothing changed, same old shit. Same old fuck.
The party find themselves trapped in Sephiroth's illusions, and he's chosen to take them back to the Nibelheim incident. And this is where the game really comes alive. The big twist, the moment that we've all been waiting for. Claude's memories are not exactly what they seem, and everything he's known about himself has been completely false and fabricated by his own trippy illusionary Mako poisoning things that happened to him. And as you can see, this spiky dude here named Zack, whose hair is even bigger and spikier than Claude's, is actually the real Claude, and all of his memories have been poured into Claude's head. Sephiroth begins to explain to Claude how he was just an experiment made by Hojo to clone Sephiroth and create another version of him, but Claude actually went wrong, hence why he doesn't have a tattooed number like all of the other clones of Sephiroth, and he's just a failed experiment. He means absolutely nothing, and Claude's reaction to this is just a shrug. So Bart is kind of worried about us. I guess he still loves us or something like that. And he has the black materia in his possession, and then all of the sudden everything turns green and vortexy, and the game starts becoming its usual trippy self, doing some crazy wacky visuals, and Bart's just kind of like, yo, what is going on here? Where did everybody go? Where am I? And this is more illusions happening from Sephiroth, but then Tofu comes out of the darkness and is like, hey Bart, what's up bro? And she's glad that he's safe. Tofu informs us that Claude and the others are all in danger, and we need Bart's big strong muscly arms to come and save us. So Bart, being the hero that he is, decides to go and help everyone and runs over to save the day. But then the big reveal.
Pause for the big reveal.
I'm a man.
So upon arrival, Bart's like, hey, what's up? I'm here to save the day. I've finally arrived. And Claude is doing his Claude thing and being a little bit spooky. He's just kind of standing there, shimmying around, looking all weird. And then he does like a little walk and it's like, oh, are you okay, Claude? Is everything fine? And then he just kind of sits and stares at us. Everybody's silent while this is happening, of course. And then he sort of shimmies a little bit closer. Hello? Is somebody supposed to be talking? Oh. Hello? Hello? Thanks, Bart. Where's the black materia? It's safe. I have it. I'll take it from here. Give it to me. The black materia. despite giving very clear instructions earlier to not give the black materia to absolutely anyone, especially Claude, who has a history of giving the black materia to the wrong people. Bart's like, yeah, you know what, the pressure's kind of getting to me, just take the black materia. And like, come on, Bart, you know, come on, man. But hey ho, the black materia is now in Claude's possessions, which basically means it's now in Sephiroth's possessions, and the world is probably going to end soon. So good job, Bart. You can pat yourself on the back for that. You really helped us there. Well done. So now Claude is hanging out upside down like the girl from The Ring or something, being all creepy, and he's starting to piece together his story, and he's realized that the entire game he hasn't been going after Sephiroth, but Sephiroth has actually been summoning him. Yes, this is what the reunion has been all about, gathering all the pieces of Sephiroth, his memories, all of the clones that have failed, and bringing them together to bring the black materia to him, bring him back to life, and destroy the world. The Sephiroth we've been fighting the entire time is not the real Sephiroth. It's just another clone. It's a piece of Genova. It's an illusion that has been created to lure Claude in to the real Sephiroth and give him the materia and destroy the world. So yeah, that's the story in a nutshell, really. And then all of a sudden he comes out of his little egg. Why Sephiroth has been hanging out in this egg for all this time, I don't know. Maybe he's a chicken. Maybe he's a chicken, and Sephiroth has no nipples here, as you can see, so that's pretty cool. And now Claude is floating. I don't know how being a Sephiroth clone gives you the power to float, but you know, that's fine, that's okay. Oh, now he's floating towards us. Now he's floating up again. This game is very weird. Like the amount they play with character models it's quite insane, the amount they manage to do with such little hardware. But here's this really cool FMV now. He is giving the black materia away to the nippleless Sephiroth, and then all of a sudden we see it charging up. The egg is about to crack. The power of black materia is surging. And then what's that eye in the background? Didn't notice that before. Maybe that's going to come into play. But the egg has finally dropped. It's cracked on the floor. All of the life stream juices is starting to flow inside and explode. Basically, black materia is now being triggered. You know, the meteor is about to be summoned, and this has also awoken a giant beast that has been laying dormant in this cave the entire time. So as if they didn't have big problems with a giant comet about to destroy the planet, there's also a giant beast that's also trying to destroy the planet, and this is like a protector of the earth or something, and I think he's mad because you know, the world is ending and dying, so he's like, rah, silly humans, I have to kill you all. And there's a few of these, and they come up right at the end, and it's just so that we can have some really cool Godzilla-like boss battles at the end of the game, I suppose. And I'm here for it. Tofu is not here for it though. Her boobs her boobs be jiggling. You know, there's a lot of wind going on, so I'm sure the developers put that in there to show the strong currents of the wind, and no other reason, right? There's no reason why they would show her boobs jiggling like that, other than to show the power of this monster. So, yeah. So after the big twist, many players are left wondering why Tofu lied. If Tofu knew the entire time that everything Claude was saying about the Nibelheim incident was untrue, then why did she not say anything? And the game is basically explaining that the moment she met Claude in Midgar, she had known him as a child and realized that he seemed kind of vulnerable and everything he was saying was slightly untrue, but she also felt kind of bad for him and seemed to realize how much he believed what he was saying. So although she noticed that Claude may not be telling the truth, she didn't really have the heart to tell him it wasn't true. And there was also a fear of the repercussions of what would happen if he found out that what he was saying wasn't true. So she kind of just let it slide, I guess. It's a bit silly. It kind of ruins Tofu as a character because you think she could have saved a lot of time by just being honest, and this whole big reveal thing could have happened sooner and at a point in the story that isn't as pivotal as when it does happen. But I do understand her reasoning, and I think she's just a very caring character, and she just wants Claude to be happy. And if telling him the truth was going to confuse him and make him unhappy, then she wasn't going to do it. So I don't think it ruins Tofu's character. I think I understand her actions. I understand why she does what she does. And you know what? I think Tofu is the gal for me. You know, Bart has proven many a time that he's just not trustworthy. You know, Steve did have my heart at one point, but, you know, Steve's no longer with us. And seeing how much Tofu cares about me and how much she's lied for me makes me think that she could be the one, you know? Tofu reawakens in an unknown area, and it just so happens that she's been taken to Junon by Shinra. And looking out the window here, we can see that Comet is on its way to destroy the world, and Claude is nowhere to be seen. He's gone missing. So oh, and not to mention there's also the giant monster that is threatening to destroy the world as well. So a lot is going wrong right now. This is like the peak drama of the game, you know, things are going terribly. Absolutely nothing is in our party's favour. We're missing our leader, and Sephiroth is still out there and awake and alive, and then there's Shinra, who still hate us and have actually arrested us at the moment, so we need to try and escape. So we have a party of Bart, Caitlin and Goofy, and you're forced into this party setup because Claude is missing and Tofu has been locked in a chamber. And it's quite cool to use these characters because we've never used all three of these together. And as you can see, Caitlin is super powerful with that Shrine spell, but that is not enough to kill these enemies. You know, they've really gone up a bit in power level, and that's really great to see. So, yeah, Caitlin is definitely our best damage dealer. You know, she just has the most things that she can do. Her enemy skills have really grown throughout this series, and I'm glad that we get to use her again. I should utilize Caitlin more. It's just such a shame that she's a really sucky character, but a grenade bomb from Bart destroys one of them, and then there's only one left, and then it's time to finally escape. But we were following Caitlin's lead, and she's shown us to a dead end, so that's what we get for trusting Caitlin. And then we have this really cool mini game where you have to try get the key from the ground and using Tofu's limbs in different sequences. And it's pretty cool. It forces you to sort of like play around. You can't just press random buttons. You have to try and press combinations of buttons to move her legs up her body to her arms and her mouth, blah, blah, blah. And we need to turn the gas off because she is about to die. So, you know, Tofu's escaped all by herself. No thanks to the rest of the party that just decided to run away. But that's okay. We then get to see Junon fire the cannon directly in the Ultima weapon's face, which is pretty badass actually. These cutscenes that follow are quite sickening, if I do say so myself. And it's nice, you know, they've had a lot of epic moments throughout the series, but now we're getting towards the end of the game. It's like we are not running out of steam, you know. You thought you had seen everything that this game had to offer, but these final moments here in the game, the last few sections, are really quite epic. And so epic, in fact, that we get to ride on this giant ass cannon with Tofu, and then we bump into none other than Scarlet, who's like this bitch lady who works for Shinra, and she decides to have a slapping fight with Tofu, which is you know, pretty silly considering she can drop kick a dragon, but you know, good luck to her, I guess. And it seems like our luck has run out. It's a dead end and there are Shinra soldiers everywhere. So what's she gonna do, just jump into the water? Well, absolutely not, because hey, look at that, it's the High Wind, and it was Caitlin's plan the whole time, was to get on the High Wind and save Tofu, because they knew that she was gonna run on this cannon somehow. Anyway, Bart tosses out a rope and Tofu decides to jump up and pull a very silly face as she falls to her doom, but she catches the rope and doesn't fall to her death and is instead swung around by this rope wildly as you know, the wind would be blowing her all over the place, and she needed a lot of arm strength to hold on for that long, and that would be absolutely terrifying. And instead of dropping to the ground to sort of like allow her time to breathe, they just like fly even higher as if it wasn't scary enough for her. You okay? My cheeks hurt a bit. Alright Tofu, too much information, we don't need to know about your cheeks, but it's time to do some item hunting. So we pick up an elemental materia as well as the full cure materia. That will definitely come in handy for Steve. I cannot wait to give her that materia. But then we head on over to Medeal, where we have this baby chocobo, and we tickle behind his ears to collect the contain materia, which is the last spell we can give Claude. And speaking of Claude, Tofu has decided to run into the hospital, and here he is. It's your boy. Claude's okay. Well, okay is a word. He's alive, that's for sure, but he's definitely not stable, let's just say that. He actually fell into a big pool of Mako, which has poisoned his brain even more than it had been before, because he was already poisoned by Mako when he became a Sephiroth clone. So now he's like mega brain dead. He has essentially become a vegetable. And Why am I saying Tofu? Tofu feels like somewhat responsible for this, and she feels terrible, and this is where you really get to see Tofu's personality shine. She is just a very caring human being, and she loves Claude, and you're starting to see this love blossom. She decides to stay behind and look after him. Although the planet is ending and she is needed more than ever, she feels like she has to be here for Claude because of how much he has sacrificed, how much he's done for the group, and how much he's led them to where they are now. She can't just leave him here to rot. She has to be by his side till the end of time, and I think that's very sweet. So the next mission is to track down this huge materia which could potentially stop the meteor from coming down and destroying us. So Mid has decided to take one for the team and become our new leader, and I go with a party of Green and Goofy. Goofy obviously because we need to steal some items from this enemy gauntlet that we have here, and Green is just here as our healer and to level up some of his materia because I've been neglecting Green just a little bit, and so far this enemy gauntlet is not too difficult. We need to stop this train from crashing into this town that we visited before. Can't remember the name of the town. It's the town that leads you to the gold saucer. And the time limit is essentially there because if we don't do it in time, it will crash and everyone will die. So it's essential that we do it in time. And I use Kujata here, which is one of one of Green's final summons. And you can see it's mega powerful. 9999 damage is nuts. That's like max damage. I'm pretty sure that's the first time that's happened. I don't know why Kujata is that good. He's never usually that impressive whenever I've played this game, but I guess this guy must have just been weak to all of the elements. It's a difficult summon to use because if the enemy is weak to just one or absorbs just one of the magical elements, as fire, ice, lightning, then he will heal because it deals all of that damage. But yeah, we stole the warrior bangle from this guy. That was what we wanted to do. And then we defeat this last Shinra guard and make our way to the front of the train with like 4 minutes to spare. So, you know, we were never in any danger. Everything is cool. And we stopped Corral from being blown up. That's the name of the town. It's Corral. And in doing so, we get the huge materia. But not only do we get the huge materia, we pick up a very key item indeed. Yes, we get none other than the Ultima materia, which is incredible. We can give that to Sparkle D, and once it levels up at least once, we can use it. And you can see there Sparkle's magic is massive. 135 is incredible, much more than Green's, which is you know, we're starting to see Sparkle D supremacy. The next huge materia is located here at Fort Condor, and we need to stop these guys from getting to the fort. So let's go.
Should we speed it up a little bit?
We're gonna stop them. Any minute now. I'm gonna place a unit down and we're gonna win. Okay, they got through. It's much better to do that because you get to fight this guy, and it just gets you some more experience and saves you spending any gil. So this guy's super easy. It's classed as a boss battle, I suppose, but it goes down in just like 2 hits thanks to Green and his Stardust Ray. You can see that Comet restored Sparkle D's MP all the way to full. So Comet was basically free, which is absolutely nuts. Like, you know, we can just use spells for free. I don't know the statistics with MP absorb. I don't know why sometimes it restores a lot and sometimes it doesn't, but we pick up the Phoenix materia, which we can give to Tofu when she's back in the party, and we also collect the huge materia. So time to check on Tofu now, and things are not going too well. This giant beast is still floating around, being a menace, and you know, looking kind of goofy, just sort of like bobbing around the sky. But it's time to fight him. Come on then, you $&, $up, percentage, $, ! Says Mid. And Mr. Giant Dragon Dude seems to respond to this and clips through us and decides to attack us. So this beast has been terrorizing the entire world, so it's time to put a stop to it. And he looked a lot bigger when he was flying around the sky, and now that we're in battle with him, he's actually kind of tiny, you know? I say tiny, he's probably about, I don't know, 10 foot tall. But in the FMVs, he was like taller than Junon, so how he's gotten this small all of a sudden, I don't know. But this is one of those fights you can't actually win. You just have to fight him until he eventually runs away. So the tactic here is to just heal up and deal damage whenever we can. Luckily, Sparkle D has learned Ultima now, and you can see the devastating effects of that spell. Almost 6,000 damage, and when we attach the MP absorb to it, it means that we barely lose any MP, and this is now what has skyrocketed Sparkle semicolon D into the stratosphere of power level, and he's mega strong, and even mid's boost jump overdrive limit break can't deal as much damage as just an ultimate spell, so it's really handy. It's like having a limit break every single turn. His survivability isn't great, as you can see his HP is very low, but luckily that is what green is here for, to heal us back up again. And we do actually get Sparkle's limit break, which is much worse than just using Ultima, to be honest, but hey ho, I wanted to use it just to show it off. And this is like his emo Frankenstein muscly monster dude, and he does like a slam dunk attack on it, which is, you know, a thing. It's fine. I decided to use Bloodfang here, not quite sure why. I didn't need to recover the MP, but you know, I use it anyway. And then that's just it. The fight is over. We're really powerful at the moment. Nothing can really stop us. We've done a spectacular job. And the world is still falling to pieces here, as you can see, and the town of Midil is now crumbling into the Mako that lies underneath it, and Tofu needs to get Claude out of there because they don't want to die, right? But she cannot get out in time, and the two of them fall into the Mako, which is probably going to kill them. But I mean, Claude has been poisoned by Mako so many times at this rate, like he clearly just can't die. And here we are inside of Claude's conscious. Yes, instead of just dying or being poisoned, we get put into Claude's head, and we're starting to piece together now who Claude really is, the truth behind who he is. And this is a breakthrough moment where Tofu gets to guide through all of the missing parts of Claude's memories and piece it back together again so that he can become whole again. And I will say the transitions in this game are absolutely amazing. Like, look at this one, for example. This is on the PS1, bearing in mind the fact that it manages to like zoom into her house in like full motion video and then just like seamlessly transition back into the in-game graphics like that. Hats off to the developers. That is like remarkable. So now we get to fill in the final puzzle piece of the Nibelheim incident, and Claude can't seem to realize why he remembers the heat from the burning buildings of his village if he was never there in the first place. If all of his memories are Zack's, why does he remember it so clearly? And although Zack was the hero, Zack was the first class soldier, Claude was actually there. He did see all the events that took place, hence why he remembers it. It was just that he was a Shinra soldier and not the first class soldier he thought he was. So Claude was there. Claude did come for Tofu, and Claude was the one who ultimately stabbed Sephiroth in the stomach, kind of like what he did to our friend Steve. But of course this wasn't enough to kill Sephiroth. But you wouldn't have expected just a lowlife like Claude, a nobody, just your everyday average soldier, to have done that. So although Claude felt like a bit of a failure returning to his village without becoming a soldier, he wasn't completely useless. He wasn't as big of a failure as Sephiroth made him feel when they were in that crater earlier. He was ultimately the one who saved Tofu. He was ultimately the one who put a stop to Sephiroth for all of these years. So it puts a nice end to Claude's backstory. We finally have all the pieces, and we realise although he isn't what he first thought he is still incredible in his own way, and still did everything he could to be more than what Shinra had given him. You know what, Claude? I think he has one of the best story arcs of any character in any of the Final Fantasy games, in my opinion. When the game first starts, he's so cocky and arrogant and rude to everyone. He's so entitled because he feels he's better than everyone. And as the game starts to progress, you start to see him crumble and crack a bit. And then you come to this big conclusion that actually, Claude, you are nobody. You are not this big person that you thought you were, and you're actually really messed up. And more than just being messed up, you're just a failed experiment. You are just a clone of somebody else that went wrong. But that doesn't stop him. He feels in his heart that he is better than everybody gives him credit for, and he proves everybody wrong through this journey, and he is now more determined than ever to prove himself and destroy Sephiroth. And I don't know, I love Claude's character arc. I love Claude's character in general. I love the amount of development we get from him, the ups, the downs, the lefts, the rights. We get it all with Claude. He's so relatable but also admirable. Like, he gets humbled real quick, and like you can see a lot of yourself in him, and the fact that he's just like a boy who wanted to be something, and then he became that something but then realized he wasn't that something. And I don't know, there's a lot of layers to him is what I'm trying to say. I feel like I could go on forever repeating myself with this. So I'm going to leave it there. Basically, in the end, Sephiroth is about to leave with Genova's head, and then he stabs Claude in the stomach. But this doesn't kill him like it does to Steve. Maybe because he didn't fall from the sky. I don't know. But he manages to like lift Claude in the air, and then Claude's like, no, you know what? You went after my girlfriend. And I've only now just realized that she should be my girlfriend. So I'm going to lift you up in the air. How about that? Take that. And then launch you into the Mako that is lying underneath this reactor, and you're going to die in there, but not die, because eventually I'm going to come back and bring you back to life, and then you're going to try and destroy the world again. That's the plot of Final Fantasy right there. And it's really, really cool. So Claude has now discovered all of this. He knows who he is, and somehow him and Tofu get washed up on this side of this beach type area, all the rubble and the ruins of Midil. And Claude's memories are back. He's fine again. Somehow falling into Mako didn't further spiral him into vegetableosity, but actually cured him, and now he's back and ready to be our leader. So I'm going to leave that episode here. That was a lot to come back to the 6th and final episode in this series, where I see if I can beat Final Fantasy VII using a class system.
Death!
On the last episode, we took a deep dive into Claude's psyche and learned some truths about who Claude really is, and saved him from becoming a vegetable. So now the gang is all back together again, and it's time to finally put a stop to Sephiroth. Nothing is getting in Claude's way, and the first thing we need to do is equip him with the contain materia, which just so happens to be some of my favourite materia in this game. And the reason for that is that it's just a very powerful black magic spell that also has an additional effect. So freeze can often sometimes paralyze the enemy, and you learn tornado and all these other crazy cool elemental spells that you can't usually cast. And you can see there we've also paired it with the added cut materia, so every time he uses this spell he also throws out a normal attack with his weapon, which is awesome. It just means extra damage. So Claude is now a damage dealing machine, but it is very expensive. 82 MP is definitely not on the cheap side. So now it's time to do some item hunting, preparing for the final battle, and Claude here is an absolutely amazing pianist. And strutting our piano skills earns Claude the final limit break for Tofu, which is Final Heaven. So we will definitely be utilising Tofu in the final battle. She is incredibly strong at this moment in time. And then we head back to the Bone Village to collect the Sector 5 key, which allows us to go back to Midgar, which is awesome. We haven't been there since Disc 1, so let's see what's been happening in Midgar recently, shall we?
Hello.
Steve? Steve, is that you?
Hi.
Oh. Did you guys just see a Steve here? They're pretty. Okay, good. Great, thanks for the help. But coming back here earns us the Premium Heart, which is Tofu's final weapon. But it's not her strongest weapon. There's actually one better than that, which is coming up very shortly. And here we are. We now have to get in this submarine to find the huge materia, because we're still on a quest for huge materia. That's an important thing that we need, as it may give us some power to stop the meteor from coming down and destroying the world. But we know that one is underwater somewhere, and Shinra's after it, and we're after it, so they're like, hold up a second, you've got to fight this bad boy crane thing, my bobby. And this is one of the harder boss battles in this game, simply because these arms deal a lot of damage, and he just has a lot of attacks that can harm us. But luckily we have the Bahamut summon from Claude. I believe this is Neo Bahamut, and I love the ridiculousness of these games. The summons just get like progressively more crazy, and when we get to the final battle later, it just goes into pure insanity. We all know what happens with Supernova, so look forward to that, because that's something to look forward to, I suppose. And here we have his arm grab thing, and this is quite a problematic attack because it kind of renders one of our characters useless, which is a little bit sad. But yeah, I'm just using everybody's summons, just because it does AoE damage to everyone. It's like, you might as well do it. But yeah, in doing so, it's also harmed Tofu, but she's okay. She's a strong gal, so she can take it. And we've destroyed one of the arms, so there's just one left, and then 24,000 HP worth to get through on the main body. But yeah, look at my guys, they're pretty tough. I'm using Bolt Free. Because this guy is a robot, I just assume that electricity would damage him the best. And it's also a lot cheaper than freezes, and we don't have much MP, so I try not to use the contain materia too often if I don't have to. It's just there for like an added boost. But We are now working on the second arm of the carry armor. That's his name, carry armor, because he carries you and he's armored like a robot is. Very clever. As you can see, Yuffie is pretty weak. We only really use her because she can steal some nice items, but her damage output is pretty terrible. Luckily, she has Leviathan as well, which can deal some damage, and she also has haste, which gives her some utility, but you know, she's not the most useful for just damage sake. Tofu and Clod are much more well equipped for this. You can see the difference in power level is quite it's quite obvious at this moment in time, you know. I never actually used the throw command, and it's because like I never know what each weapon does. It doesn't really tell you what each weapon is, and I would hate to accidentally throw a weapon that I want to use. And the items in this game end up becoming a bit of a mess, because when you're selling things, it doesn't really tell you what the stats of the weapon it is you're selling is. So you're like, oh, is this the piece of armor that gives me double on my materia growth? I don't know, because it doesn't tell me. I just have to like memorize the names, and that's ridiculous. Another useful thing about Goofy though is that she can use the Clear Tranquil to heal us back up, which is always very, very handy. And that is the carry armor out of the way. He is now dead. And it earns us the God Hand, and this here is the best weapon in the game. It has perfect accuracy, which means when we use Death Blow, it never ever misses, which is crazy. Slightly less damage than her ultimate weapon, but it ends up dealing a lot more damage thanks to this Death Blow hack. So I'm showing this off now. I've attached it to the HP Absorb materia, so she can now do critical damage and heal up a bit of HP, which as you can see there is very, very effective. And then, oh no, panic, panic, help, we're stuck in this submarine and we don't know what to do. Oh god, we're gonna have to chase down Shinra. There's gonna be this epic colliding of submarines and missiles. I cannot wait to play this mini game. It's gonna be insane. Here we go. Not quite the epic chase. Ah, there is the enemies. Take that. Take my missiles. Are they hitting? Oh, there's another one. Oh, and he fired at us. Oh, the missile just disappeared. Maybe I need to go for the orange one. Is that what I need to do? I don't know. It's just automatically. Oh. Yeah, we did it. So good. Okay, great, that's over then. We pick up the huge materia, and then we swim around to find the key to the Ancients, and then we head into this waterfall here, where we learn a bit of backstory for our boy Sparkle D. So this is one of those side quests that are completely missable, and if you do miss it, you miss out on a bit of lore to do with D man Sparkle.
Yes.
And it turns out he was acquainted with this lady named Lucretia, who just so happened to be the birth mother of Sephiroth. Yes, although it was Genova who had her cells infused into Sephiroth, there had to be a vessel to carry this epic beast. And so they chose this lady called Lucretia, and Sparkle was her partner, and then she died giving birth, or so that we thought. She's actually stuck here behind this waterfall. And in learning this bit of lore, it kind of fleshes out Sparkle and, you know, gives us a reason why he's actually with us, because he's been kind of silent since we got him. He kind of hinted that he knew of Sephiroth, but now we're actually learning how and why he knows about Sephiroth. And it's a cool bit of lore. The fact that this is completely missable in the game is kind of crazy, because it's kind of a big thing, right? The birth mother of Sephiroth. But if you never pick up Sparkle or you never go to this waterfall, you would never know that. So that's nice that we know that now. And what's also nice is that we pick up Sparkle D's ultimate weapon and his final limit break. We then pick up the Steal as Well materia, which we can give to Goofy, and this comes in very handy later on. So here we are in the sunken ship. This is probably the hardest area of the game. The enemies in this area are certainly no joke. They have a lot of HP, they deal a lot of damage, and they can just do a lot of stuff. So I'm showing that to you here now. We actually have a bit of a challenge in this challenge run. Would you bloody believe it? So yeah, he absorbs Bolt, as you can see. Did not know that. Now I do. That's good to know. And over 1,000 damage there with one of his magic spells, which is crazy. And then that creepy touch is an automatic counterattack that he does, which gives us sadness, which is annoying. It means we can't rely on our limit breaks. And a physical attack there takes Sparkle D down. And Sparkle is definitely one of our least defensive characters, so it's no surprise, but he is in the back row, and I decided to use Phoenix Flame here, which is perfect because it can revive Sparkle ;D and also deal some fire damage, and it restores him back to full health, which is lovely. But yeah, physical hit there takes Tofu down to almost half HP, so it's definitely a little bit tricky, but the rewards in this area are unbelievable. So I'm going to show you another battle here just because I feel like I haven't shown you much difficulty in this challenge run thus far. So now we have like deformed Cradley here, the spiky tentacle weird pincer looking dude, and this guy can do some crazy stuff. He confuses our poor gal Tofu and she kicks herself in the face, which is a bit of a problem because she does a lot of damage, especially with this Death Blow and HP Absorb materia she has now. She is just cranking out damage, and as you can see there, that attack he did on Cloud almost killed him, but luckily he survives on 55 HP, ready to use a Meteor Rain, and this is a mega powerful limit break that attacks multiple times and luckily kills him. But the reward for that is the double cut materia, which is incredible. It can be given to mid and allows him to attack twice, which is epic. It basically just doubles his strength, which is madness. So here we are against Reno and Rude for the second to last time, and I go ahead and use Big Guard with Caitlyn here, as we always do, simply because it just sets us up very well for the rest of the fight. And yeah, these guys are not too difficult. 20,000 and 15,000 HP is not too big an ask to get through. I'm just smacking Yuffie in the face so that we can get rid of the confusion, and then they land the confusion again onto Caitlyn. If they go for Clod, it's okay because he has a ribbon, but the other guys do not have a ribbon, so we do have to deal with confusion. Luckily, Yuffie and Caitlyn do not have a very strong physical attack, so even if they do get confused, it's not the end of the world. Plus the Big Guard helping them protect against it means we're pretty good. And as you can see, I'm struggling to steal the items from Reno and Rude, and I could have used the steal as well materia on one of my summons to steal from both of them, but I don't. I do end up doing that in a later fight, but for this boss battle I did not think to do such a thing, and I actually end up trying to steal from Caitlyn. That's not very nice. Caitlyn's supposed to be your friend, so to repay the attempt at theft, we just smack her in the face and poison her, because Caitlyn ain't no joke. You mess with Caitlyn, she will poison you. She's a dangerous lady toy person thing. We stole the tough ring, that's great, so now we can just like smack Reno until he's dead, and we can focus our stealing efforts onto Rude now. Yeah, these guys are not too tough. Luckily, the only bad thing they can do is the confusion, and I'm not too worried about that. Eventually though, we do steal the Zydrach armor, which is a really nice armor piece, and we can get multiple of these because there is a later boss battle against Reno and Rude again, and then a third one after that, so we can get 3 of this incredible armor, which is very nice. And yeah, we're just using all the powerful spells, Trine, Freeze, all of that to just try and get these guys down. It's fairly slow, but I'm very confident that we can get the job done, simply because their damage output is nothing compared to the enemies that are just in this area. They're definitely a lot stronger than these guys. And yes, I'm going to use Magic Breath here now. It's a bit more expensive than Trine, but you can see there the damage output is very high. And Rude is actually frozen. That is a secondary effect of using Freeze. It can actually freeze the enemy, so it deals massive damage. Can only target one person, but it also has these additional effects. So yeah, we're just kind of chilling, sitting here waiting because we can really. And the reward for this fight and going through the end of this sunken ship is the Hades materia, which we can give to Caitlyn, and we give it an added effect materia onto her weapon so that she can cause sleep and poison on enemies when she attacks them, which is fabulous. So the next huge materia we need to track down is actually on Mid's rocket, but Shinra have a plan to blast the rocket off into the meteor, and we're all stuck on there, which means Mid can finally live his dream of going to space. Yes, that wraps up his storyline, which is lovely. We get to see that his dreams do eventually come true, and we get this epic FMV where the rocket finally gets to blast off, and everybody's happy, except for the fact that we are actually blasting into a giant meteor and are about to die. So what is our party to do? Well, we are going to pick up the huge materia first, and then we are going to run down to the escape pods, but oh no, Mid's leg is stuck and he's about to die. But hold up, Shira is here to save the day. She has atoned for her sins. And how does Mid repay her?
Stupid.
So absolutely no character development for Mid then. He just starts the game an asshole and ends the game an asshole. So that's great. We're now on the escape pod and we can finally return back to Earth again while the rocket continues its journey to crash into the meteor and hopefully save the day. Maybe this will be the end of the game here. We just need this rocket to pierce the meteor, blow it up mid-sky, and then everybody can live happily ever after. So the rocket does actually make it to the meteor. We get a huge explosion and everyone from Earth is watching like, yes, this is it. This is it. It's finally happening. The world is saved. Ah, congratulations. We don't need to beat Sephiroth. We don't need to do anything. We just need to get rid of the meteor and everything will be fine. So nobody is dead, which is a good sign. And then when we look up back into space again, all it has done is pierced a hole through it and caused it to crack and look even scarier than it did before. So it's going to take a lot more than just a puny little rocket to destroy this meteor. So no progress has been made. Everything is still the way it was. The world is still about to end and the impending doom is starting to become more and more frantic. The people of the world that is Final Fantasy VII are starting to panic even more. So our party needs to do something quickly. But before we do anything, we need to grab Neo Bahamut. And we get this by collecting all of the huge materia. And this is a mega powerful summon that we can give to our Summoner Dragoon boy, Mr. Mid. So now Mid actually has some decent materia on him. Double cut, long range, and the Neo Bahamut. And as you can see here, this is like one of the craziest summons ever. If you thought the last Bahamut was wild, check out this one. This one flies to space.
Yeah, when it zooms out and then she shoots the Earth with a laser and the whole Earth blows up, but somehow you only did 10 damage. I'll be like, bitch, the whole Earth just blew up.
Come on,
I just watched the entire Earth blow up. What you mean 5 damage? Why all these motherfuckers ain't dead?
Ah, the ancient writing on this mural. Can you read it? It's all Greek to me. Greek, as in the language spoken in Greece, the country that belongs on Earth and not Final Fantasy VII world? Are you saying there are Greek people in this land? Where is Greece? Where is Greece on this world map? I don't see it. But now it's time for a trip to the movies, and as if we weren't traumatized enough from this journey, we're watching the best movie ever. The movie where our ex-girlfriend dies, and we get to witness it again because that's really what we want at this moment in time. But it is actually very important. Luckily there was a cameraman recording this entire thing, and he managed to capture footage of this little ball falling out of Steve's hair. And it just so happens to be the white materia. The materia that is capable of performing Holy, which can stop the meteor from crashing into Earth. So we need to find it, because as soon as we activate this, we will save the world. And before we save the world, Godzilla is on its way to fight Midgar. So we slowly wait for it to wander over to the beach, and then it is time to destroy it. And this guy's a little bit different. This is the diamond weapon, not the Ultima weapon, which we fought previously. And this guy's pretty powerful, and he's also immune to physical damage. So luckily we have Caitlyn here to do some lovely high damage spells such as Trine, and we also have Goofy here to cast haste on us and steal some lovely items. Also, Claude has his amazing freeze and tornado and bolt techniques, which can all be used to damage this guy, which is pretty nice, right? We've got a lot to get through this episode, and this guy barely does anything. He starts this countdown, but luckily we destroy him before he ever even gets to perform whatever the countdown was counting down to. It goes to 3, and he closes up and dies. So nice and easy fight that gains us tons and tons of experience and PP points. We're leveling up all the material, all the levels, everything's going nuts. With all this power and strength, I think it is time to finally put an end to Shinra. So we're going to parachute our way into Midgar. This is another epic moment. The last few hurdles of this game, they really amp up the awesomeness, and the threat of danger becomes much more imminent. And we get loads of crazy cool cutscenes like this, where we get to see the entire party falling from the sky into Midgar, the place where it all began. Finally returning, having learned so much and grown so much. Now is our time to put a stop to this evil corporation. We are ready. So here we are with the final boss battle against Reno, Rude, and Elena has joined this time around. But these guys are fairly weak, so I'm not too worried about damage, but they do have a fairly sizable HP pool. So there's a lot to go through, but we ain't struggling too much. Now, I've equipped the Steel as well materia onto Chocomog here, simply because we've leveled up this materia a ton, so we can use it multiple times, and it doesn't do too much damage, so there's no threat of accidentally killing them in the process. And as you can see there, we couldn't steal something, but then we also stole a ring, and then we didn't steal the third item. So it's a good way of stealing multiple things from all the targets, and I wish I utilised this a bit more, but hey, it at least comes in very handy with this fight. We don't have to worry about over damaging them and accidentally killing one before we've stolen the item, because we can just do it all in one turn, which is lovely. I say these guys are super weak. Goofy is struggling a little bit, but luckily she can be healed up by our good gal pal Tofu. And yeah, I swapped Caitlyn out because we didn't really need any of her magical spells. And honestly, Tofu is just like the most powerful one of all of the characters. Probably more powerful than Claude, I would say. And Claude is like a few levels above her and has just been, you know, an MVP the entire way through. But Tofu has just like skyrocketed into the overpowered realm, and she comes in super handy later on, and I'm just using her as much as possible because she's just awesome. I love Tofu as a character. She's just like super cool. I love her design. I love the way she just kicks the shit out of people. It's kind of epic, it's kind of cool, and it's kind of radical. So yeah, now that we've stolen the items we need to, I'm just going through and casting slow and other things. I never usually use slow, I don't really see the point in it, but you know, as there's 3 enemies on screen and slow hits all of them, I'm like, you know what, I might as well. We get more turns in, means we have to worry less. But yeah, Claude's magic is absolutely insane now. He does so much damage with his contain materia. Of course, the downside is that it costs a lot of MP, and Claude doesn't have a way to reliably recover his MP. But, you know, I'm not too mad. We're usually close enough to a save point that we can just like dump all of our MP on the bosses and then use a tent to restore our MP again. So yeah, during normal battles I don't really use any of Claude's magical techniques. I save them all for the boss battles so we can just dump every crazy spell that we have on them and deal as much damage as is humanly possible. I'm glad that they've kind of spiked the difficulty a bit towards the end, because the mid-game of this journey that we've been on has been very easy, and I feel like they kind of dial up the difficulty towards the end, simply because you can do a lot of side quests and things like that that make the game a lot easier because there's a lot of grinding involved. And I haven't really done many of the side quests in the end game, mainly because I just don't want to be super overpowered. It does mean that we miss out on a lot of crazy good items, like I'm pretty sure I don't get the W magic materia, which I could have given to Red. And it's just because I didn't want to do the side quests involved, because they're time consuming, they're long, and they would overpower us. And I want there to be some challenge for the final boss battle. So that's why I don't grind, that's why I don't do most of these side quests. But that is that down. And then we grab the W item materia, which we can immediately give to Bart here. And then we grab Caitlyn's final weapon until we reach this guy, the Proud Clod. Huh? Sorry, what? This thing is called the Proud Clod, as in my main boy Clod? Is this his proud version? Is he like trying to intimidate me by being like, yo, I'm like you, Claude, but I'm proud. I'm a proper robot. You're just a little experiment boy who's gone wrong. And that's a weird coincidence. I had no idea this guy was called Proud Claude, and I just so happened to name my character Claude. Interesting. Really interesting.
Wow, that is very interesting. Please tell me more.
So this is Proud Claude, and Proud Claude sure does pack a punch. 60,000 HP is nothing to sniff at. It is quite a large number, but luckily we are using some of our more powerful characters right now. Tofu is there to do the big damage, and Bart is there just simply to protect us, because I know this guy can deal a lot of damage, so I need someone like Bart to protect me, because that's what he does, right? He is the protector, you know? Our relationship may not have worked out the way I had hoped, but he'll still be there for me. He will always be there to protect me from this big proud Clod man robot thing. Where Shinra was hiding this robot and why they are just like using it on the streets of Midgar at this moment in time, I have no idea. Are there civilians watching this? Are they freaked out? Are they scared? Or like, is the impending doom of the meteor kind of distracting them right now? Probably, but I've skipped forward ahead a bit from this boss battle, simply because it's not too challenging, to be honest. We get through it quite easily, but he can switch forms, as you're about to witness here, and he does so very, very slowly. He just kind of like backs up, and it's like, oh god, he's about to do something. And now he's pointing his head cannon right at our face. So it's getting a little bit scary, and I'm like, okay, gotta kill him quick. Hopefully we have the chops to do it. And turns out we definitely do. He goes down quite shortly after this, thanks to the death blow from Tofu. And that's Mr. Proudclod down, and we get a Contain level up, so now we have all of the spells for Contain, and then we also learn one of Bart's final limit breaks, which is incredible. And now it's finally time to put an end to Hojo. Hojo is like low-key the villain of this entire game. He's maybe even more threatening than Sephiroth. He's kind of like the cause of Sephiroth, and there's no limits to his craziness. He will do anything to you know, test his scientific limits to its limits. Did that make sense? Absolutely not. Here he has his little friends, Tentacle McGee and Tentacle Magoo. I'll let you decide which is which. And they're not too scary. I start attacking them only to realise that like there's literally no point. You just want to go for Hojo, because as soon as Hojo is dead, the other two will die with him. But I didn't know that at first. So I started going for the little friends, Tentacle McGee and Tentacle Magoo, that's what they're called. 13,000 HP is very small, especially after Proudclod and his 60,000, so I'm like, easy peasy, but obviously not. This game is not going to let me just get away with a simple boss battle like this, and especially someone like Hojo, he's obviously going to be way more powerful than we expect. So you're about to see Flare in a second, and that is the magical spell that we just learned after we leveled up Contain. It's the final one. It does massive damage, but it is extremely expensive. But you're about to see the power of Flare coming up right now. He charges it up, and then it bursts into flame, and then, yeah, 5,600 damage, plus the 1,600 from the physical attack. Means that Clod is just, like, unbelievably powerful. Like, just insane amounts of damage here and there. Not as big as Ultima is from Sparkle Semicolon D, but it's still pretty good damage. But obviously Sparkle Semicolon D's Ultima can affect every single enemy, but it does cost a bit more, but then he also recovers the MP with his MP Absorb. So yeah, Tofu, Clod and Sparkle Semicolon D are definitely the strongest two. Free, I suppose. And Bart isn't, but like his utility is so good. Like you just saw there, he went to attack Clod and only did 200 damage to Bart, which is nuts, you know? Bart can just protect us all day long, and we only have single target healing from Tofu, but if Bart is protecting us all the time, we won't need to heal all of our characters, we'll just need to heal him. So this is a pretty good party setup. And it just so happens to be the guys we started our journey with, you know? I do think these two are my favourites, and Clod as well, but in terms of like party members you get to choose, I do tend to usually pick Bart and Tofu. Maybe it's just because you start the game with them, but I just feel, I don't know, I feel a certain way about them. They've been there the entire time, they're great friends to Clod, they have very cool designs, they fit the vibe so well. Like these three look like they belong together in a group, you know what I mean? Whereas someone like Caitlyn or you know, Goofy, they don't really look like they belong in our group. Not to discriminate, you know, everybody's welcome. That's what this game's all about, right? It's about accepting your otherness, and you know, these are definitely a strange bunch of people. I didn't speak at all about the second form of Hojo, but it had 3 parts to it. We destroyed them all, you know, job done. And now we have his final version, where he has turned into a ghoulish snake monster thing. Kind of reminds me of that alien from Ben 10, the one who used to go into technology. Do you remember? I'll put a clip in, I'm sure. Weird reference, I know, but Ben 10 was awesome. Ben 10 was like the shit when I was younger. You know, if you watch Ben 10, you were one of the cool kids, or at least in my mind you were, and I would at least pretend I was. So if I believe I was a cool kid, then surely I was. That's how that works, right? We're just restoring up the barriers of everyone, but it hadn't completely depleted, so I ended up just wasting an M barrier. If I just waited like 0.5 of a second longer, it would have gone off, but that's okay. And yeah, we're just using our most damage dealing stuff. And our MP does run out fairly quickly. But I'm fine with that. I'm just going to use Turbo Ethers. I've got the W item materia now with Bart. So, you know, I'm not too afraid to use my items at this point. I never usually use items in these games because I'm scared of using them. But I'm aware that I'm getting towards the end of the game. And if my characters need a potion or an Ether or anything, I'm going to give it to them because they deserve it. You see that? I just used an X potion because, you know, I don't care. I'm a changed man. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to progress. I'm trying to be better. And using items is a way to be better, you know? My team is just so powerful. Like, I am not scared at all, you know? I was not scared that entire time. And now he's dead. And Hojo's supposed to be a pretty big boss battle. So, here we are though now. It is the final battle. It is time to make the preparations. So, Claude instructs everybody to go back to their loved ones and tell them that this may be the last time that they will ever be on this earth again because they might die soon. So everybody goes off, but then, what's that? Tofu's still here. And Claude's like, Tofu, aren't you going home? And she's like, well, didn't you forget? I'm all alone. I don't have anywhere to go. And that's right, Tofu's bar, the only place that she could call home, was destroyed in the Sector 7 Mako reactor explosion. So Tofu has nothing. All she has really is Claude. And Claude has no one either. And I think this is where it's solidified in Claude's mind that Tofu is actually the gal for him. Like, she clearly just cares a lot about him. They both have nothing but each other. And they find comfort in each other. And there's something very beautiful about this moment and this scene. I like that it comes in right at the end. We don't see these two sort of in love for the entirety of this game. It all very much happens towards the end when the stakes get raised. And I don't know, it's a beautiful moment. It's nice to see that these two have found some sort of like home in each other. And knowing that if they get out of this, they will be together for a while is also very nice to hear. Yeah, love Claude and Tofu. I ship them, but when I played this game originally, I always saw them two together. And I'm glad that that's the direction it went in. Now that the gang is back together again, nobody decided to jump out last minute. We are all in it to win it. So the only thing left to do now is to stop Sephiroth. So, going with a party of Caitlyn and Tofu to get us through, and the battles here are insane. But check out Tofu's limit break now. As you can see, she has gained quite a few throughout our journey, and she just deals massive damage. Like, you saw that there, 5,666 damage. And she does a bunch of these all in a row. There is nothing that even compares to the damage that she can do. Honestly, love Tofu so much. She is the best. I will never ever leave her. She is the one for me. But now, Sparkle, I'm going to send you down to the bottom of the screen there. Thank you very much. You are going to go that way. Love you very, very much, Mr. Sparkle. Ah, and Goofy, right, you also go down that way. That'd be great. Caitlyn, could you also go down that way? Yep, that's great. Thank you very much. Bart, love you, Bart. You're going to head downwards as well. That's nice for you. And Tofu, you go the other way. She may be the love of my life, but she's also a tough gal. So, you know, I think she can handle it by herself. Anyway, we all group up again, stuff happens, we go through a cave, and then here we are against the final Jenova form. This is Jenova uterus, maybe? I don't know. It looks like an egg. You know, you get those diagrams of the inside of a womb, the inner mechanisms of a woman. It looks like that, one of those little floating alien egg things. You can tell I'm gay because I have no idea what to call them. Either way, this is kind of challenging because there's 3 parts to it. But honestly, the Jenova fights are all kind of like lame, and this one is no exception, but it does look cool. I will say that the character designs and the enemy designs in particular in this game are really, really cool to me. I love that they're just not afraid to go there and be grotesque and sexual and weird and strange and alien and freakish, you know? It's the first time this series really went there for me, and this is kind of a staple in their newer games now. They're not afraid to be wacky, but this one, like, took the wackiness to a new level. The creativity was just like off the chain, you know. But yeah, we've killed one tentacle, we're just working our way on the other one, and again I'm using Bart and Tofu, and I think I'm gonna stick with these 3 for the rest of the game, simply because like they're my mains, you know. I've been in a relationship with both of them and they've stuck by me through thick and thin. You know, there's a lot of loyalty with these two, and all joking aside, like, these two are just the best characters in the game, in my opinion. So, like, obviously I want to use them in the end. It probably would have been better to swap Bart out for Caitlyn, as Caitlyn, or maybe even Sparkle ;D, just because everything that Bart can do, Caitlyn can do, but better. And Sparkle just has, like, crazy damage. But you know, it wouldn't be, but I had such a journey with Bart that like, I can't leave him behind. I want him to be there till the end. I want him to see me thriving and defeating Sephiroth, you know. I want him to see what he's been missing, I suppose. But yes, as you can see, both tentacles are down, and Jenova's all like, oh no, I'm just an egg now, what am I gonna do? And we're running out of MP very quickly because we're using Contain like it's nobody's business. And then the countdown starts to start. Okay, this is where I'm starting to get a bit scared because I'm like, it's been a while since I played this game. I don't know what this countdown will be doing. So I need to restore Mr. Clod's MP very, very quickly. So I chuck a Turbo Ether at him, and then the W item allows me to use a secondary item. So I put an Ether onto Bart. I didn't really need it, but you know, I have the W item, so I might as well, right? A final flare from Clod takes Jenova out, and then there's only one thing stopping us now, and that is Sephiroth. Obviously, I've missed a ton of items and things that I could have got, but, you know, I just want to get the game done. I don't want it to be too easy. And as you can see by the amount of levels we're getting from that Jenova fight, we're pretty underpowered, you know? We're not supposed to be this weak towards the end of the game. Or we can be, because the final boss kind of scales to our level anyway. But I like that there's a bit more of a challenge now. It's not as easy. So, here we are. The earth beneath us is crumbling. We're being sucked into some trippy, you know, situation where Sephiroth is taking us on a journey through the Mako energy, and things are about to get real. So, final fight now, and we get to pick two parties. So for my second party, I'm going with Mid, Caitlyn, and Sparkle. Sorry to Goofy and Green, you guys are just like not very strong at this moment in time. Mid is kind of a replacement for Clod, he's just high damage. Sparkle obviously has Ultima and loads of high magic spells, and then Caitlyn can defend us and heal us and do all of that lovely stuff. So I'm feeling really confident. We got Clod, Bart and Tofu, followed by Sparkle, Caitlyn and Mid. So, feeling pretty strong. The 6 of us are going in to fight, while Goofy and Green go and untuck in the Interior Illusions Lounge. Love that. So, you actually don't need to swap parties at all. It's very possible to defeat this boss battle just using one party of 3. But I love these characters so much, and this is the last time we're ever going to get to see them shine. So I do swap parties every now and then, and I'm just going to use my most powerful attacks to get this done. Starting off with all of our crazy cool summons. So here we go, Neo Bahamut time. This guy doesn't go to space, he just sort of like floats above the clouds, shoots his big beam at him, deals a lot of damage. There's lots of things you can attack. So yeah, things that target multiple enemies is the way to go. And yeah, summons just do that. They're big damaging things that damage everything, and everything is dying around us, all the different components. And then we switch over to my other party. Hello. So let's see what these guys can do, shall we? So obviously I'm going to start off with an Ultima. It is just like, you know, a mega powerful attack, and I'm curious to see how much damage it does. What does late game Sparkle semicolon D with super high magic, Ultima, MP drain? What can he do? So Ultima comes out, and yeah, over 6,000 on all of the enemies is pretty incredible if you ask me, and about the same damage as Neo Bahamut, which is kind of epic, you know. And then you're about to see a Bahamut Zero come out. No, actually you're seeing Hades first. I'm just using all of the summons. I know that these guys aren't going to be in the final fight, so I'm like, hey, while I've got them, I'm just gonna, you know, unload. They're not the strongest defensively, especially Caitlyn. You can see there, she's already on 1000 HP. So I can't just like sit here pretty and breeze through it. There's a lot of preparation that needs to be done. There is some strategy that needs doing. I need to make sure that our health is up there. And Caitlyn is our main healer, so if her health gets low, White Wind becomes kind of useless. So there is a bit of a pressure there. Of course we still have items, but we then switch back to our other party and then use Tofu's Limit Break to finish the job. And she's just going crazy, just like drop kicking, punching, slapping, you know, all of that. And we get Mr. Sephiroth down. So, end of the game, right? What's that sound? Here he is, Safer Sephiroth, and playing now is the One-Winged Angel track. This is some serious shit. This is one of the... Right, how do I get into this? This boss battle is freaking incredible. The design of this, the background, the swirling pink clouds. You have this giant, handsome god with tentacles hanging down and wings everywhere, and like it's equal parts beautiful, scary, and alien at the same time. And then the music. Where do I even begin with the music? One Winged Angel is an absolute bop. This is one of those tracks that you remember, and it only comes up once at the end of the game, but everybody knows it. If you're a mild Final Fantasy fan, you've probably heard of Sephiroth, and you've probably heard the One Winged Angel track. It's been remixed several times with different orchestras that play it, and it's just one of those tracks that's absolutely nuts. It really pushed the limits of what the PS1 was capable of, with the amount of instruments and vocals and all of this crazy stuff. There's actually vocals in this game, you know, it's in the music, and that's crazy. Fuck knows what they're actually saying. But it sounds cool as hell. There's something that lends itself, opera and classical music in general, just lends itself very well to games and movies. In my opinion, if you're ever trying to heighten something, if you ever want something to feel epic, listen to some classical music and like integrate that into the art that you make, because it just like heightens absolutely everything. Yeah, so the boss battle. Safer Sephiroth does tons of damage, as you are seeing, and this is his big attack, Supernova, and this has to be the most ridiculous attack in the entire franchise, maybe of any game ever. The fact that he summons a meteor from space and goes through every single planet, not in order as well, it's in completely random orders, so this thing is like darting around the universe, and then it blows up the sun, and then somehow, even though it's bigger than the sun, goes behind him, crashes into our party, and doesn't kill them. It actually can't kill them. It's like, what was that? The whole point of this game is to stop a meteor crashing down onto Earth. And here Sephiroth is summoning something larger than the sun to destroy us, and somehow we don't die, but the planet is going to die by a really tiny meteor. Make it make sense, and actually don't make it make sense. I don't want my Final Fantasy games to make sense. I want silly, ridiculous, over-the-top craziness, and it's what I love about this franchise so much, and it's what makes it so special to me, and it's what makes it so camp. I feel like camp culture is all about, you know, extravagance, over-the-topness, being so ridiculously past the realms of reality that it just becomes camp and silly and ridiculous, but iconic in a way. And that's exactly what this is, you know, and I don't think that was their intention either. I feel like maybe I'm kind of silly looking at everything through a queer lens, but hey, I'm a queer person, I naturally just do that. And the fact that it's unintentional, that this game is so inherently queer, and the way that everything is designed is so queer coded, is, I don't know, it just gives me a deeper appreciation for it, and especially the fact that it probably isn't meant to be that way. There's just something I love about media in general, is that there's so many different interpretations you can have on it. There's not one answer to it. People can play this game and, you know, listen to stories, watch stories, read books, and gain a different insight depending on the person you are and the mind that you have. And that's why we all love consuming media so much. It forces us to think, it forces us to reflect, it forces us to challenge what we think, you know? How many times have you been to a movie with a friend and come out and been like, oh my god, that was incredible, and they're going, that was the worst movie I've ever seen in my life, how could you enjoy that? And you're like, were we watching the same thing? But it was just the eyes that were different, it was just the brain that was different. The media itself never changes, but the way we see it does. I know this is sounding way too deep for something that is just a game, but it's the final boss battle, you know, I've got to take it there. But anyway, that's enough of the hippy-dippy bullshit. Let's get into the fight a bit more, and this fight, I wrote boss's HP a lot because I don't actually know how much HP he has, because he scales depending on how strong your party is. It's impossible to know how much HP he actually has, but he has a lot, and this boss does not joke around. He deals insane amounts of damage, he has a lot of HP, he can fly up in the air and stop you from being able to reach him, but luckily we have Bart who can, and our magical spells can. And I'm using things like Mega Elixirs just to recover all of my HP and MP, because I haven't really used them yet, and this is the last battle, so I'm using everything in my arsenal to get the job done. Luckily Bart and, well, just Bart is here to give us some barriers. If I had Caitlyn in the group, I would have just used her Mega Barrier attack, whatever it's called, Mighty Guard, that's the one, and that would have given us haste, it would have given us barrier and M barrier. But, you know, I had to have my boy Bart here, so if it wasn't enough that Sephiroth destroyed all the planets to kill us, he decides to do it again. So the planets have just built themselves back again after being destroyed, and then Sephiroth comes and destroys them all again, you know, because that's possible. I like to see that this is all happening sort of in a dream state. Like, this isn't happening on Earth, this isn't happening in the world of Final Fantasy. We're somewhere else. I don't know where we are, but we're somewhere that defies logic, clearly. But yeah, what is actually happening is real. But maybe it isn't. Maybe Sephiroth doesn't even exist after all. Because, like, where are they, actually? They're just standing in clouds. Maybe none of this is real, you know? I don't know, there's so many ways you can look at this. Like, what is actually happening here? How did Sephiroth become this? Where are we? And how is what we're doing going to change anything? I don't know. But yes. Here we are seeing Tofu's Limit Break about to come out, and I desperately need this. I was getting quite scared at this point. I was like, I don't want to die here and have to redo everything all over again. Luckily, we get a very good timed Limit Break from Tofu, and we are just chucking damage out there. I don't know how much that did total, but it clearly did a lot, and we need that desperately. The only big damaging thing we have aside from that is, you know, Clod's Flare with attack. And that does nowhere near as much as her Limit Break does. So we really need Tofu more than ever now. And she keeps dying, and that's not good. So I quickly revive her. She just does a lot. She also has Phoenix as one of her summons, so she can even like revive other party members. Her HP is massive. She's got a load of MP as well. It's like, what can Tofu not do, you know? She really is the MVP of the game. I do think she came out on top above all the other characters, and I didn't expect that, to be honest. I expected Caitlyn to do well, I expected Sparkle to be strong, but I never saw the Tofu carry coming. I thought she'd be good early game, and then she would just sort of fall off for somebody like Mid, or even Clod, you know? But she's managed to stay consistently great the entire time. Yeah, that Shadow Flare attack is absolutely nuts. It just wiped out Tofu again. Yikes. You can see there Bart's Limit Break didn't even do as much as one of Tofu's slots did. So we really need her to stay alive, because every time she dies her Limit Break goes back down to 0. So it's imperative that she stays alive. It's critical. And she can look after herself. She has, you know, ways to recover her own HP. She has high damage. She's got good defense. But Safer Sephiroth is just so strong, and we haven't grinded at all. We haven't got all of the special crazy items that could have helped us, and you're starting to see where maybe this challenge run is slightly challenging, because usually at this point in the game I could have just stacked up all the most powerful material on my 3 characters and been fine, but we are limited to what I have set out for these characters to have. And hey, if 2 supernovas weren't enough, here's a 3rd, but we're going to skip this one because you've seen it several times. Obviously we don't die because this attack cannot kill us, but hey, it sure did look badass while it was happening. I think it just sort of like cuts us down to like as low HP as it possibly can. But yeah, this time it also inflicted a load of status effects on us, which is not very good. And of course, Bart in his confusion hits Clod, and it's like, damn. I wanted to just use a Meteor Rain, because I'm like, surely he must be nearly dead. That attack came out and nearly killed us. I was like, ugh. Luckily we got the regen out on Clod, because I genuinely think if we didn't have regen, that attack there would have killed us and it would have been game over. So we were insanely lucky that that didn't happen. So everybody's back up now. Bart is still silenced, but I'm like, I don't care. It is time to end this fight. We've been at it for like quite a long time now, and I use finishing touches instead of Meteor Rain, silly. Like, Meteor Rain obviously is going to deal more damage. And then we get another death blowout, and he's still alive. He's not dying, and I'm like, damn, how much HP does this guy have? Grenade Bomb is something that we can now use from Bart, but we've already seen that that just doesn't do very much damage at all. So although everything is recovered and we're looking pretty healthy, I'm still scared because I know that this guy can just like chop us down whenever he needs to. So you can't get too comfortable in the Safer Sephiroth fight. You can never just be like, I got this, I know what I'm doing. You do have to take precautions a lot, and you know, every time you see him doing something, you want to kind of stop and think, okay, is this gonna kill me? And if there's a chance that it can, you gotta put a stop to it, man. You just gotta do it. We're casting Flare again, hoping that this will be the last time. Then all of a sudden, what? What's happening? Oh my god. He's having a crazy anime death. The lines are shooting out of him. Safer Sephiroth is finally defeated. Clod, Bart and Tofu have done it. In fact, everybody done it. We all did it together. You guys too. You came along on this journey and you helped defeat Sephiroth and save the world. And isn't that a great feeling? Don't we all love saving the world? Because I certainly do. And of course he has a very dramatic death where like he pixelates and little particles get slowly sucked away into the void, and everybody can rest easy now knowing that Sephiroth has gone. There's still more work to be done, but the main enemy, the main goal has been achieved. But wait a minute, what's this? We're Doctor Who style, travelling through the TARDIS, going through the live stream, and we come out onto the other side, and there's Clod in full FMV glory, and he looks really good there. You know, some of the cutscenes look a bit crazy, but these character models look really, really sharp, you know, for the time. And turns out Sephiroth is still alive, and it's time for the final showdown. It's just Clod and Sephiroth and no one else. We've beaten his trippy, weird alter ego, and now it's nothing but two men and their giant ass swords. So, Omni Slash, a limit break that we don't even have yet, is just given to us. And Clod, using all of his might and strength, and all of his friends by his side, chopping, slicing, dashing, crashing, bashing, slapping, crapping, frapping, dapping, and grapping, and flappity bappity wappity bappity schlapping, squibbity bibbity bibbity bubba boobity bibba bubba sklam. Sephiroth is finally dead. I love how much they drag this out. There could have just been like a boss battle and he goes, oh no, you've defeated me. But would it really be Final Fantasy if it did that? No, it wouldn't. We need 5 or 6 deaths where he explodes and, you know, combusts into multiple particles. And hey, we got that. And finally, this is Clod being thanked by the live stream, I suppose. I don't know what's really going on. But now here's the ending, and I'll be honest, the ending of this game is kind of weak. You do all of this fighting, all of this preparation, trying to get Holy off, and then Holy just doesn't work, and it's like, oh damn, we did all that, and you know, we're still going to lose? That's not satisfying. But then at the last minute, this little green stream emerges from the ground, and the planet itself, the live stream, starts gushing out of the earth, protecting itself and stopping the meteor. So realistically, did we even need to do anything? Like, would that not have just happened anyway? Would the presence of Sephiroth being alive have, you know, stopped the live streams from emerging from the ground and saving the planet? I don't know. I guess it would, because he was trying to prevent it, and without him there, the planet could heal itself, and everything is great and everything is fine. But I'm going to start to wrap this up now, guys, and playing this game again has been an absolute joy. Like, I remember this game being good, but I don't remember it being this good. Like, this is such an epic and incredible story. I really wish I could play the remake just to witness it in, you know, HD. I've seen clips of it, but like, I would love to explore it again in, you know, the crazy cool high definition graphics. But I think this is enough, honestly. Like, the PS1 version still holds up to this day, in my opinion. I know it doesn't look amazing in comparison to what we have nowadays, but there's something so special about it. There's something so charming about it. The characters are so beautiful. The story itself is deep and complex and dark and mysterious. And there's just so much to talk about with this game. There's so much lore. There's so much to explore. All that rhymed. And I'm just very grateful I got to play it on my channel, and I'm so grateful for everybody for watching it. Apologies, this series has been a bit of a mess in terms of my upload schedule. I'm going to America again for 3 months, so I've been doing a lot of preparing for that. I've also been writing a sitcom that I'm going to be bringing to life. So I've just like put my hands in a lot of pies. Is that a phrase? I don't know. My hands are everywhere. I take on a lot, and I've let YouTube slip because I just have lots of other things I want to do as well. It's hard to do everything, and I want to do everything, but I am human. But yeah, because I am going to America for a few months, this channel will unfortunately be dead for the summer months. So from June, July, August, and potentially into September. But I will be back, don't worry, and I'm going to rethink how I do this YouTube thing, because I want to deliver better content than I've been delivering recently. And I you know, you guys deserve it. I do enjoy doing YouTube. I just need to find a way to make it fit around my life and find a way that I really still enjoy it as well, because it was starting to become less enjoyable when it started to feel like work, and I don't want it to feel like work. If you are a member of my channel, I do recommend just ending your membership for the foreseeable future. If you want to still support me, you can. I'd be very grateful for that. But I also cannot deliver on the content provided because I just won't be in the country. I won't have my laptop, I won't be able to play games, I won't be able to do anything for the next 3 months. So there's no point in being a member to my channel. Please stop if you want to save your money. Of course, if you want to support, you are welcome to, but not expected at all. Special shout out to my Jamly members Hugo, Robbie Rose, Jury Lynn, Francis Coulton, Automatic Jellyfish 853, Calcor, Fikujez, Secundus666, and super duper ultra special shout out to my Super Jams, Panis Pusher, Alexander Lazilla, Soul Eyed, Jack B, N, Persephoroth, and Dox Bateso. You guys are absolutely incredible. I cannot thank you enough for your support, and to everybody who just subscribes and watches my content, thank you for coming on this journey with me. Thank you for being a part of the Jamily. But that's all from me, folks. This was Can You Beat Final Fantasy VII using a class system? Thank you for joining me on the journey. My name has been Jamsack. See you guys next time.